never complain. Gotta maintain, don't know when I get it again. Outlasting, pushing through pain. See it all coming and feel it in range. Envision it, make it be seen. What it is to live your dreams. Give and take, don't take from me. All on the line, I feel alive with peace. I'm in a bad, bad mood. It's been a long time, dude. I gotta pay my dues. I got a new attitude. It's been a long time, dude. Now I gotta show what I do. It's been a long time. Now I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. I cannot waste time. I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. Now I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. I cannot waste time. I gotta show mine. I gotta go hard. I gotta get mine. Came a long way, yeah. Up to the finish line. I gotta go hard. I gotta get mine. Came a long way, yeah. I gotta take mine. It's been a long time. Now I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. I cannot waste time. I gotta show mine. I'm in a bad, bad mood. I gotta pay my dues. As I go through the process, off the next and my next. Going up on the progress, and no, I ain't with all the nonsense. I never complain, gotta maintain, don't know when I get it again. Outlasting, pushing through pain, see it all coming and feel it in range. Envision it, make it be seen. What it is to live your dreams. Give and take, don't take from me. All on the line, I feel alive with peace. I'm in a bad, bad mood. It's been a long time, dude. I gotta pay my dues. I got a new attitude. It's been a long time, dude. Now I gotta show what I do. It's been a long time. Now I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. I cannot waste time. I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. Now I gotta show mine. It's been a long time. I cannot waste time. I gotta show.
I didn't find anything. What about you guys?
Got a pistol, almost nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Probably not the best place to land. Hey, Rowan.
What? I thought we can make it to Camp Bravo.
Yeah, like I was saying, probably not, because it's too far.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. At least I marked a spot on the map instead of yabbering about jujitsu.
Wow.
Have you guys read the patch notes? Apparently there's something new about destructible buildings and terrain.
Adam, shut up. That's ridiculous.
I'm just thinking we should probably keep it in mind.
Yeah, okay, I guess we should head to literally anywhere else because there's no loot here.
Oh my god, Ben, you are literally the worst. At least I marked a
shit, what was that? Oh, run for cover!
But where? We're in the middle of nowhere, Rowan.
Let it go, Ben.
There's a hay shack. Go, 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 go.
If only I had some loot.
Is everyone okay? Yeah, it's just a scratch. Anyone have any bandages?
Nah, nothing, sorry. I couldn't find any loot. Just a bad spot to land, unfortunately.
What is your deal, bro?
Using guns in PUBG, landing places with loot.
Are we
that I can
safe
loot.
behind
So
here?
where did you
Yeah, of course
reckon
we're
we
safe.
went?
We're behind a house.
Oh, what? How? I'm pretty sure that's the update I was talking about.
Adam, don't be ridiculous!
Okay, I think what we need to do here.
What a shit! Go, 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 go!
Okay. God, that was close. Does anyone have any stims?
Nah, sorry, man. I didn't get any loot at all. Mostly because of where we landed, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben. You know, why don't you go take him out with your shitty jujitsu?
Does anyone feel like we're in a nursery rhyme?
Oh my god, Adam, shut up.
This does not feel safe.
Adam, man, we're behind a wooden building, okay? I mean, of course we're safe.
Oh God! Concrete building, go, go!
Okay, surely we're safe here, right?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we should be safe from that guy. The only real problem now is the loot. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, Ben. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna let you keep on talking until the plane kicks us out into the ocean. Would that be better?
Yeah, probably.
Guys,
Oh, get him!
guys. You literally
At the
did
very
nothing.
least.
You literally did
Guys,
nothing. He's aiming a Panzer at us now.
Oh my god, Adam, we're fine. We're behind a concrete building.
Yeah, but the patch note said that
Adam, oh my god, let it go, okay? This is concrete, mate.
Great starting spot, Ron.
With broken hands, with blood and sweat, against the odds, I learned to swim. So damn divine. How are we home when there's nowhere to survive?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi. Everyone has a different dream life, and Inzoi offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. what about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skill to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Inzoi. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Inzoi's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Inzoi experience. Remember, Inzoi is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Inzoi has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Inzoi allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Suamba.
Inzoi gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Inzoi, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Inzoi can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Inzoi. Thank you.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
이거에 이슈가 있다는 말씀이세요?
이거 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 ILI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
아, 이거 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
진행하는데 문제 없어요. 제가 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 퓨지, 던전 스퀴지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
So I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute. Sir, please.
So I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Fantastic. You know, I love Sandhawk and I love explosions. Tago would be my #1 map, and the reason for that is because all of the buildings are like packed tight next to each other, so you could like blow a hole and then like run through them. I think that would be pretty cool.
快乐吧，快乐为主，主要是炸东西。
건물이 파괴된다는 건 좀 배틀그라운드라면서 신박한 컨텐츠인 것 같은데 만약에 파괴가 된다면 저는 개인적으로 일단 투척물이 굉장히 중요해질 것 같고 그다음에 좀 깜짝깜짝 많이 놀랄 것 같습니다.
สายบึมบ้านครับ
What I love to see play who isn't playing today. I think we're gonna go with Fex. Big muscles, big strong guy. He could tear apart Santa, gonna heartbeat.
Who do I think is gonna be the king of destruction? I'm gonna put it on Tiggleton. I think he's gonna be memeing. I think he's gonna be trying to explode and destroy everything he can find.
Feels good to be the first winner of the Santa of Destruction. Easy peasy.
就是还是挺有趣，然后很新颖的吧。然后我也觉得就是 PUBG 就应该有更多一样像这样的更新吧，这样会玩的就是种类会多一点，让玩家。
It's a face-off between these two
All
boys.
you, buddy. Take it away.
Against James. Goes on forward, gets him, and James back-to-back winner. Goes for Gustav immediately after. Unbelievable, James. Gustav.
Oh, he read it wrong.
C4 in the circle center.
Where it is, and
Oh,
Belmont
no.
will get spotted by Gustav.
He gets Clarice, and he wins
no!
it.
Look at Tig.
Oh, the reactions.
Any words about the second game? I mean, I gave James the win. He needs the back. What can I say? I'm stacked already, so I didn't really need the money.
B1, who will win? Batulin's had the cover. It's gone now. Him and got it, Batulin.
I think that it was very fun to play Destruction. It creates some very interesting situations. Basically, you change the houses because you destruct them. So I think I enjoyed that. I think you should try this more just because it's fun to break all the buildings, to find some C4, sticky bombs. It's really fun.
Go, you can take the chicken throne once again. Took it back. All right. That's it. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I will take it.
P90 and some grenades. Gets a spot onto one, throws it down, bounces right next to Duran. Really nicely thrown there.
He's just dropping a red zone right on top of Day Trade. They knew that this was going to be hazardous, but there's just no option back behind it.
Salute just wiped Day Trade by himself. A couple grenades to P90.
Then Warren's going to go for a couple of shots. Do manage to get the knock on to him, but look, it's Freaks finding multiple angles to approach. Eternal Fire goes down.
Heaven swings in. Any extra frags on the bottom? Yeah, but you mean with that Dragonov.
Going with the nade. How's it going to roll? Bounce is going to go right up underneath the car.
Stuns around. You mean trying to find the off angle, but he's got it.
And every single time he goes, he gets punched. And oh my God! Drive over here. I'm going to take this path. That path isn't good anymore because look, you're just going to have Eternal Fire step right over there. They don't even need a mortar. They just say, nope, that was too close. We don't like it. We're just going to go ahead and shut you down. Thanks for the points.
I mean, everybody knows with Gen G losing a couple players. Weibo knows as well. Chen, who's going to strike, can't find the second spaceman there to take one down. Day Trade in a lot of trouble.
And it is just a set of dominoes. It's much easier. There you go, New Happy. You just decided you want it, so go and take it.
I love it. They do got a knock. Here comes Weibo as well. New Happy gone in an instant. Day Trade getting involved, trying to do something. Just Panadol left now. Here comes 4 a.m. They know there's 3 teams that have taken knocks, and they're trying to find something. Panadol, though, takes down Godby.
Okay, now it's going to be a new set of contenders. Nades raining in. Could kind of hurt Kiamba over into that SG kind of BB position, but oh my God, New Happy. What do you do? Tries to make it happen, gets just absolutely picked apart. 4 angry men and Falcon both just double team that.
Man, Blood, some phenomenal shooting there. 4 kills in this game for him. Stuns are coming out here for the Freaks. They're trying to clear the space. They know they have the numbers advantage now. Trying to find the angle. The shotgun, though. Heaven can't find the timing.
T1 on one side of it, but also going to have to do with Rillo as at least 2 members of Falcon. Going to have some vision on their approach, but T1 putting in a ton of work.
But that's okay. He can hold on there. Start sending the first aid, but another one shows up and he's done.
Of an extra
nade over. Halo appears the pin pulls. It's going to peek off a bit wise. Play from him and Snakers lops the nade up on the roof. Almost gets Bobo down as well. 2 confirmed now, but I think he saw him. Pro down, crawl to the side. That one's going to bounce. Amazing bounce. He haven't. That's looking good.
Oh, that's looking real doom here. Oh no, that is a lot of people hopping out of a vehicle in HS.
That should allow for Ikeslip to wrap the corner. One well-placed flash here could keep 3 players blind at least for a bit. Ikeslip is going to underhand it. This could be huge. As Rex are on the side, picks the other side though. Finds the first one, goes to the second, finds him as well. Needs just one more as he swings the corner, goes for it, but it's going to be him down. Bean in this fight. If you're Falcons of Danger, if you want to come out victorious in this game, it's a massive one.
Rello with a good spray, and now the push coming through. What? Go down in 10. Navi will finish off BB team.
Buildings left in Yaz that have angles, that have grenades into start winning games by himself. So good. There it is, Diffix, let's go. Nice shots.
Go back, kickstart wants it, stepping in, goes for the spray, but narrowly misses it. He's gonna go up, trying to find more, but cheeky play. It's gonna be a jump up and around. Heaven trying to put in something, but H goes in. Nade lands on top of him. Sonic's in some trouble right now. Tickleton just trying to hold back everybody else, but he goes down. Freaks feel unstoppable. This is gonna be T1 coming up right back behind the Mad goes down. It's gonna be Eggslip just leading his way, seeing if he can spot out anything. Inside Smokes does spot out another one, going absolutely wild, but Zenith is gonna shut that one down.
I mean, that's a lot of knocks. And Kempa, nice spray onto the jumping player at T1 there. Ming, though, in the back, gets it under control just in time. The T1's falling apart. Petrichor Road on a rampage.
Dude, Petrichor Road had to fight tooth and nail for every single one of these, looking back down into the 2 other squads. Can they manage to survive through Summer? Does get the knock on the best of luck. You can see that BB doesn't have too many options. FaZe trying to step out. It's going to be Ming that takes him down. Does get the flush as well.
He is pumped up. Bestelot gonna bleed out. 1 hit now and he's got it. Bill first down, BB out.
Just creeping forward, Vex, he's put up a massive amount of work today, but there is nowhere to go. Petrichor Road fought their whole way into that. Enough time to maybe try to circumvent, get into a position over in the north. Here comes the F, making the push in. Multiple members go down. A doozy with a great defense. I don't know why you'd want to run into the thick of this crap by trying to make some type of, but a doozy gonna do it again.
There could be another player coming. Oh, but Batulins reacts so nicely. Just gets taken down. A doozy, man. Sosa able to dodge one. Trying to continue the push forward, but he's shut right down by Vex.
Vex still continuing to hold the line for FaZe. Need it so bad. Gustav also lined up over there yet again. Vex finds Diffex. Hackatorial looking like he's trying to line into it. Big shot coming out.
The mind already saw a doozy taking a chunk. Example. Feels like a matter of time. Yep, Example gonna clean down a doozy. TE, what can you do?
Oh, and they're so weak right now. Perfectix just steps up, picks up one, picks up the second one. There you go.
Or up and over. This is a smart kick. He's got him. Oh, what a jump by Kick.
Finally feeling it a bit. It's going to be Sonics making a massive move. Rello goes with a quick pop off around the new angle. Snaker's going to find one as well. Kickstart tried to make something happen with a big, beautiful play, but it's all going to come apart in the end as Sonics go down.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the second circuit of PGC 2024 here from beautiful Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avengers. We break down the action. Circuit 1 was a pretty unique experience.
It was, and honestly, a few big surprises here we have today. We have some teams that you would call favorites, I would say, even to win the whole thing, right, that are playing here. They had a rough final circuit. Yeah. Even they got some points, which is the most important thing, right? But still, they're starting today. I talked a little bit with the FaZe guys, and they were like, yeah, we're happy to be 9th because we get the maximum amount of points, and we get to play all days.
Nice. Oh, that's great for them. Yeah, a lot of surprises. America's in the bin, so let's see if they can bounce back in Circuit 2. But I'll tell you what's not in the bin. It is our sponsors. They have made this entire event possible, so a big shout out to OP.GG, the best way to overpower your game, and PUBG Esports main partner. Thank you to you guys. Also, a big shout out to the Tropicana Gardens Mall for being the official PGS venue and official venue partner of PGC this year. Another one to TT Racing, because when you play, you got to be comfortable. You don't want to worry about your seat. You want to worry about the game. And TT Racing makes that possible so that our players are as comfortable as they can possibly be. And the hand warmers, because sometimes you just got to get in the game. You got to get those hands warmed up to frag out. Okupa has provided us these amazing hand warmers that honestly heat up so ridiculously fast. I love these things, and I will be using them every day when I get home for the winter. Also, Namedia Icon Lights. You can see a set of them right here. You can go hit that QR code and get some for yourself right now. Nothing makes your stream look quite as tight. All right, so it has been a very tight race for some of our teams as they went through this. Particularly the Americas. It was depressing yesterday. I mean, like truly depressing to see them in 16, 15, 14.
Yeah, it's rare to see that.
It is.
And you know, we saw the interview with Tick, and he said as well, you know, it's a little bit of a curse. So we hope we can break this. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens today. Obviously, there's some big kind of shifts around, and also with having these big name teams, it means that we have so many things changing in terms of drops, in terms of kind of how the lobby works out.
Well, I'll tell you what the lobby's going to work out today. We are beginning Circuit 2 here on Thursday. We got 3 days of play. The point accrual does happen on that last day, and then we got a little bit of a break on Sunday. We're back for Circuit 3 on the 16th. One more break, and then what we're really all here for, the grand final, where the big money and the honor is truly earned. Now, to do that, you've got to get through the circuit system. Walk me through the circuit, Martin.
Yeah, you got to get top 12 twice to get into the circuit final. In the circuit final, you manage to get top 4 or top 5th to 8th. You skip a day or 2, and this is also where you accrue your points to get into our grand final, and the top 16 of those circuit final points will get into the.
And while the top 12 matters, or the top, I'm sorry, or 8 matters, every point. If you make that grand final, right? Even though we saw teams walk away with, I think, 5 points yesterday, that could be the difference between advancing to the grand final or not advancing. So I do think there is that narrative of you need to make sure that you are in all of those last days. Even if they're bad for you, at least they give you something. Because how many times have we seen teams miss a grand final by less than 2 or 3 points?
It's been extremely often. Point system match noises, the super 10 points for a win, 1 for a kill. But as you say here, honestly, in this situation here, I feel like the amount of games that you're able to play, if you feel safe and secure that you're going to get top 12, then maximizing on points like that is obviously the best way to do it. We're playing for a lot of money. Tell me about it.
And that's what you want the points for. You want to go for the big show. Yes, there's bragging rights, but there's also $500,000 for first place, a $10,000 reward for MVP, and then, of course, fifth. 1.5 million in the prize pool, and that has the chance to go up. So these players do train all year for this, some of them their entire careers, to have that chance to come to PGC and lift that trophy, to sort of be immortalized. I mean, the game's been around for about 6 years now, and there's only so many teams that can truly hold that honor in the life of a game, and that means a lot to these players.
Yeah, it does. A huge jump up from when you get into the grand final, 30,000 minimum if you get into the grand final, and of course even bigger jumps once you get into the top 8. The teams that are playing today here, kind of a big name lobby, would you say here for Circuit Day 1, so that's kind of surprising to me. I would say even with some of these teams here, these are some of the teams that we're definitely going to be seeing in the top 8 in the final, in the grand final.
You know, if you talk about Circuit 1, we were like, well, it's going to get so much harder in the grand final in Circuit 1, but all the teams that we thought would make it hard, a lot of them have ended up here on day 1, and a lot of them are saying that, you know, there's rust and there's patina. These were not, I thought maybe these teams would come in with a nice little, you know, a nice coat of rust, make them feel pretty, but that was not the case. It seemed like they were weighed down by their time off. So do you think that some of those teams, like Cerberus, for instance, comes in strong today?
I would hope so.
I hope, obviously.
It's a little bit scary because once you look at how it was yesterday, it's like, it's not just like 1 or 2 mistakes. It's like the whole approach of how they're playing the game felt like it was different to what that meta and what actually worked out for the teams. And there are so many teams that are trying to play edge. There's a lot of space in the middle, and there's so many teams kind of in the middle late game that are fighting on those edges where it's like, this is an obvious situation where there's teams. The PGC that are like the teams that are playing here in the PGC participation, the teams that are playing, if you can maximize, if you could play every single day, I actually asked a few teams, if you can play every single day and guarantee yourself to go grand final, we'd do that. Yes, of course. We want to play as many games as possible, and some of the teams, they're trying their hardest to do so.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I think I talked to Twisted Minds the first day, and they said, other than the first circuit, we don't want to be on the first day of the first circuit because it's going to be a little chaotic. But from then on, there's no downside to really being out there and putting up those numbers. And if you're a good enough team, if you truly believe you can win PGC, you shouldn't be scared of being a bottom 4 in any lobby, right? Like, that shouldn't be an issue. Let's take a look at the participation here as you kind of roll down there. What you're seeing is teams have played, what days they played in Circuit 1, and then what they've qualified to when it comes to Circuit 2. Now, some of these teams, Sonics is a good example of that. Pretty surprised to see their performance yesterday. TSM and Falcons as well. It seems like they just kept fighting each other and sort of ended up in this position. 17 Gaming, though, that's been one of the most consistent teams, even in terms of second places across the globe. To see them down here is actually very surprising. Yeah, having both Sonic, 17 Gaming, and Cerberus, 3 of our 1 to 4 teams is just crazy. It absolutely is. Cerberus alone. So that's my question. Is Himas on your fantasy team? I'm going to ask you. We're going to break it all down in a second. But first, let's take a look behind the scenes. As we got
Hey guys, I'm Luke 12 from TSM, and I'm here to talk about our performance in Circuit 1 and what we're looking for in Circuit 2. So Circuit 1, we were kind of shaking off the rust. We hadn't played in a while, and first day was pretty rough. Almost qualified, almost didn't qualify. Second day, we improved on what we were doing bad, and our goal is to just keep doing that. We've got more games this time around, and we're just going to give our best. And then about pool. I know Sparking versus Gunner will be a great match, but I'll pick my boy Sparking.
안녕하세요, 젠제에더입니다. 일단 서킷 1은 저희가 랜드마크 싸움을 처음부터 하게 됐는데 이제 그 핫드랍에서 지게 되면서 좀 저희 기세가 꺾인 것 같아서 이번 서킷 2에서는 저희가 저희의 게임을 할 수 있게 이제 안전한 외곽 랜드마크 가서 저희 게임으로 한번 잘 풀어보도록 하겠습니다. 말레이시아 와서 먹었던 것들 중에 디저트류가 제일 맛있는 것 같은데요. 에그타르트가 정말 맛있는 것 같습니다. 가장 좋은 방법은 스트레스를 안 받게 이제 경기를 잘하는 게 가장 좋은 방법이고, 만약에 이제 스트레스를 받았을 경우에는 팀원들이랑 같이 맛있는 거 먹으면서 재밌는 얘기하면서 스트레스를 푸는 게 제일 좋은 것 같습니다.
It really is a great way to release stress. Go out with some friends, sort of forget about the game for a little while, and then go back and refocus. Now, before we looked at the BTS, you were talking to me about Cerberus. We were kind of saying what's going on with these guys. Here's a head-to-head from that Circuit 1 final between FaZe and Cerberus. Yeah, 27 points in 6 games. Sure, you can have one bad day, right? Yeah. But you can have that many bad, like one bad day in a 3-day grand final would make you not the champion. Absolutely. Like, you would be left behind. But the format here is unique, right? Because there is that idea that there's going to be teams that don't make their grand final one week or another. So, you know, having 27 could be enough if you get that consistently in every single circuit final. And I do think that that's what a lot of these teams are up against, is how do we figure out sort of the recipe for success here? Now, FaZe yesterday, I think there were some like really beautiful moments. We saw them have, I think it was game 2 was absolutely off the wall. And then we also saw some real dirt dives from these guys. Like, what was your takeaway from watching FaZe yesterday? Honestly, like, it's only 14 points up to 3rd. Yeah, so that's really how, like, the mid pack was extremely close. They had a few situations. They have many games where they're left down to only being 2 players, right? In this situation here, the game on a wrangle, they had multiple situations where it's like there are 3 or 4 guys alive in this situation. They're winning the game, and they're getting potentially 5 more kills than they are, right? So they're pretty consistent here, but yeah, not losing players early on, and only being 2 is obviously a huge detriment to that. But they did well, considering everything that kind of happened around them, losing players while driving, losing players in other situations. Obviously super unlucky, but still, I think their tendencies is good. And I stepped up and I talked to the guys just before the game starting here an hour or 2 ago, and they're like, yeah,
ninth place is perfect. If we could guarantee ourselves circuit final ninth place every single time to get the most possible games, to get the most possible reps in, that is literally the best way for us to prepare for a potential grand final.
Now, do keep in mind, guys, there are co-streamers helping us out here at PGC, so give them a shout. Turn on all those extra monitors, get the map stream going, get some co-streamers going, and watch the big show. So thank you to everybody there for joining in with us. And I like that you got a chance to talk to FaZe about that. I also, you know, we watched Cerberus there at the end game, and it felt like they were waking up as we got towards the end of the day. So I do kind of wonder if that'll continue into a lobby that's maybe not quite as strong again. We're back to having some teams that struggled on day one. And that is why, when it came to Fantasy League, which you guys can be playing at home if you'd like to,
right?
And I encourage you to as well, I think I'm pulling the trigger on believing in this is Cerberus's rise. Because usually when they start, they don't stop after that. Do you think it's time for our viewers to pull the Cerberus trigger?
I think in a situation for Cerberus, like the three-headed dog was deep asleep, right?
Really
the question is, how long does it take to wake it up? Is it 6 games or is it 12? Because it's going to wake up and it's going to pop off at some time. And if Himas and the boys are ready for today, you're going to be sad that you don't have Himas on your fantasy team. But if they don't, then the most expensive pick is just unfortunate.
Exactly, and that's the hard part. You want to make that climb up. You got to get them while they're hot. Let's look at what the top earners have gotten so far. Not shocked to see all of our top earners be Kwangdong Freaks. We got a nice little Eternal Fire tossed in there. And BB Team has not only been some of the best earners, but the best buys.
Yeah, they have. They were way too cheap, and I hope we can see some improvements in terms of pricing for that.
In terms of pricing.
Yeah, so for the finals or for the other days that they're playing, yeah. I want to see them not be 13,000, 14,000. That's way too cheap. 65% though for the pick'em champ for Twisted Minds. That's absolutely mind-blowing, especially considering usually we see China or Korea way ahead in front. But yeah,
I mean,
Minds have had an insane year.
Well, and that speaks to just how powerful their year was. To convince a fan base that traditionally just pours all their pick'ems into Chinese teams, to convince that is huge. Here are the games today. Excited to see us starting on Erangel, ending up on Miramar. We're about to get started for the day. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, for me, if you start off the day here strong, if you have 2 games and you have 30 points, then you can do whatever you want for the rest of the day, and that's really what I want to see these teams focus on.
All right, guys, it is time for us to start day 1 of Circuit 2 here at PGC 2024. Without further delay, let's get into the action. This is Malaysia, and this is PUBG.
很难受吧，没打好，然后争取下一轮的话找找问题吧。 希望第2轮能发挥出来吧，接下来的比赛。
感觉还没有适应这种节奏吧，因为我感觉跟我们国内打的不一样，可能我们队伍比较慢热吧，我感覺可以慢慢的去适应一下，然后我觉得可以进，我们会努力。
일단은 저희 랜마전이 좀 많았는데 좀 일단 첫 번째 매치부터 랜마전에서 좀 지고 들어가가지고 그래서 자신감도 많이 떨어지고 그래서 그런 것도 일단 일부분에 포함된 것 같고 그래서 좀 경기력이 안 좋았던 것 같습니다. 일단은 좀 이틀 동안 좀 쉬면서 일단 저희 한 거 계속 보면서 저희 PGS6 때 좀 좋았던 기억을 떠올리면서 그런 걸 다시 기억할 수 있게끔 찾는 게 우선적이라고 생각하고.
Every team right now is even like targeting other teams after a few games because let's say a good team that loots Pochinki, for example, is on the bottom of the leaderboard. Someone might want to target them and get them out early, especially even like going to the next circus. If a team like Sonics or Twisted is there, they're going to get targeted for sure if they're in the bottom 4.
因为这种游戏它其实差一点就差很多嘛，然后我们就因为一点一点的细节没有做好，导致最后的分数就很低嘛。因为这次比赛是1轮比赛进12支队伍，所以它的游戏节奏会变得更快，因为大家拿到进入决赛的分数会更早嘛，所以这比较考验战队临时的自己的那个变化。对我们挺自信的，我觉得我们只要做好接下来的这个比赛的准备，我们是100%能够进入决赛的。
지금까지 좀 많이 성적을 좋게 못 냈는데 국제 대회에서 지금 열심히 다들 해서 좋은 성적 나니까 좀 만족스럽고 앞으로 더 열심히 노력할 생각입니다.
저희 4명 다 일단 게임에 집중을 엄청 잘했던 것 같고 한 명도 빠짐없이 거의 실수가 없었던 게임이라고 생각을 하고 서로 실수가 나오더라도 커버를 쳤기 때문에 치킨이 많이 나왔던 것 같습니다.
Mình nghĩ là sau khi đi đấu tất cả các vòng xong thì mình nghĩ là phong độ của mình
lúc đó chắc chắn là lấy lại được rồi. Tại vì vòng chung kết thì không có thể nào mà đánh mất phong độ của mình được nữa.
I would say like tilt is very like in terms of like LAN tournaments, it's very fast. Like I can be tilted for like 1 minute, 2 minutes after the game because we lost it because of our mistakes or like some other like problems. But like for the next game, since I'm professional, I have to become absolutely not stressed, not thinking negatively, and just play the best game. I think we were playing better and better by each game. At least like our communication was becoming better. So, and in the last 2 games, we finally show like the real Twisted Minds.
X Left 在 C 的同时，我们尽量做得更好，让它更 C， 我们做的可以更好，让团队也多协作起来。
Circuit 1 has come to an end. Teams have backed as many points as they could in an attempt to make the grand finals. And here we are once again. Circuit 2 is now upon us, where teams will go from 0 once more to try and see if they can make not only the circuit finals, but also get as many points as possible to eventually make it into the grand finals. I'm Toby, joined by Poro.
What up?
And Poro, whew, we get there. We get a little spicier start to the circuit this time around, I feel like, than we did last week.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got a couple of really heavy-hitting teams that maybe came in a little bit colder than they were anticipating, coming in after having only played the one day, that grand finals day. So hopefully they've found a way to right the ship because, like you said, they've got, I mean, you got to get to the finals here.
Definitely.
You absolutely have to.
With how many points some of the teams were able to get, we talked the likes of Petrichor up on the top there, if not guaranteed already to make grand finals, then close there too. You really got to make Circuit 2 finals to secure that position coming into Circuit 3.
Got to chase the bag, and there's 8 teams here today that, I mean, honestly, they have a lot more to play for. They have to find whatever was missing from those first 2 days of the circuit where they missed that first day of the first circuit finals. They have to find that mojo, that magic to get them back in the seat so they can finally get in a place where they can get points and try to get that grand final.
Now, not only do I love to see some of the best teams in the world play PUBG, but I love it even more when some of the best teams in the world have played some poor PUBG to then see who
you got to see some of that.
Who turns it around? Who's going to be able to make up for their performances yesterday, the day before, even on Circuit Day 1, because there were teams too in that bottom 4 that we would have not expected to see down there.
I mean, look, you're going to say, oh, it was America's guy.
I'm not. Look, that's your words, not mine.
Look, hey, we got 4 America's teams in it. There's no way to hide it. You know, I mean, we got 4 America's teams here on the first day of Circuit 2, which is not something I would never have thought I would ever see a day that Tickleton got 0 kills. But here we are. That's the kind of situation that we're working with here. And then you see Cerberus is back here again, Falcons in here again, TSM in here. I mean, there's just so many teams that just had such a slow start to things for one reason or the other. And, you know, really, okay, are you warmed up now? You got to be.
I mean,
you don't have a choice.
You hope so. One of the teams, we saw them on screen right there, Gen G, I think one of the Korean teams that people had the most hopes for. Their last circuit was all about Quantum Freaks. But you know what? Let's hold you no further. Let's get in to match number 1. We're started on Erangel. 6 games to play today. Green Patches is where we are kicking things off.
Love starting things on Erangel. It just feels right. You know, it's
like something chronology. It's just like,
Yeah, it's just like a nice, warm, comfy sweater. Well, one thing that doesn't feel right is this plane. Are we going to get to see another military circle, Toby?
You know what? For how much we were cheated from military circles in PGS 6, maybe PGC is just the one where we get all of them. It sure is a southern plane, so anyone looking to go far up towards the north might have themselves a hard time. Now, very quickly, I want to explain to you what we're seeing on screen right here. Win rates percentage based on where teams land. And you go, wait, what is this stat? What do you mean by this? So we have tracked the data from PCS6 and onward. We're talking 2 years back to the start of 2022. Teams where they've landed the top 5 win location spots. And here they were on screen. Prim, surprisingly, making top 5, but I guess it has got something to do with when you land Prim, when the plane allows you to go Prim, there's also oftentimes a chance, a pretty good chance at that the circles come down that direction too.
Hey, it's got a pretty easy bailout onto Millie too, right?
Yeah.
So not too shocking that we don't see any of those hard north drop spots in there. And right off the bat, we get some action here as the Sonics. Oh no, this isn't what they needed to start things off here. Is that duck shoes and there? Oh my goodness.
Circle. Where do we look? Right, left. Both things are equally exciting. Duck shoes trying to get H-Win. One bullet would do it. 90.09 damage. He's driving away with under 10 health. 10 more bullets. How much do you commit to this, Doc? You saw blood splatter at least twice, but nope. H-Win, as long as he doesn't hit a tree or rug out of nowhere, should be able to make it safely towards the northwest.
How did those shots come through?
I can tell you, Iron Sight's M16.
It will, yeah.
That will do it to
you. Even with Iron Sight's M16, I would have thought he would have got a tire.
Yeah, maybe. Something.
Man, H-Win, that's a little bit of a rabbit's foot in your pocket there.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Yeah, he knows he got away with one there, which, that would have been a tough one, especially considering the day these guys had yesterday.
Exactly. Maybe this was the now you know what's in store. Now is the real chance to turn things around. I mean, we heard it from taking the pregame interview. We want to break the curse. Sometimes oftentimes in tournaments, when we start off slow, we can't really get the pace back up and come out victorious later down the line.Maybe this was the last warning. They're going to get the last chance for them to prove haters wrong.
Well, I mean, these guys they've got the pedigree, right? Like they've shown it multiple times that they are more than capable of coming back from a bad day. So hopefully we'll see that here today. As Luna Galaxy, they're already on the move. They sent Vinny over first to find a spot, and look at that.
This is an interesting stat. I like this stat a lot.
That is a great stat.
Yeah, most kills before phase 2. I mean, Luna Galaxy, you and I can probably both agree on this. Not a team that shies away from taking fights, but I will say a team that's gotten very good at waiting with taking their fights until later in the game.
Now, I'll say that is not something I thought I would ever say about Luna Galaxy coming into this tournament, because this traditionally, the way they've played is they've kind of waited with the zone, come in super late. They don't like to get involved in fights early. And honestly, that's how they've played regionally as well, and it's managed to get them 4th place in multiple events on the last day just because of the patience that they've shown.
Yeah.
But this time around, they came in with a little bit more aggression. And while it hasn't netted positive for them in the finals or anything like that, they've still, I like the way they're playing. This feels like it's something that's about to crack open for them.
For sure. I saw what you did there. I like it.
You like that?
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I don't know what I did, but I'm glad you liked it.
Okay, the unintentional jokes came through, and sometimes you hit him and you don't even know it. Well, New Happy, a team we're going to keep our eyes on today, a team that got on the mega struggle bus last time around. But you know what, I'll explain to you about it later, because now we've got a highlight coming in.
明明接2个，明明，这怎么还有一个这个地方？
正面撞过来，换位置，有点秀了，
进来圈了，进来，
哇，明明。
如何顶住？压力很难顶住啊！但这一次刚出手将死别人放倒，
队友倒的这位很
哎呀，抓了一个不错的 timing。
又来一支满编队，
确实
这个压力太大了。
八方的，
哇，
但是
拿到一颗雷，
得卡位置。
而且没看到，又倒了。
被他打2个，什么？
I'll tell you one thing, my fantasy team, which is that Ming Ming, would have shown up the other day, but unfortunately, didn't happen that way. But so far, so good for him here, because he got Cerberus on that E pickup, though.
Yep.
Where are they going to go?
Cerberus is coming down here thinking this is free. Issue is 3 teams landed down here, and a lot of teams, because the plane was as far south as it was, had to come down here early to 4 a.m. now, already up by the granny, up on the hilltop. They're going to take this position away from them. Genji, too, thinking we're fast, we're early on this. There would normally never be anyone down here. There's 6 teams already on Millie, west of the base itself.
Man, they did not waste any time, did they? They got up here so fast, and unfortunately for Cerberus, that's going to lose them that spot. I mean, they're going to be stuck in this shack, aren't they? I mean, they've at least they took the knock on the Himas, but looks like they're going to get him back on his feet. So they're still 4 strong, But yeah, like you said, there's so many teams that have already made their way over here, and we're only 5 minutes in.
Cannot wait for the North hard shift, just saying. Throwing it out there, chat, throwing it out there to see if that's going to come to fruition or not. Nan, hopping up, trying to see if he can find something with Nate, not quite to be, so he's going to fall back down towards his teammates, not thinking he's going to go all the way to the compound. It's smart to have a player on the outskirts, kind of playing protector of the compound itself from outside. And you know what? Who better than Nan? We saw him in the TPP. I know it's a whole other set of circumstances, but we've seen his individual prowess time and time again. I think a lot of people thought, obviously, no Ming Ming is the star of the roster with Longscore there as well. People were saying, oh, they're the two fraggers. What's going to happen? Then they put in Xiaozi instead of Longscore, and all of a sudden you think, where's that last fragger? What are we going to do? Well, we get it there with Nan now. Now let's get a little listening to Schweigedui.
The second one for Khan, doing it all up against Day Trade, and you said it, SGD happy to get aggressive on this AGG position. They were so stuck in that bowl.
Just bodies everywhere on the open fields. Attenpong tries to align his shots. More names slowly disappearing from our screen as he shoots through the smoke. Jervis does trade back though. SGD looking pretty clean.
The bullets for AGG. They're looking to hold this area in this corner, but it's SGD. Montiel alone. Not sure if they spotted him. They do. 38 HP left. And then now putting in the pressure. And he gets knocked out as well. Team Bliss left to only one player left. Akita can't hold on. And the winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, chicken dinner. Well, those were far away in Circuit 1 for Schweigedui, our native Malaysian team, who was hoping that they can get something going here in Circuit 2, because, well, yeah, Circuit 1 wasn't really anything to write home about.
A whole lot of nothing, yeah. I think they finished in dead last in that first day, and it's interesting to see this FaZe bridge camp? Question mark? I'm not 100% sure if it was a full bridge camp, because they started shooting real early if that was a full-on camp, but they've now put Weibo in a very precarious position.
Yep.
As we get a look at how 4 Angry Men managed to get that knock onto him ass.
Well, they did. Happened off screen here, but were able to get the knock. But we know that the rest came through as well. As you can see, 64 players still up and alive. And yeah, as you say, FaZe opting to set up a camp here. They don't shy away from a good camp opportunity. This is no different. And while James thought he had a player lined up, well, Shen has been able to flex off to the side, and he gets a perfect off angle on James. Finds one now. Gustav, though, able to trade him.
Oh, you wonder what the info that FaZe was working with on that, because they were just operating as if Weibo was gone completely, but they had hung around. They held on to that shoreline position, and unfortunately for FaZe, they basically exposed themselves completely there. Now Weibo should have an opportunity to regroup here.
I mean, kudos to CYY for baiting the attention for as long as he did, because James clearly unaware that there was a player trying to flank around the side, a little parting on Punk coming around as well. As we see Xiao Wu now able to find Duck Juice that's elsewhere on the map. As a matter of fact, that's over towards the west, on that western bridge where Expendables have just made their way down. Sonics, Expendables, and 17 all in and around Ferry Pier, trying to figure out how they're going to go across as CYY, however you want to say his name, is gonna fall. Sai.
You don't have to say it for a little while now. So.
True.
But yeah, no, you mentioned this kind of a log jam going up on the northern side of the western bridge right now. It looks like Sonic's kind of playing around that ferry pier as though they might be interested in taking the ferry to get across over there. Meanwhile, the Expendables kind of held on the north side of the road by that split from 17, and you've got a couple other teams that are still making their way down there. You got Schweigedui, and then Tiamba in Primorsk. It looks like they found at least one boat here.
Yeah. You know what I think they're doing?
What do you got?
They're waiting with this boat in the middle of the ocean to see where the circle actually goes, because while it would make sense for it to go melee, there's enough land in towards the north that it could go up there as well. And as you're saying, Schweigedui set up on the northern side late on well, I mean, putting up their E-pickup, I think that's for the same reason.
E-pickup too.
Well, I mean, the line is definitely not amazing.
It's not.
You can land on the ferry, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's not much better, is it?
It really isn't.
I mean, well, now if you're 17 Expendables and Sonics, you got some decision-making to do, right?
Like you wait. I mean, the 17, maybe you don't, because you already saw the team that was the bridge on the other side leave. The thing is, who's now going to go down and camp that bridge?
Yeah, no. I mean, that's... And then look at that, compound's completely open. If 17 was able to scout that out, they should know. So, that, I mean, this could be a free passage over to the military island. We'll see if they decide to take it. Meanwhile, from the future, everybody that was on that south side of Millie starting to make their way up here, and they're getting a little bit close to Gen G in passing right now, going for those hillsides that are just above the Cerberus compound. It looks like Gen G's just going to give right away.
Yeah, smart to try and go up and claim it early. They know that teams will still be split in and around this area, so as long as you can park your cars somewhat safe, which they should be here, at least towards the north. And, well, yeah, as you can see, focus all your attention towards the west. Those cars should be good for the circle to come. And again, I mean, up and around that bridge, obviously south side, it's passable, but 17 is locking down the north side.
Schweigegui took that emergency pickup in the end, and now they are dropping right on top of a VP split. And yeah, New Happy's already on foot as well, so a lot of eyes on this drop as Nixie will find Tiantian to start things off. But SGD does manage to get at least 3 into that compound, so VP has to get everybody back together, but Nixie's on fire.
Finds number 2 as well. We'll see if we can get more of it now as the entirety of VP has come back towards this position. They're leaving Looker Rooks a bit further out with an off angle to play from, but the 3 here should be able to do a lot of damage towards this Schweigegui roster. Good nade locked in, forces Pain to run off, down to just 1 HP.
How does he survive? There you go. That one's going to be the one that takes him out. So 1 left alive for FTF. British Pro, Nixie is down, but he should be climbing up the stairs. And yeah, you can hear the peppering of shots coming in. New Happy Ming really wants a piece of this. He's coming over to see if there's anything he can spot. Luke Rux will spot out that last member of Schweigegui. He managed to make it inside the compound though, but Ming, he's going to steal away the Tiantian kill.
And now they know they're in the nearby vicinity too, and this is dangerous. I mean, this is somewhat prime. This is pretty prime real estate in this area. As fights are taking place elsewhere too. EB running around with Panzerfaust in hand, say, guys, I'll gladly get knocked if we can get this final kill. We just need to find him. But for now, the last living Schweigegui player is staying alive with smokes to work through.
Yeah, get your points, boys. Get Nixie back on his feet. Yeah, completely reset. While this is going on, Cerberus got crashed by FTF, so found him. Yep, no, and Ming still third party this. There you go. That will secure the kill. And that is SGD going out in 16th place, but a number of different fights going on across the map right now, Toby.
Yep, Cerberus trying to fend off here, losing him as altogether. Big loss for the Cerberus team. As from the future, we saw them over the hilltop earlier, forcing off Gen G, scouted further west. I think they thought they might have a split up here as well, but little do they know they're running into the entirety of Cerberus. Good thing for them is that they keep 3 alive on approach, but how do you play it from here?
I mean, this feels pretty greedy going for this compound at this point of the game, knowing that there's probably going to be a team in there, but they get a whole half. They get a whole half of the side. So as long as Samoy is able to get back over there, should be no harm, no foul, and they managed to pick up a kill off of it. So should be okay. And now they'll just trade back and forth. Meanwhile, 17 did make their way down on that western bridge to take that free compound. And look at the northern shift. This is, oh my goodness. I don't even know what to do here.
You know what, Expendables, Sonics? You knew all along. You knew all along. Where's that ferry? Where's everyone getting down to the ferry right now? See these rotations. Count the amount of cars that are now going to cross that bridge.
Oh, 17 is already trying to send it, and they're going to be quick about it. Look at TSM. They've got the E pickup. That was huge for them. FaZe, they're just going to get out of here, go for the eastern bridge, because they know what to expect on this side. This is absolute madness. From the future, going to lose down to Aquarin. Now the last one alive. You see the kill feed is just blowing up right now, Toby. Is 17 in a perfect position to try to camp a little bit here.
This is the funnel of a lifetime. The biggest funnel of PUBG Esports history, as everyone now has to figure how in the world do we get to the northern island here. So many teams still sat outside of this fight, even trying to figure out what they have to do. As Ming, Xiaoxi will fall. They thought they could get there early. They thought they could get there fast, but 17 had the jump on them. They caused the clutter, the jam on the bridge, and 2 teams fall because of it.
Absolute madness. And then on the southern side of this circle, you've got a 3-way fight between 4 AM, Falcons, and Luna Galaxy. All of these teams essentially saw that shift and were like, you know what? Screw it. Let's try to get as many points as we can here, and because we're not making it to the other side of the bridge.
And it's a flick of a switch, too. You think you're in a winning compound, a winning position. All of a sudden, guys, we're playing salvage. There's nothing else we can do, because crossing to the north is going to be nigh on impossible. Luna Galaxy falls to Flood and Lin Shu is now 4 AM with, again, prime real estate just 40 seconds ago. Try to fend off against Falcons.
All right, while this is going on, TSM took their E-pickup. They've managed to find their way onto the north. We've seen another one pop as well. Gen G, they find an E-pickup, so they might have a path in there.
Yeah.
As all of this madness on the south side on the military island will play out. Tiamba, they managed to get out of there in a boat. VP, they're running around looking for anybody coming out of the blue, just hoping to catch some points here.
And this is why Primorsk wins games, because you come over, you park your boat smart, and you have a chance to get back to the other side in situations like these. As a matter of fact, there's no one in Ferry Pier right now, which is completely insane given the situation. Luke now spots Xiao Bei from 17 Gaming, so 17 aware that they can't just sit and look towards the south. They need to worry about the teams in the nearby vicinity too.
Somehow, Akaran's still alive for From the Future, and he is the only one holding that bridge on that western side. But you can see Cerberus all looking down in that direction. VP looking in there. 4 a.m. They're finally made it to the bridge, and they're sending it with little regard for human life. They're going to push it right into 17.
And while all this has been going on, FaZe said, you know what, screw it. We didn't make it to the circle to the east. Let's just go all the way back to Milta. They drove back over the eastern bridge and are now coming in with all the space in the world from the north. And you can see it in the top right corner. This circle, of course, should go north. It will as well. And FaZe, they're sat dead safe up here. I like the angle. VP, just cross the water, guys. Come on. It ain't that hard. It's right over there.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
It's just a little stream. Just cross it.
Luca Rooks, he likes it. He likes his freestyle. He's sending it over to the pier. Should have a free passage as well.
I mean, you might as well swim.
On the pier, these guys on the bridge, they've got bigger things to worry about than a guy swimming. As 4 a.m. will get eliminated there by 17. It's all going to go down to Xiaowu. That is now 6 kills for 17. Boy, they were in the right place at the right time on this one, weren't they?
Definitely. Xiaowu, bridge cross denied. A lot of people in fantasy opted to go for Little Ghost because maybe they thought Xiaowu was too expensive. Well, he says, guys, I'm worth the money. I know what I'm doing. I got my 4-piece early on.
All right. Here's another fight that's about to play out. Cerberus, another one of those teams that stuck around on the island waiting to see if they could catch anybody coming out of the blue. Unfortunately, it wasn't there, but they found Weibo now. Weibo down to just 3. As you can see, FaZe actually continuing to push in. They're going to find the expendables in that kill feed.
Yep, nice push, forcing a fight on the split. They call the bluff, and they get themselves Tanwu now, Spaceman. We've seen him with shotgun in hand get kills in tournaments past, in this tournament too. He now finds himself up against Sololzi. Nice timing on the flashbang, but even more so, nice timing by Sololzi to get out of the building.
All right, Cerberus taking their time with this one. They know that they need these points. It's not likely that they're going to get much further in this game, so at least try to get something. But Shen has something to say about that. We'll find Hisaki. We'll get the flush as well. But Nixie from range. Virtus Pro, third partying.
Able to set up here again. They know there's not a whole lot for them to come for across the bridge. Might as well see how many points you can get before you even go that far. Cerberus still committed to try and get the kills inside, but Spaceman with the dual barrel able to get the first, goes for the second as well, misses the second shot. And that's going to be them out. Weibo falls in 12th.
Yeah, Duckmai, the last one alive, maybe getting some heals. Yeah, getting some heals from Sololzi. See if he can survive just a little bit longer. But like you said, you got VP all looking down on them. They're still on the bridge. Snakers from Falcons. He's trying to send it to anywhere. This might be he's the last player alive, and Beamy's going to spot him out. Another one picked up there for VP.
Now keep in mind, and you guys might not remember this because it's rare that it becomes relevant, but you can heal in the water. It's not that new of an update, but it might actually become relevant here. We saw the double nade from Xiao, who then finds the third through the staircase there as well. Impressive play, small angle, but able to find it. We saw EB fall just then as well. Caught from the other side as VP now in blue has to figure. What's the play, boys? Do we go feed points to 17, or do we just deny phase 4?
It's tough. I mean, they've got Luca Rux on the pier.
He made it across.
It looks like he's been pinned down. I'm not sure if it was Tiamba maybe spotted him, but he is not moving to get back into the zone. But he might have spotted out Tiamba and just knows, like, hey, let's try to heal as much as we can. The circle pops, goes right on to Gen G. That's not a bad spot for them to be in.
Not at all.
It seems like the hills are alive with the sound of gunfire. Sonic's starting to get involved in this phase and Expendables fight.
Yep, Tick able to find one. Cake finds one as well. That's Expendables eliminated as Nixie now falls again. Phase 5 damage. Tick's quite hard. You have to commit to those first aids constantly in order to stay afloat. Nixie falls.
Got another point for him.
Yeah, I mean, able to get more for 13 of 16 teams, this was a salvage game whenever phase 3 hit. So if you can get 5 points in this match, you ain't really gonna complain.
Yep, Beamy just gonna donate himself over. And yeah, right up against the wall. Just make sure that nobody can steal you away. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And we should be shortly down to our top 7, unless Luka Rux is still in there.
Phase 5.
Yeah, Luka Rux still alive, so VP still in it.
23 alive at 20 minutes.
I mean,
that's not something you see too often.
You want a kick in the teeth as soon as you walk in the door. Like, nobody expected to be playing in these games here today.
Nope.
But here you are, and this is your reward. You get to deal with one of the most brutal circle shifts in PUBG.
You know what, I'm going to say it. I don't mind circles being this brutal in a format where you quote-unquote only have to make top 12.
Fair, yeah. No.
If we can't throw a little bit of tantrum in between all of this, then I don't know what we should do. I think it's great.
What I mean to say is I love chaos.
There you go. There you go, my man.
I like this. Tiamba, though, they're starting to be a little bit more proactive. I know they've got 3 members of 17 pinned down in this sniper tower, and they've got Luke 12 in glass all by his lonesome. He's got Alo off to the north, so he's not the only TSM player left. There are actually 3 TSM players. Where are they? Is there 2? Okay, there's Sparky and Alo playing in the shack.
Yeah, they got isolated early on in this fight. Now we see them pushing on through. Sushu commits to the hip fire, down to just a couple of bullets left, but will be able to find Luke. Dicey for sure. The timing on that push wasn't quite there, but fortunate that Luke missed a few crucial shots, and it's going to keep all 3 of them alive.
It's a heck of a start for 17, though.
For
considering
sure.
the game and considering the circle and considering the madness, they got about as lucky as anybody could hope to get in this thing, other than maybe Sonics.
Ooh, look, Rooks. You see 3. Who do you go for? They're split. They have
nobody. You just hope. You hope that they look somewhere else.
3 nades.
Find something else that's tastier than me.
I mean, there's nowhere else for Tiamba to go at this point. He has to take shots eventually. He's going to love the nade. Already cooked it. Goes for 7-7. Instantly goes for the shots as well. Tries to deny the info. Bounces off the helmet and finds him.
Takes it right to the dome, and Luka Rux going to collect another point here for Virtus Pro. He will go down in the end, though, but valiant effort on the part of VP.
It's a point. It's a point. A point that they would have loved to have had a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
TSM,
look at that.
going to get the circle. I don't think that's going to amount to a lot of points in terms of kills, given the shack that they currently find themselves in. We'll see. We'll see what they make of it, as 17 is the first ones to move.
They're hoping Gen G gives them a little bit of defense, and so far it's working out. They managed to get the 1 knock onto Xiao, and they're going to find Lil Ghost as well. Sparking going to contribute as now 17 all of a sudden just down to Suju, who's way off in the distance. And oh, look at that. TSM going to steal that one away as well with the vehicle explosion. That's style points right there.
Nifty play coming through. Face Sonics up on the northern side. It's been quiet on their part for a little bit since Expendables got eliminated. They've kind of just shared each their side and been fine with sitting next to one another. Now, though, they are forced to move further forward. That forces Fex into the open eyes for Gen G, so he will fall. You can see here the full 4-man of Sonics. They saw James fall early. They see Fex fall now as well. They know they got a 4v2 in their hands, but it's how do you approach it?
Yeah, I think Sonics is playing this extremely carefully because they know that they are 4 alive in this circle, 16 up still. They know that they have got a really, really good chance of starting this thing off with a victory.
Oh, yeah.
And really, we've seen that's all you really need in these best-of-6. Have one good game, and the rest of the day, you're just coasting.
A momentum-heavy Sonics is a dangerous team, that's for sure. We'll see if they can make something of this game, as there's still 6 teams left alive. We hit the 24-minute mark. Sushu looking for info. Solo player left alive. He knows Pow is down here somewhere, but not too eager to make a run for it just yet.
He is not. He is in Luka Rux mode, essentially, right here. Just
he's vibing.
Hoping he can maybe catch somebody slipping.
Any placement points? Any placement points out there? Can you guys start fighting, please?
They're in 6 right now. He sees how many people are alive. 16 left alive. And oh, Alo. He's going to find CC.
Oh, they want to get closer. They know that 1 nade could be a double kill.
I mean, Alo, the TSM boys, they know, though, they can't allow these guys to get that close. So they're playing outside the shack, playing around the edges, trying to find some utility to land on them. Yeah, go ahead, put those smokes down, make it a little bit more confusing. Slow him down a little bit more. Should get CC back on his feet, but TSM don't want them to do that. Pow doing a good job of covering, though.
Sushu.
Oh, that's huge.
Hero so much further forward. Yeah, Pow able to find out, but now Sushu opens up, finds the double as well. That leaves Pow with a decision to be made. Do we go? Try to see if I can keep my teammates alive. Issues, they're caught miles out in the open. And now I think he realizes, I just got to try and see if I can get the flush on the TSM guy that I went for before.
That is big plays by Suju, getting 2 more points. Can he get 3? Pao Pao, it looks like he's got a pretty good idea of where he is. He heard the shots.
Yep.
And Pao Pao just got his dancing shoes on, playing around. He's got to play around the tree to avoid TSM, and he's got to try to dance around to avoid anything coming from Suju.
Exactly. And I mean, Sonics are looking in from the north now as well. That tree is only going to grant you cover from so many angles.
It's not great.
So the 2 Chinese solo players on the southern side are going to chill for a bit. Issue is they did not get the benefit of that circle shift. So I want to say who's going to come out victorious. I think the reality of it is neither, most likely, because once the fight comes to an end, you see, yep, thank you, observers. Those are the guys we're looking at. Sushu, jump in for more info, wants an extra point, an 11th kill for 17 Gaming.
Yeah, it looks like they're predicting that Gen G will go ahead and push on that hill, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to go ahead and sandwich FaZe. So this could be great news for TSM. Oh, there you go. Suju will get that last kill. God, he's on fire right now. 11 kills for 17. And TSM will get a few shots in him as he runs away, but this is, I mean, the 3-way fight on the north side here, especially now that Corexi gets the opening knock on a Rex. This could be huge for TSM.
Definitely could. Corexi, they need a lot of it. They're in between 2 4-man rosters. Gustav tries to go for a follow-up shot. Not going to happen. Tosi finds him. As Gen G able to rag up some points here.
Sonic's got to be running here.
Now they have to commit to it. I mean, they've pushed this far already. They have to continue this push forward. Corexi able to find one more.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics have to be sprinting over here, trying to get involved as quickly as they can. Corexi just using that tree to the best of his ability. Gen G have taken way too much damage off of this for pushing into something that they just had no idea what was going on, what the setup was. Corexi just proven to be a thorn in the side here.
The thing is, they can't overcommit in the position they're currently in. It's a bit of a valley down below, so if they push into Corexi proper, they're going to be visible. So Sonics on the other side, I like how Strimsy is just playing contained right now. Don't over-aggress, force them back. Strimsy able to find Corexi, and that's now going to allow, should at least allow, for Gen G to fall back a bit and Sonics to take full advantage of the northwest side.
Ooh, TSM starting to try to pull away from that, but Alo's going to get taken down by Barpo with a nice sniper shot. So Gen G having that vision around them to keep an eye, but it looks like Sparking's not even going to go for the res. He's just going to go and try to get involved here and try to take whatever he can off of what happens from this fight. Adder going for that res onto Rex should bring up Gen G back up to 4.
Sparking, Grocer in hand, prone among the Sonics players. H-Win is on an island of his own, far towards the western side. He might catch them off guard. If Gen G can open this up, get themselves a knock or maybe 2 onto Sonics, that could potentially be TSM out victorious. Issue is Barpo is looking for the player to go for the rest down below as the shots come through. Sparking has been seen, but Barpo getting shot in return. Finds him!
Barpo with the sniper rifle will find Sparking, and that's 6 kills for Gen G, but Kickstart will get him in return, and now H-Win can come back and rejoin Sonics, turn this into a full straight-up 4v4.
Look at the util advantage on the side of Sonics here. Gen G's got only 1 molly to work with, and I think Sonics is aware that they're running out of util down below. Rex though able to peek over, finds the first, finds the second as well. Adder gets down in return. Barbo finds 1 more, now it's just a 1v2.
Absolute filthy stuff from Rex there to get Gen G back into this, and they're going to make sure they secure the flush. They won't be able to get him back on his feet, and it's all down to H-Win from a distance. It's Rex and Barpo. They're not even going for the res onto Tosi. I don't think they can. He's way down there on the low side, so Tosi just feeding that information over to the rest of his teammates where H-Win is. H-Win, grenade in hand. He's trying to see if he can find something. That's a good grenade, though.
Bounces far. They've slowed things down. Now they know where they have him. I like this. Barbo, do not push while your friend is healing, my man. You gotta wait this one out. Rex, though, can't really take the time to heal. The Bruce pushing him forward. Now they're gonna try and make a play on it.
Don't give him 2 1v1s. That's the last thing you can do if you're Gen G, and unfortunately, that looks exactly what they're doing. H-Win gonna go to low side. Rex already low. He hasn't been able to heal. I don't think he's got anything left. He's gonna lie prone. Oh, this is a brilliant read by H-Win. Goes for the top side. He's gonna spot out Barpo. Can he win this 1v1? Barpo playing around the tree. There you go. Rex will come alive at the perfect time, and Gen G wins game 1 of Series 2.
Glasses on, focus mode is what Adder is saying as Gen G turns on the thrusters here in Circuit 2. They came off to a horrible start in Circuit 1, but here they come out of the gates in a crazy game, come out in the solid win.
It's a huge confidence boost for them on this one, you got to imagine. And then Sonics as well. I mean, they had a just god-awful day yesterday. But to turn things around, especially on a game like this where the circle is just so madness, to catch that amount of luck to where you're just still sitting on that north side when the shift goes that way, they had to come up with something. And unfortunately for them, Rex just had a hero play with that double kill that kind of secured the win for Gen G.
Coming into PGS6, everyone was talking about Rex, but it was Tosi who stepped up in the tournament itself. This time around, though, we see them fight to fruition. Great win there by Gen G.
Gen G starts Circuit 2 looking like bar pros as they step up and Rex everyone in front of them. They ended day one. They got out day one of Circuit 1. Terrible situation for them. They come back and they win the first one. That's got to be a good feel.
Do you have anything else to add up to that?
Oh, no, I just dipped my toesies in a little bit. I don't want to go all the way.
Ah, nice. I like that one.
Thanks.
Honestly, that was an insane bait circle.
Yep.
Like, that was one of the hardest shifts I've ever seen. And yeah, the game turned out to be extremely wild. And obviously, the teams that were so late, they didn't dare to cross the bridge just yet, or they waited to see what actually happened. It paid off huge for them. Also, 17 Gaming managed to get on really early, take some bridge control. They lost one guy, but still, they managed to get a huge amount of kills through the points there.
It was pretty fascinating because those bridge teams like FaZe, they did that other side of the east side bridge. They were on the east side bridge for so long, and I was like, oh no, they got stuck there, they're behind, and then it worked out really well for them because they had an easy rotation around the north side. That was tough though, because once you saw those shifts start to happen, there's no way those teams, you saw how lumped up they were over there on the west side of military, that they believed that they were going to end up fighting the final fights over here.
Yeah, and you could tell with the teams, they realized we're not going to be able to cross that bridge. Right. Let's just maximize our points by getting as many kills as we can on the other teams that are still also stuck on that military island side.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, I will ask you this because, you know, for maybe our viewers here at PGC who aren't as experienced with the way the game works, I noticed that shift in Phase 3, everyone started to push back across the bridge. There was still sort of almost a 50-50. Why did they all move so early?
It's called the land ratio, and in the Phase 4 and Phase 8, it will always go away from water. And you could see the majority of that northern side circle had the land there, so it's just almost guaranteed to go on the northern side, and the teams know that they're playing for that, and yeah, so they already kind of preemptively went there, or already knew that that's what's going to happen if the circle is in that side.
I mean, so you either move early, start looking for boats, or go desperately look for some sort of emergency pickup if you can. But Gen G comes out with a big win. This is a new roster put together for 2024 to sort of bring a feeling of Gen G is a storied roster. Their brand is well known within PUBG, and it has been a tough time for them. And this is the roster that they thought maybe gets us back into that place where we stand up and go, we are proud to be GPT. This looked good today for them.
Yeah, I'm really happy for them, honestly. This is exactly what we're expecting for such a storied org. And like this organization, again, championships under the belt, and the like legendary players have been on the roster for time and time, right? So I'm just happy to see them pop off here and get this win here. I hope it continues, but then again, with the amount of kills that they had and a win, that is going to have them such a huge advantage going into the rest of the day, right? Well, a few more points here and there, and they're basically safe for tomorrow.
But I mean, I think that's kind of the story of this game because of the wildness of that shift and how hard it was. Teams like Sonics, teams like FaZe, teams like 17, and Gen G all picked up a pretty good amount of points in a situation where Sonics was being very late to that circle. You know, that whole drive down, they were like, oh man, there's nothing left on that side. Like, this is going to be really hard for us. That shift, I think, gave a lot of leeway for some of those teams to maybe shake off what happened yesterday and get their game up and running.
Yeah, I really love the result for TSM as well, right? The kind of the e-pickup into going into the northern side circle, they got points that I guess without an e-pickup they would not have been able to get unless they were on that southern side fight here. But yeah, Gen G 10 kills for them, and of course the 10 points for the win. That's 20 points. We're talking about, you know, that 20 to 25 point hypothetical bottom 4 cutoff, right? So that's huge for them. 5 more games to get 5 points. That's fantastic. Or if they pop up in the next game, they have 4 games to kind of shuffle things around a little bit, or maybe shove somebody else off and potentially put them into the bottom 4.
I mean, if you're completely incompetent, you should be able to get 1 point per game, right? So like you are in a good position to do whatever you want going forward. Let's take a look at those stats from our winners. Barpo and Rex coming out as the superstars of that team. But, you know, it's one of those things. Tozi's still doing a ton of damage, lots of contribution, and willing to take a fight. I liked how aggressively they were willing to sort of go up on that high ground. They knew they had to get phase off of that in order to make it a game, and they took that aggression.
It's very much about hurting, right? Putting them into that position, making sure that they had the control that they wanted. A little bit for TSM, though. Sparking went, I don't know if he went back for the resurrection or if he felt that was going to be a better spot, but I felt that that backstab onto Sonics might have gained him more points than him going back, but you called it perfect.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where he pushed across. First, let's give a shout to Barpo, though, our man of the match. Comes out with 4 kills, 621 damage. No argument from me there about that one, but it was. Sparking, seemed almost like he went for that crate against like his team's wishes, and when Alo got knocked, you know, that guilt choice you make sometimes in the game, you're like, oh, I gotta go back and pick him up. But he was in such a good tucked under spot that it could have been a spoiler.
It could have been. Yeah, and with maybe 1 or 2 smokes, it would have been perfect for them because they actually had that circle side. They had this circle shifted perfectly for them to be sent up for phase 8, and they could potentially have third party a little bit more. But yeah, they were down to so little.
Now, I will say, to their credit, everyone else was fighting, and if he had made it back to Alo to get him picked up, they would have had center dot essentially and been able to play out of that shack a little bit more aggressively. So I can see the decision. Who am I to judge? It did not work out in that situation. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. 17 Gaming gets 14. Obviously, Gen G walks away with 20. Sonics, TSM, a bunch of teams who had terrible yesterdays start today very strong.
Yeah, and that's how this day 1 circuit 2 kind of works out, right? You're changing everything so much. Changed in terms of the drops changed, the priority changed, everything changed. The meta changes slightly, but we cannot take anything like in terms of meta and kind of what's happening in the game away from this game, because it was so crazy in terms of the circles that everyone is basically just saying, the guy on the north was saying, let's hope it comes to us. The guys on the south is saying, let's prepare for the worst, but still, this is where it should be going.
Right. Which, you know, TSM went and found that pickup just in case, because the second that weird pop happened, they were in the air and going. Take a look here, Lunatic Galaxy. This is a team that has been up and down all season. They're playing a little more aggressive.
Good team to watch.
Like. They are a team to watch because they've changed it up. They're playing for aggression. They're looking for kills and making some interesting decisions. So I want to see what they continue to do throughout the day. New Happy right here. How have they been as far as you're concerned? They did not start strong.
Way below expectations.
Yes.
Like, I had Ming Ming on my fantasy team, and he did not come up to the kind of the level that we know he's capable of, that we saw him do in PGS's through. But yeah, I'm hoping for big things for them again. They are a team again, legendary stages. They have won a PGC.
Yes, absolutely. And today's December 12th, so hopefully they step up and make something happen here.
Yeah,
take a look at FaZe Clan doing a really nice job in that last game. You know, when everyone's alive, you brought it up in the pre-show. When everyone's alive, they go deep and they do well.
Yeah, I honestly. There's a little bit of an equipment issue, so we get to talk a little bit more, and I enjoy that a lot. But honestly, for this sake here, again, as I said before, like, you can't take too much away from how like the game worked out, and because everyone is either making a Hail Mary, but you have to kind of play what's ahead of you. And some of the situations you saw both with VP actually also maximized. They were on the southern side, right? They were in a situation where, okay, we're probably not going to be able to cross the road and get, you know, as many points as we kind of want to, but they managed to get, you know, 6 kills and a placement point, so 7 total, I think it was. And if your bad games are 7, you're fine. You're fantastic, actually, right? Because your good games, which you're supposed to have at least 1 decent game in 6, then you're going to be double digits.
You only have to be better than 4 teams here today, right?
Sure.
And that's the goal. So get those. And what I was also impressed on in that game was it was a terrible shift, but the amount of teams that didn't get their whole roster across and back over to the north side, but the amount of teams that are able to get limpers or someone into a position to get points was actually really impressive.
It was.
It shows how quick our players are able to adjust. You know, I think for me, if I saw that shift, I would just have a mental breakdown and be like, I guess that's it for us, boys. But they came out.
Who has knee pickup? Anyone knee pick? Yeah, it's in the U.S. on the other side of the world. Okay, damn.
Right, and you know, so TSM did it, and it's funny because after PGS they said we're not using e-pickups ever again because it was a disaster there. But it worked out, and I thought it was going to go.
In this case, it's perfect.
I thought it was going to go bad though. I saw Luke go off on his own for no reason.
He took the glass house by the bridge by himself.
Out of the sky. He sky dropped on a man. That was pretty fun. That was good to see. These guys over here, Expendables, they came out very aggressive in the last circuit. They came out aggressive here today. What do you think is the upside potential for a team like the Expendables?
Huge upside potential.
Okay.
I think honestly they're a team if they kind of align what they want in terms of their strategy and everything, and they kind of follow that through with their IGL. I think they have a huge potential. I think in terms of fraggers, in terms of fragging power, I think they're an insane roster.
Okay.
Some of it what we saw from PGS as well. Remember, they had some crazy double-digit kill games, and they popped off. I think in terms of mechanical skill, they are up there, and they're one of the top ones. But still, I want to see in terms of their strategy, in terms of how they kind of approach the game. They need to be aligned with what they're starting with, what their drops is, and what they're kind of executing once they're in game, because it doesn't really follow through with what they're seeing. It's a little bit of a Hail Mary situation sometimes.
Well, that's where I struggle too with them, because mechanically, like, they're a fun team to always put.
100%.
They're usually reasonably placed. They're always great on a fantasy roster because the damage that they do and the kills that they get are super high. But I don't know how you take a team from that transition of, hey man, you guys are awesome mechanics, to get into those late games, get into those winning positions.
And I actually thought with how the circuits kind of play out, and you only, in quotation marks, have to get top 12, right? I felt like they were gonna thrive in that environment, because they're kind of that smash mouth play style, go kill here and there, push into situations where, maybe we win, maybe we don't, but we'll get 10 kills, whatever, and do it. I felt like that was gonna work out way better than it has so far, but I feel like they're again a team that's gonna they're going to work through it, and they're going to be able to push, and I think we're going to see them a few circuit finals too.
Nice. I'm getting a word that we have a couple more minutes here. We're going to be back up and running in just a second, so bear with us. We're going to make sure that everything is fair and ready for our players as they take the battlefield. Now here we're seeing our host country representing Malaysia. It is Swagadui, and I got to be honest, I wanted them to do well, Martin, because they're our host team, but so far they've been Swagadoing not a whole lot, and I don't. Do you see something that they can change to turn that around? Because again, this is one of those days where it looks like we might be losing them at the start of Circuit 1, or start of Day 1, Circuit 2.
Yeah. I feel like they're a team that is so new when you're competing against other rosters that are just that much better and that much more experienced and have an insane synergy already. Obviously, the guys, some of them have played a little bit here and there, but still, they're a newer team. Even in APAC, they struggled to get some really good positions, right? And yeah, I'm happy to see them here. Good to see Payne or Sophia again. Obviously, having him back at PGC is cool. But for them to step up, I like that they're kind of taking the opportunity to kind of put themselves into some Pochinki, Picardo situations. But overall, they got to work with what they've got in terms of if they're getting into the circuit finals, if we want to see them in that grand final, because it's different to what we're seeing right now.
Well, we also saw them build their strategy on sort of these dropping in the early rounds of assuming 17 would never be in the situation to have to play Day 1, and that got shook up pretty badly yesterday when we saw 17 struggling to get things going. Now, 17 did not struggle to get things going in this game. I know that you've got one of them on your team. You and James were cheering awful loud in that green room. What did you see yesterday that made you believe in 17 today?
Honestly, for me, like, it's not what I saw yesterday. It's what I've seen throughout the years.
Makes sense.
Right? And if you look at PGC last year, grand final, Xiaowu had like something like 28 kills in 18 games.
Yeah, that's true.
Compared to like the 12 or 13 that Xiaobei had. Lil Ghost also, he has huge pop-up potential. I love him. Usually he's been, one of the cheaper kind of picks if you can't afford Xiaowu. But he was in the right spot for me in terms of like, I'm going to take two somewhat cheaper players. So I have Nixie, Chloris, Spark King, and Xiaowu. So two somewhat expensive players, two somewhat cheap players. Nixie had an insane Day 1, circuit Day 1. We saw some of it here as well. I think he only got 1 kill, but he had like 3 or 4 knocks and he had a lot of damage. So he's one of those ADR farmers that I believe in. Same with Chloris. Too cheap.
Nixie was the one who made it across the water and was
no, Lucarooks.
I think, okay, so Lucarooks salvaged some points.
Yeah, so Lucarooks got 1 more point. He had 3 nades. He could have maybe gotten 2 if the timing was right, but it's more of a, not on him, more of a timing if they're both staying there shooting, right? So, but he maximized, he got 1 point. He got 1 point from placement. More than they could have hoped for, I would say, for how everything worked out overall for them to get across the bridge, because that bridge get held down hard.
Oh, it was gnarly.
Both in the kind of both sides, but also in the middle, and everything. It was a rough situation.
And I think that's why we saw Luke take that risk of going for the glass house.
Yeah.
Because the ability.
Nobody's on the roof, and that's why. Okay, nobody's on the roof. That means there's not that many people there.
Yes, and so
that's a thought process I really love.
And that building gives you incredible information for everyone who does make it across the bridge. You know what you're dealing with for the guys who are stuck in the middle, hiding in that little shack. Now TSM, I felt like did get sort of forced into a I don't want to say janitor role, but almost like they were the security guards for the entire circle as all of these snakes started to sort of leak in from the south side. And ultimately, I think that did cost them because they were bleeding out that entire fight.
Yeah, that other glass house on the kind of west side of the bridge that doesn't have a roof, as you talked about, they having 2 players there, if they have to go east or northeast, that is where that position really sucks. And that's why I don't know if Luke is like, okay, maybe we can get a 2-2 split or something. If it went kind of on them or further south, they were farming. Like that glass house is insane to get as many kills as possible, right? But they had to move, they had to get into a shack, so it's very much a salvage situation for TSM. But still, remember, they were on the southeast side of military. They didn't even have priority in the kind of old circle, phase 2 circle for military, right? So they actually got way more points because of the E pickup than they were kind of supposed or deserved to have, depending on how the military game would have worked.
And the shift really worked out for them. I mean,
it did.
And to be honest, with those glass houses that you bring up, they put themselves in a position where they had 40% chance of if that shift had moved in either of those two directions, they over-dominate. It just happened to go the same way the Sonics were sort of sitting with FaZe saying, okay, if it comes up to this side, we get to absolutely dominate. Because you saw, I think Corexy and Shrimsy kind of had each other pinned down for a while there, just waiting to see what shift was going to happen. Now that we mentioned FaZe, I want to go back to that bridge camp for a second. Is that something that we should expect to see from them on a regular basis, or was that just a fortunate moment where they saw Weibo coming from behind them?
Like with bridge camp, it's always about this kind of opportunity, right? It's what happens with the circle. Timing is huge on that, and also if they see someone landing close to them and how their loot is. Like there's so many kind of opportunities and gaps for them to kind of put that in there. And I don't think we're going to see it steadily, but if you see some of these crazy shifts that go north or south where they're expecting somewhere else, if you're the first team across and you're safe, you're going to get a huge amount of points by making sure you're gatekeeping the teams coming in.
Especially if you know you're kind of getting in behind everyone else. So there's no reason to rush to that circle, get a few extra points. And it does seem with this format that is the most important thing, is get every point you can, because all you have to do, remember guys, is be in that top 12 at the end of today so that the slate wipes clean and you go into day 2 of circuits, so continue that grind. Teams did not like being down here. I can guarantee you a lot of teams would prefer to just start on day 2. Now starts the journey to get yourself away from day 1 and set your path to PGC. Game number 2 on Erangel about to get underway. Let's head over to our casters. It's Toby and Poro.
Thank you so much, boys. Nice fill there, nice jab. Great info fed across to our dear viewers watching from wherever they may be, as we get a little babushka doll, I think they're called, as they can go boop, boop, boop. I don't even know where that is. You would feel like you should know where that is, but I'm not even sure anymore. We get a nice glance of Stalber, Poro, as the plane takes to the sky and everyone jumps out towards the east.
This guy says he's geo-guesser. Goodness gracious. Can't even geo-guess there.
I can't pub geo-guess.
Oh, no.
Tell me where they are then, Mr. Insights.
Hey, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, I see how it is. Win rate still prime down by Prim. Luna Galaxy, well, it didn't land there, as a matter of fact, Tian, but it didn't come out victorious, but had themselves a pretty decent game nonetheless. A game that I think many teams outside of a select few would want to just erase from their memory.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what comes with circles like that. So hopefully that's a pretty easy reset for these guys.
True.
At a certain point, you just look at it and you're like, okay, this is, you know, salvage, as you said, go next, try to get as much as we can, and then just hope that this game is a little bit kinder with the circle placement.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Only time will tell. We're still...
There you go.
Oh, an outside circle. Oh, maybe they knew. Maybe the observers knew. That's why we got to see Stalber early on.
Get yasty with it.
Yeah, could be interesting. An interesting circle based on this plane path too, because normally there's a bigger spread of teams out towards the west. Prim, Fairy Pier, Quarry, you name it, towards the west would usually be taken. But look at the concentration of teams on that southern side, between Mills of Power and effectively Fairy Pier, where New Happy is trying to go over towards. It's going to be a lot of teams coming in from that south side. It's going to be hard to really do proper wraps towards the north with how VP and TSM is already up there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of eyes on TSM. I imagine that they're going to go north, George, to loot up, but they're still all forward deep in the vehicle. Tiamba going south. You see Sonics. They're making their way off just south of Everest right now. They'll probably take their time with their looting as well. So a lot of these teams really, and you can even look all the way in Zarki. You got the Expendables. They're looting up there right now. So I think you bring up a great point that the wraps that a lot of these teams might be expecting to take normally, they got to anticipate that they're going to be a little bit more guarded this time around.
Yep. I would like to turn all our dear viewers' attention to the map real quick as we get a bit of a replay here of what happened in that previous crazy match that everyone thought was going to go military, but then it didn't. Look towards the Virtus Pro split right now. Nixie is set north side of Yas in those double barns or double warehouse buildings. That's for a reason. Circles tend to go up there, and when they do, there ain't a whole lot to play around. So claim that early on, even if the rest of the team is all the way over in Severny. Get it early, get going, play it smart, and maybe for VP, this could be a good game in the making for them.
I love that replay. Weibo was not very happy about how they ended up going there. You see the nice little spray control with the AUG from Suju there. That last game, and picked up 3 more kills. Nice performance for 17 to start things off. Even though they didn't get the win, they still got a lot of points.
Yeah, this situation here in the end of it too. I mean, again, Rex, great double kill, but it's all kind of opened up by the initial peak that we see down below. I believe it's Tosi that goes for the first peek around the bottom side. It kind of baits the attention of the two Sonics players to look over the top of the ridge line down below. And then just as they do, well, there is Rex ready and waiting with the double kill.
Gotta hit it though. You gotta hit it at the end of the day. You can try to bait them into something as much as you want, but if you don't manage to get both of those kills back to back like Rex did do, it was all for naught. Here's we get a chase. There you go. Do you actually pay attention to pro players' mouse settings? Have you ever changed? Have you ever changed your settings based off of what somebody else?
I always pay attention, and then I always forget. And honestly, I could do anything I wanted in the game. I don't think it would make me as good as them. But let's now listen into Xiaobei.
PUBG 这个游戏肯定是要享受着玩，因为吃鸡本来就是很快乐的嘛。这个游戏必须要享受过程。然后呢，坏消息是明天 PCL 有5支战队，然后好消息是5支必进1支。我觉得肯定是可以的，因为我们 PCL 赛区其实是一个很强的赛区。 只是我们还没有进入自己的节奏，我觉得后面会慢慢好吧。肯定，我觉得基本上都能进决赛。
Not fun having all the Chinese teams down here in the first day of Circuit 2. Not fun having all the Americas teams down here in Circuit 2 either for
I know how he's feeling a little bit here. But yeah, you know what? If we didn't have irrational confidence, we'd have no confidence at all. So.
You know what? I think with that first game for 17, that frown was turned upside down. They should be pretty happy. 14 points in after game 1. That is a breath of a sigh of relief. You know?
Yeah, just get things going in the right direction. I mean, shoot, Sonic's got more points in that one game than they got in 6 yesterday.
As a matter of fact, they got over double the points than they did yesterday.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's we're happy now. We're happy. We're feeling better about things.
Happy camper as the Expendables make their way alongside the northern shore towards the circle. I mean, I want to say towards the circle center, but they're most likely to try and wrap further towards the east. Thinking back a couple of tournaments, I believe it takes us all the way back to PGS3. They had themselves a phenomenal game on the western side of Stalpa. Now, this was pre-Stalpa remake. That makes it actually PGS1 then. In any case, they played a really good game out of the north side of no lead, got away with, I believe, 17 kills. If they can do anything to replicate that in a game here today, that would be that'd be insane. Because we've seen the glimmers of hope with Cloris and Tanvu kind of steering the wheels in that team. When they pop really hard.
Oh man, this man's got the links out there. He's already got 1 knock, but Mamu not going to let him peek again for free.
I never ever thought this game was going to make it into competitive. It is just so good.
The links?
A semi-automatic.
Only got 10
bolt
rounds,
action sniper. I mean, it's got 10 rounds, but that's also 10 kills.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's so good.
10 eyes.
Well, I mean, then 5 kills.
Yeah.
I'll do quick math.
Sure. Why not?
In any case, that's
put it got him back on his feet. It's
put it in the hand of these pros, and it's scary. And there's no helmet on Spaceman for a reason.
Nah. But he's got a whole compound here. Look.
That is true. He might find himself a new one.
That's actually one of the things I saw yesterday that I think was worth bringing up again is one of the things that you can take into your games is you see these pros whenever they load up the trunks, it's not just mortars and stuff like that. They throw helmets, they throw vests, all that stuff in there as replacements just in case. Once you get to the late game, you know, it just gives you that much more confidence when you go for these peaks. Yeah, that'll do it.
Where's the reaction? No! No! Oh, you just know. I don't speak Chinese and I can't read what he said, but I feel like my way of interpreting his words were pretty.
Well, he's been very animated here in 2 games at least.
Yeah.
We saw it last game. not too happy about how things ended up. So
definitely.
We'll see if they can turn it around.
Yep.
But well, it looks like for the most part, all our teams are finding easy pathways into the zone. 4 a.m. still staying in Yaz. It looks like 17 is going to go for that same spot on Lakeside. As you can see, yeah, Suzu kind of creeping in. This is pretty much what they did yesterday when we saw the same circle, right?
Exactly, and it makes perfect sense if you look out towards the edge of the circle too, that the likes of Sonic, New Happy, and FaZe as well really are taking their time on this. They know that if they try to go center now, pretty much regardless of where the next circle shifts, unless if it goes right on top of them, you can't really rotate because there's so many teams in the center already. Might as well stay edged, and then for Sonics, if it goes north, you still have the Rostock bridge you can rotate over. If it goes south, you can swing underneath, and then if you have to, I mean, kind of drive side by side with New Happy, but still be late, play it slow. It's the smarter thing to do, especially on a circle like this.
I was seeing E pickup coming in from Milta, FaZe Clan. It was a little earlier. We saw them, they started kind of making their way up the road north, but they got a little close to Luna Galaxy and pulled away, went back to Milta and elected just to take the E pickup all the way there. So we'll see how that plays out for them. Here's TSM. They are coming in just onto the western side of Severny right now, so they should have a pretty free and clear path here on the north side.
I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe don't all actually commit to this E pickup. There is a chance that they send 3, leave 1 in a car to drive below, or even just send 1, but the fact that they all stood pretty much on top of the balloon on the map right now tells me that they're probably all gonna go. But FaZe has in the past done things where they would send just a couple on the E pickup and see what they can get from down below. Seems though that this time around the whole bunch will fly forward. Nice timing on it too. They're gonna be in the center of the circle by the time phase 2 pops. So if it goes Yasnaya, they fly straight in there. It goes north, they go up towards that direction. The only issue I see is if it goes south, they're gonna have to hot drop a compound.
Yeah, that's.
But then you catch teams in splits too,
a little bit
so it
dicey.
could be worthwhile.
Yeah, Tiamba popped one as well, and it looks like they're getting everybody back together. They had a little bit of a 2-1-1 split all the way up on that northwestern side. And
So yes, drop for FaZe.
Okay, yeah.
Because if you go compound now, you don't get a vehicle.
Yeah, no. I mean, this might just be FaZe dropping into Yaz.
You would imagine.
I think.
The thing is, there's already, and that's the real worry, the fact that there's 2.5 teams in there already might catch FaZe by surprise. They're actually flying further west. They might actually be going towards, are they all committing to the Wizard in Yas Fields? That's a commitment, phase 2. But you know what? We've seen circles go down there before, and if it does again here, that could be a good game for them.
They sure are. That's what it was looking like, and that is what they did. Corexy, the last one there, and it looks like everybody's going to get away with it scot-free as well. Tiamba did not end up taking their E pickup.
No.
And it's probably a good thing, too.
He's smiling.
TSM was right there, ready and waiting. But they will not get to get those kills as Barpo's trying to escape from the watchful eyes of H-Win. But he smells something afoot here. He's going to go ahead and dip on out of there before Tosi gets in there. And now Luna Galaxy, they're going to try to make a play here for Heaven. Although they only have 2 up front guys. They've got 2 way back at Mansion.
This doesn't seem like we're going to send everything we got. I think this is, I mean, yes, they spent 3 smokes on it, but I think this is to bait attention, to try and figure, is this a split? Is it a full team set here? They only saw 1 target inside, but I think they might have seen Shen on the outside too going. If it's at least 2, that's 1 too many. We don't want to risk it, especially with the entire team not together.
You know what it might have been is they sent 2 and they were thinking, okay, well, let's take this if whatever team is in Heaven decides to leave and go.
They feel the pressure and dip because of it.
Yeah. If they just wanted to play something more central, and we'll just backfill. And unfortunately, they were able to dip on that. But Falcons will find 2 quick and easy off of the Expendables. Where are they? They are in a 2-2 split, southeastern side of Yaz, all the way off into the east. And fortunately for them, they will pick up 2 pretty easy, and the rest of the Expendables, they're already in Yaz. There's not much they can do about it at this point.
Expendables rotating all the way from Saki just to be met in Yasnaya with bullets to the dome. You see them here. They were actually trying to flex further east, I believe. Delwyn and Duckjuice were further towards the western side. They had already made it towards the east side of Yas, but got a bit too greedy in that one. Tanbu and Cloris, that is. And, well, Flood made him pay.
It is. Nice little care package for
Don't mind if I
those hanging out in the yellows.
DPS, let's go.
It'll be the southern part of a Schweigedui, or Schweigedui. I'm getting dyslexic with it. SGD, Schweigedui.
Getting in the car sparking.
Got a 2-2 split with the yellows on the south side of Yaz, but TSM, they're going to get the knock here. Gen G kind of keeping eyes on them, so they're going to keep north of the river for the time being. They should be able to get this res up pretty free and easy, but anything north of the river is pretty much free right now. So if TSM can kind of stick around here and wait for the next shift, and maybe they'll get lucky.
I was going to say it's free, and it's most likely free for a reason, because there's a slim to no chance that it's going to end up there. But hey, we don't have to go too far back to see games that swung on a weird side of a river, so who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe TSM will get the benefit of this next circle, which is just 20 seconds away. Luna, in the meantime, setting up an E pickup, and again, Gen G, I mean, trying to figure out how do we approach this circle coming in late.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were the ones keeping TSM at bay, so TSM actually going to cross that river now as Gen G just send it hard south.
Yeah.
And they are playing around the edge here. They've got Tiamba just off to their north, and let's see if it plays on. Oh, that feels real bad. If you're Tiamba, Gen G, all those teams that kind of made their way down here hoping for the best, and it did not occur.
Remember what I said about Nixie earlier? All of a sudden, that compound up north looks really
real nice,
good.
doesn't it?
But, well, no one's out towards the east just yet. Petrichor Road had themselves a phenomenal game from the yellow house out on the Yasnaya fields towards the east yesterday. We'll see if anyone opts to go there. Seems like Weibo is beelining for that exact building as TSM opting to crawl in on the eastern side of Yasnaya. Will force 17 to group up. But Academy, they know too, there's so many teams that'll have to fight their way through to get in here probably.
Look at the crashes coming through on the south side of Yaz right now. So many teams. Luna Galaxy even parachuting in from the E pickup as everybody is sending it into the city. And let's see, Weibo, they'll at least get a couple of stay alive here as 17 will pick up 2 off of Luna Galaxy. They managed to keep 2 alive at least, as that E pickup cost them dearly.
You hate to say it, but I mean, had they made this rotation by car, they would have all died. So the fact that they get 2 into the city center, if the circles keep going towards that location, that might just be GG for them, as now New Happy and Sonics, they've been driving side by side all game long, and now finally the fight comes through. Tick opening up with a double knock. Ming and AC, though, instantly there to respond.
Yeah, quick turnaround here as it's now 2v2, and it looks like Kickstart hadn't even arrived yet for Sonics, and this is all being third-partied by FaZe, by Schweigadui from Yasnaya right now. So I think the smokes are going to start coming down. They're going to try to slow this down a little bit. As Ming Ming down to about half HP.
Good nade lobbed on over. Let's see if it does anything. Not initially, at least. Ming Ming been suppressed by the nades of H-Win for a while, but he's run out of them as Kickstart. That was not intentional, I'm sure. Kickstart, though, falls because of it, too. I think he took a lot of damage from his own Panzerfaust as well.
He did, and he's going to eat that grenade and take this down now as well. H-Win just playing on these rooftops, but he's the only one left alive. This can be reset if he can win this 1v1, but they are now getting third party by FaZe. They want all of this. They saw this happening from that Wizard Tower, and if they can clean this up, it could be a lot of points and the entire south side of the circle.
Oh, Ming goes for it, finds it just before he falls himself. Jeem's able to take him out, and well, you know what? FaZe for playing it in slow, for dropping into Wizard with an E pickup. Not only do they get themselves 8 cars now, but 8 corpses to loot to make their way towards what could be next circle center as well. FaZe, nice timing on that approach. Jeems, I mean, 32 damage and 2 kills. You'll take that any day of the week.
Absolutely, and I mean they are on the very southern edge of the circle, right? Now the yellows are all still in, and you see Schweigadui just still sending shots down there. Nothing too terribly awful to be worried about here. But they're going to have some decision making to do as we see another E pickup has been popped by Tiamba. As that circle will shift hard to the east now. Still majority of Yaz inside, and all the teams that are already inside the city should be okay, but TSM, they've got some stuff to think about now. Is Tiamba actually going to use this E pickup?
I mean, if they do, where do they go?
They are.
That's the issue. They are going to commit to it, especially after getting shot at now. There's not really anything for them to do but try and get out of here alive.
You go to city?
If you drive into the blue, you're doomed. If you drive straight towards TSM, you're doomed. If you fly, there might be a weird scenario where by the time you get in there, they're fighting each other. I don't know. Good luck, have fun, boys. You're going to need it.
How did TSM not get one of those? That is unfortunate. As Tiamba will, looks like they'll go past the city and then try to drop back into that eastern edge. But that eastern edge is very occupied right now. And fortunately for them, it doesn't look like anybody's really looking in that direction. Pow Pow will go down to Duck Shoes, and they're already all very low. Pow Pow will be finished off, but Are they going to get 3 out of 4 guys in?
I mean, no, because one just... Oh, yeah, you know what they might actually have? Yep, they do. Again, I mean, same case scenario with Luna Galaxy. In 9 out of 10 times in cars, they wouldn't even have made it to the front of the city. But here, well, they make it with
worth
3, catching people reloading, I suppose, in order to make landfall there.
Well, I guess if you're dropping into the city, you assume that nobody's playing on the rooftops, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to get shot at. So the only thing you got to worry about is people that have vision on you from windows.
Exactly.
And if, you know, and if everybody's been hanging out in there for a while now, everybody's expecting people to be picking from windows. I don't know. Maybe the Yangs just weren't there, but Tiamba, they keep 3 alive, and they've got a beautiful spot inside the city right now.
Also, there's another fear factor. If you're inside Yasnaya proper looking into the sky, there's a good chance someone else in the city sees you shoot up high and goes out for you instead. So maybe the fact that there were so many teams inside Yasnaya allows for Tiamba to get 3 in.
FaZe dropped another E-pickup as well, but they didn't take this one instead. They're going to wrap right onto the FTF compound, and they are going to find somebody ready and waiting for them. They're going to find Trick immediately. Happy, though. Look at FTF is very split up. They've got 2 way off to the north. They're screaming down here as fast as they possibly can, and it looks like they'll get here in time, and Happy will find Correxy with the grenade.
Nice timing with the util around the side as Happy swings the corner, finds the second. That's Gustav now down as well. He still has Vex alive, but he's further away, so James alone on the backside of the US. Trying to see if he can find the knock on the edge. Might find Happy. No, not quite to be.
Look at Happy, man. The aggression on this kid is absolutely bananas. He's going to find another one. Actually, it's going to be Spaceman from range from Waibu that's third-partying this. But you got to imagine Happy almost had him. He had his toesies pretty much lit up.
Relo has run out on foot to make a play on this fight as well. He was all the way over towards the rest of his teammates, but now he's out towards the east face. It looked good initially. They got themselves their initial knock, but not the outcome that they would have wanted in that situation.
I mean, it's hard to... It's tough to call what they did. I mean, they had the option of either E-pick-upping and going into the city and hoping for the best, or making that crash. And to be honest, they had they had prio on it, but FTF just did a really, really good job of getting guys there as quickly as possible, and then Happy just making the hero play to save his team.
Never underestimate a team. You might think they're lesser than you, but even FTF in races like these go out and show up individually. EB falls down. Don't think there's any knocks or any rests coming through. Lookaworks is playing outside the circle right now, trying to get off angles up towards the Waibu players in the compound, but there's nothing he can really do to suppress here.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I mean, we saw this yesterday in a very similar circle. This little trench here, it's just a graveyard. I mean,
it is.
It's so hard to keep everybody alive here, and fortunately they're able to get the res back off, but they will lose Ibby. Lucarex is going to come join them now, but they are going to have to be playing with their heads held low for the rest of the game for foreseeable future anyway.
Pray that Weibo don't have a mortar. That's 3 kills in the making. Sparkin, 27 bullets and no spare ammo. Would want to get some more 5.5s, unless if you've got a 7.6 AR to work with. As now we hop back into the city. Vinny finds himself alone, lost his teammate to him as just a second ago. He knows that there's opponents all over the place, and he's got to stay alive here.
Well, then here's the push from FTF after resetting after the FaZe fight. Where are they going to go? That ditch where VP is looking pretty tasty, but they're instead just going to hang out on the top side here. They scout down, looking for the next place to go.
Stop and scout, stop and scout.
I think they were maybe hoping that those shacks that TSM are playing were free, but unfortunately they are not. So this is going to be tough sledding here for FTF.
The only place you see that's available is the location down by the antennas down below, but they've got 2 smoking cars on them, so they know what's happened there just a couple of seconds ago. In the meantime now, out of the barn building goes 17, a little ghost, as they make their way over towards Luna Galaxy. They know it's a solo in there. They saw the knock and the flush come through from him as just before. Now we'll see if Vinny can get something with it. The gas can explosion takes out Xiao Wu initially. Goes to try and pre-fire the corner, and Vinny finds Sushu as well. They're caught off guard. They're caught in a split. Not all of them were there. They thought it was going to be an easy-peasy clean up a solo, but not to be. Now Xiaobei falls as well.
Oh no, 17 falling apart at the seams here. Maybe a little bit of split communication. Just like that, they are done. And Vinny stays alive, keeping Luna Galaxy in this one with a hero play. The 1v2 holding his ground.
Whiffs the spray, but the gas cam comes to his aid. What a play. And yeah, as you say, I mean, not only getting a couple of points, but able to stay alive, see it to the end as well. Impressive, to say the least, by the Luna Galaxy player.
Okay, FTF, well, they had enough smokes to stay alive there for a little while. They'll see the circle pop and try to make a decision about where to go. Unfortunately, Samoy's going to get taken down. It's down to just Alcarin, but I mean, you can see every team looking over in that direction. But look how much control 4AM has.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the entire apartment block to themselves.
And it might just be a bit too much, honestly. I feel like once opponents start leaking into the northeast side apps, you have to try and regroup. Rather do it too early than too late. Hemes missing a couple of shots there. Onto Paint. We'll try and lob a nade on over. We'll see if we can find him with it. Should really have to hit a whole lot to get him down, and that's exactly what happens.
That'll do it. Okay. He doesn't know about Linshu, though.
True.
Sneaky.
He's been sat here for a while.
Just waiting. Biding his time. He's inside zone as well, and he's got 7700 off in the distance. That's also sneaky boy inside. As Hemes will finish off Payne, and now Schweigadui. Can they find anything else? That's another one.
It does.
Nice. Almost gets 2 of them. Oh my goodness.
Hemes is just literally 1 HP. One more nade and you can get it, but no, it bounces short. Almost had the double. Not to be the 4th comes through and goes short as well. Oh, Mings knows it too. That's frustrating.
Oh, you hate to see that. You hate to see it. He had the beautiful angle on the first one, but Hemes will get healed up. Should be able to get Solozzi back on his feet. From the future does get dispatched, so the north side of this circle will belong to TSM. And it looks like Virtus Pro has managed to survive against all odds in that ditch for the time being. And now they've got Weibo pinned up against the wall.
There it was. 5th time's the charm as Mings is finally able to lob it through. Gets the knock on the first fight. The second as Jan goes out and gets Dugmai. That's going to be Cerberus out in 10th place. We're creeping ever so much closer to placement points.
Yeah, Weibo just losing to the blue here. Spaceman will bleed out. Now it looks like Shen's just going to survive as long as he can without donating the point over. But we still got a lot of action on the south side of this circle as Falcons still have to make their way in. The Expendables in their way currently as they will lob that grenade through, and looks like it won't find any joy though.
Really want to blow up that top floor, but not quite to be. As Linshu finally, he's been found, tries to lob a blue zone nade out to maybe buy himself some more time. A double blue zone make it as he looks to try and see if he can go further up towards the northern side. But he has got Chan up here ready and waiting. Mings able to get the MK off of him as his corpse as well. Looking good for the end game here.
All right, things slowing down just a little bit here as we wait and see how Falcons decides to push through. Knock would have been huge there. Might have slowed things down just a little bit, but Falcons just going to push in, and they're going to lose 2. They're going to almost lose 3, but Snakers will, or Rello actually will clutch it out. And now Falcons up to 6 kills. Do they have time to get these revives? They should.
Yep. It's inside circle.
They are
jump
inside.
headshot through the staircase bars. That's the fact that it comes down to that, but it's always dangerous. Coming up those staircases, the first guy cannot stop. Is it a nade? Is it a flash? I cannot care. I need to keep going because when you block the stairs, we've seen 1v3s, we've seen 1v4s in areas like those before. Good thing Rello came out there and made the day.
Okay, well, Linshu getting a little bit more active there. He's going to open the door and find Tian as Schweigadui was trying to run away, trying to escape. Linshu just playing around the door, and now 770 will come and provide support as they are collapsing on top of SGD.
What a phenomenal bait setup here for Tiampas Linshu to throw the flash, close the door, and then be able to catch them all off guard. Had 7-7 been there a second earlier, he would have caught 3 guys completely blinded with their backs turned. Still though, even if they don't come out victorious here, I love seeing these mechanical like duo plays when they set them up together like this. Phenomenal, even if it didn't work out completely as they intended it to.
All right, Mings, what do you got? 1v1, you versus Linshu. Oh, nice flashbang. Will force Linshu to get on the move once again, but it's going to put him into 4AM's crosshairs. HSM gets him very low, but doesn't get the knock. Linshu can't even stop down to heal. The blue is right on their tails. And nice grenade from Bobo will do the work for him.
Godby finds one more as Mings falls as well. The solos are eliminated. 5 teams now left alive. Falcons, they had a chance to try and follow up on those fights, but they say, you know what? I don't think that's our fight. Let's go east instead. Let's go into the gutter, into the dip here on the eastern side and take the fight to VP.
I mean, this feels like the winning, very good winning position here.
Yeah, definitely.
And, I mean, I definitely like Falcons' chances on this one more so than trying to push through the city, right? And they've got a lot of utility. They're going to try to send it, not finding anything just yet. But 4AM is going to put themselves in a position to try to gatekeep this as well. So far, so good for VP.
We've seen it once before that that Nixie was able to sneak into opponents' smokes. Let's see if it works again here. As TSM actually from the other side start charming in as well. Beamy, first one to fall. Relo throws one flash, make it two over the top, but Nixie peeks on a fight the first one. Almost getting down to second player as well, but he's taking too much damage in return. He will fall to Roth.
That was filthy from Nixie, but now Luka Rux, can he come over the top? No, Falcons will clutch that out, but TSM, they've smelled the blood in the water. They're coming over here as well to try to take advantage of Falcons before they can fully reset.
Chaotic situation, a lot of pretty much split you have to go through on the fly here. One goes down to a teammate. Sparking able to find the double as a result of it too. Blood goes knocked and now it's just Roth left alive. A bit of separation, still issue as he's outside the circle.
Just a beautiful grenade from Sparking to set that one right, but no, Zepion, Shapion gonna find him from range. And there you go, Falcons will get eliminated. Nice game for them, but TSM, they've got the outside 4 AM, they've got the corner of the apartments, and then you've got the sneaky, sneaky snake of Vinny from Luna Galaxy, who's already proven that he is more than up to the task.
I feel like he's gonna have to be the difference maker here. Curious, okay, you know what? Okay, 6 smokes is what TSM has to work with. Those smokes, you might as well, once the circle forces you to move forward, throw them on the door of
force them to come through.
Don't leave vision for them to run through. You have 2 mollies. You know they're all 4 inside the same building. If they're coming out on your side, that's you mollying off both those doors. Smoke them off. Don't allow them to get any vision on the exit. But still, I mean, I love the fact that 4AM is looking for Luna's last player and Vinny still, because he could be a difference maker here had he gone unnoticed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The offensive smokes would be huge here for TSM, and they're going to loot up Falcons and VP, really. They've got a lot of loot boxes here to pick off, so they should up their utility here just a little bit as Vinny just slowly making his way through.
They know he's there. They hear the doors opening and closing, but
there's nothing they can do about it.
Full respect, the fact that he's gonna get away from this game with 5 placement points off of the situation that Luna found themselves in earlier, trying to pick up losing players on approach. Vinny has done a phenomenal job of getting points for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, he's found a spot right inside the circle. So he's
3%, you know what? I'll give him 3.
Uh-huh.
I'll give him 3%.
Yeah, give him the full 3. Give him that little 0.1.
Now, the main issue is final circle comes to fruition. 10 seconds to go until this one's going to start closing in, but TSM has to start moving before 4 AM does. Now, can they get the first line of smokes down and get a move on early on? That might just be GG for them as Vinny runs feet first straight into a molly. Gonna try and see if he can cross further forward, but that's actually him buying time for TSM to try and set up plays against 4 AM. The fact that he's baiting all their attention right now, it's going to force 4 AM out of the building.
It's exactly what he's doing, and TSM is using that to full advantage as they are running across that wide open field. Now, Vinny will go down, but did he do the job? Did he open up enough time here for TSM to take a better position?
You would have wanted to see at least one of the 4 AM players get out on the backside of the building, try and get an off angle, but because Vinny forced their attention on towards him for so long, they're all forced out towards the east now. Now, 2 players have already gone outside. Alo able to find HS with the first knock.
All blind sprays right now through the smokes, hoping they can find something. Bobo, he sees that hay bale. He's got an idea that there might be a couple behind it, but there's nothing he can do about it. You see, no grenades in the bag, so it's just smokes and flashbangs.
Oh, goes for the spray. No nade to try and get rid of that hay bale that would block the cover. Goes for I won't say a greedy, but a brave rest here on HSMM. The smokes are still deployed, but it's allowing for a TSM to push further forward. A late game FAMAS pickup and level 3 gear to boot as well here in the final fight.
Alo would love to be able to come in here from a side angle. But TSM, they can't really find any side angles. That crate actually giving them some cover more than anything here. That's a great molly right on top of them. But you can see all those smokes that were in 4 AM's inventory now coming into play. But is it too little too late?
Smokes are gonna fade in a second, and once they do, these guys are gonna be staring straight at one another. HS is now gonna lump a gas can over on the other side too. Throw everything you've got, see if you can get in. There's just smokes between these 2 players. Now Purdy staying behind, Sparking there with them. That's got me finds the first, but it's instantly taken down.
Huge trade right there to get things even as Luke 12 will be flushed out, but HSM gonna go down now as Alo is going bananas. Purdy Curdy will come in there, but TSM will finish them off as the smokes fade. nade, and the bodies drop. TSM get a win in game number 2.
Phenomenal game by TSM, but their 5th member, Vinny, made something big happen that play. The fact that he baited the entirety of 4AM's attention to him for just long enough for TSM to stop maneuvering over that ridgeline was huge.
Little bit of a misplay, you got to imagine, on the part of 4AM to not leave somebody just keeping TSM pushed up against the wall like they were. I mean, one guy just spraying over in that direction was all it would have taken, but nothing there, as now 4AM get to sit there and look at their maps for the next, their drop maps for the next round and figure out what went wrong.
I mean, Luna Galaxy don't seem too heavy, but you know what? 7 points off of that game, I think that's more than a lot of other teams would have been able to make happen, coming only 2 into that Yasnaya circle proper.
And Falcons also, I got to be happy about how that went up until the very end. I mean, that was always going to be a tough fight to push against VP in that ridge line. But TSM will secure that chicken dinner in our last game on our angle today.
TSM, after a terrible day yesterday, come out swinging 2 games in a row. You see them in the mix, and this time they walk away with it. Sure, was that win a little bit on the back of 4AM getting obsessed with killing Vinny? Perhaps, but they took the opportunities every time they presented them, and they got aggressive when they needed to.
What was most important for me was that they learned from that Yasnaya game, where they were, where VP was at, in that little ditch. They tried to smoke themselves up, and they got mortared, they got naded, and they learned, let's take control, especially in a situation like this. Taking that north side control and making sure you can kind of swing around. That's just perfectly executed.
I imagine when VP landed there that they sent the Tom Hardy meme over to them and we're like, ah, fools. Because they ended up getting some really good plays here. We saw this shift to Yasnaya. That's, you know, what the situation we talk about is everybody just firing. They're like, oh, well, Gen G died there. Maybe it's our turn to go. And the backfill too soon is the downfall of VP in that situation. Now, as the game progresses, the circle moves closer and closer to the city, and I was expecting, normally we end up back out in the fields. This wasn't really a field ending. We were right there on the apartments.
Yeah, it was. It was straight outside of the apartments, and that's why having that control, that eastern side there, or even having that north side control that TSM kind of clutched onto to those kind of the row of shacks, you can say. That control, if you're that last team from the northern side, that's actually perfect. And especially how that later circles kind of worked out. They were able to swing around a little third party that Falcons VP game, and that was just perfect for them to kind of execute. And then, of course, that 4 versus 4 situation standoff with 4AM, Vinny helped to delay. It was not so much because of the damage, it was more the delay that they couldn't really set up for a good opportunity.
And the utility. To stop Vinny, they blew off 3 Molotovs, 2 grenades, and I think a smoke to try to slow him down.
Utility was just gone.
Exactly, and that's what, if they had had those Molotovs, they could have stopped. Remember that smoke cloud that sort of Alo and Luke were able to fold themselves into could have been annulled. So that was a really nice play for them. But again, it came down to TSM, I think, keeping track of what was happening in this map. And perhaps, I don't know, I'm not going to say that there was a discussion because there wasn't. But yesterday it felt like the Americas region just was destroying each other every chance they got. This time TSM helped Falcons with the VP fight. Vinny helped TSM with the 4AM fight. There's a little more love going on.
Yeah, I asked Gunnar when he was walking behind Falcons to go on the stage, and I asked him, what's up? Are you mentally boomed today? He said, we're fine as long as you want to get panzered. And I told him, yeah, I'll talk to my people. I'll make sure it happens. Let's see how your mental fortitude is going on. But yeah, obviously it's good to see them step up here. Luna as well. Also, these situations, they always tend to get into, you know, kind of deep into the situation, salvaging with 1 or 2 players. And yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them. And overall, yeah, Americans have stepped up today.
You know, Luna looked pretty unhappy at the end of that game when the players were getting ready to sort of step off for a second. But they did walk away. I think Toby said it was 7 points. They should be pretty happy with that.
That's a good salvage game.
Especially when you're pickupping into a really heavily occupied city with not a lot of options. You saw how many teams were caught up in this. Okay, well, let's just try to pick up 3 in these sort of like little tiny fisticuff bouts, and they were able to get that much out. So they do walk away with 2 kills. Not a ton of points, but they get to 4th place. TSM, 9 kills for them. These are our top 4 teams. 4AM, another team that when we go back to the beginning of Circuit 1, did not do very well. kind of a very different look today so far.
It's an understatement,
yes.
I would say. But yeah, for sure. Good to see 4M to be the team that we kind of know that they're capable of. But then again, if you're able to occupy that northeastern side of that apartment and the circle turns out like it is, you have to get points. You have to maximize because you're able to garner so much control from that. But yeah, for sure, Falcons also being able to step up. I was kind of expecting them to sweep VP a little bit easier, but VP had that kind of 1-1-1 split with a lot of smokes and a lot of there's a lot of bait situation going on, right? It could feel like that smoke that was on Nixie was a smoke that was thrown from the ridge to kind of have a screen, to have a soft cover, right? To force Falcon kind of to go into that and kind of force or bait, to get
because it seemed like the Falcons read that as an aggressive smoke, right? And so because they were throwing so long on all of their
they were throwing into the ditch for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, so that was a really nice, and again, but that's a smart play by VP to have him pushed up there, and that surprise out of that smoke definitely hurt them and slowed it down. TSM did help them get a little bit deeper as they stabbed the back there. They do walk away with a bunch of points. Now here's my question: Sparking, 6 kills, 500 damage, going to be the man of the match. In the green room, you told me, because he didn't tell me, I could hear him screaming at the top of his lungs. He was so happy. Sparking, that's my captain, that's my captain. I'm going to go on a limb and say you're probably one of like 5% max of people who captained Sparking today. Why?
So I feel like the pop-up potential for him is just so high, right? And even though that he's actually quite an expensive player, I just feel like a day like today where the guys on the team, they work it out and they kind of put themselves into this situation. They're a team that improves vastly from game and day to day, right? So this is really why I managed to pick him and managed to pick him up here. 6 kills and 562 damage and an MVP for Sparking. Yeah, that's great. Happy to have him on my fantasy team, and that's already gonna put me up a few hundred placements, hopefully.
And you know, it's one of those things I talked to Purdy and the guys about sort of what their year has looked like and how this big resurgence has happened for TSM. And I said, you know, you guys have been together for the most part for a very long time. What was the secret this year? And you know, Kurt didn't say it loudly because I don't think he wanted his ego to get too big. Right. He kind of leaned back and pointed at Sparking quietly and said, you know, he gave the freedom to sort of get out there for Alo to cut loose. And we saw that in that fight. Sparking, Alo up there, willing to take that fight. Luke willing to play the anchor role when he needs to. It seems like a good roster. I was stressed out seeing them in the last circuit. I expected so much better from them yesterday. This is what I thought would be showing up.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, in the case for TSM, they're a team just like Twisted Minds that the longer the tournament is, the longer the format is, the better they get.
That's true.
Like the more they improve, right? Purdy, Curdy, and the boys, like they have so much experience. They've been at these tournaments so much, and now 28 topoints.
Wow, so they take lead with the total leaderboard. Gen G going to be at 21 and still pretty happy with that. 4 Angry Men from the bottom to the top as they managed to get 18. 17 looking good as well. Now remember, everyone at home, you got to be just not in the bottom 4, and so far the cutoffs have been, I think, 23 and 25 respectively. Is that what it was?
If you're like 25, 30 points after, you know, a few games, then you're looking really good. TSM now, that they have that flexibility to kind of move around a little bit, and yeah, that's going to be interesting stuff. I just checked the Sparking pick, 2.54 of 2.52% picked him.
Probably not captain. So you are in some sort of big brain category that I didn't know that you would ever be.
We'll see how the rest of the day is, but still 6 kills, a win, some damage is actually pretty high. So he's already made his worth.
Yeah. Well, and I think for fans from the region, this is great news, right? Because yesterday had to have been, it was absolutely, for being from there, one of the hardest things I've ever watched was watching Americas just fall apart in front of our eyes. Seeing them make a big comeback has been very exciting. We'll see if it continues. We have 4 more games to play. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars are happy. It's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We leave the chaotic circles on a wrangle behind and take our way over to Takeo in just a short moment. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we are about to get into yet another great game here at Circuit 2. And oh, Poro, are you cold?
Oh, you know, got to keep those hands warm just in case.
Gotta keep those hands warm.
Just got to keep those hands warm. But yeah, hopefully we leave the chaotic circles of Erangel behind because, I mean, a hard shifting away from military base to start game one and then follow that up with a Yasnaya city ending. That's brutal. That's brutal.
The day is living up. It's living up to hopes, I think, of many viewers out there. Give them the chaos, give them the hardest playing conditions they could probably get, because they are the best in the world, and we want to see them thrive. Maybe not thrive, but we want to see them perform up against the odds.
Yeah, I want to see how they deal with randomness and not even randomness, but just adversity.
Exactly.
Let's call it that.
Exactly. Well, a lot of teams did deliver. CSM, one of them, here in the previous match. They had a hard time getting a lot of points on the board yesterday in Circle 1 final, so great for them to come out here with a strong game 2 as we now make our way over to Takeo in just a short moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't discount how difficult of a game that was for TSM. I mean, you remember they kind of made their way in super late. They were getting gate kept at the bridge by Genji and Tiamba, and then they finally make their way over. They play around the lake. They can't go into the city because 17 is gatekeeping them there, and they go to the north side and hide behind a shed for 2 circles, and then finally at the end, just beautiful timing on that third party of the VP Falcons fight.
It's always weird how things that go against you through an entire game, you get so much more frustrated as the game goes on, and yet somehow it ends up being a blessing in disguise, because had they been in the city with everyone else, it could have been a loss. But let's leave Erangel behind. The talks of Yasnaya are done for as we now head on over to Takeo.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Takeo.
How pretty it is.
Right there, I've seen Alia once get a triple kill with a nade onto Expendables.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
now we.
That was a PGS2. Me and Matt casted that game.
Jeez, you got a good memory, bud. I gotta tell you, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
Can you remember what you had
out here recalling Alia triple kills on the Expendables.
Well, with that said, let's, we get this on screen again. Let's just once again quickly, as quick as
break it down.
Explain what's happening. Win rate percentages on your screen. So PUBG has done us the favor of going back all the way to PCS6. We're talking the start of 22 to see where teams land and loot and what chances they have of winning coming out of there. 15% of the teams that have landed in school has come out with wins. That's pretty insane to me.
That is. Now that is all instances of Takeo that have been played in international comp so far.
Yes, which is insane. 15%?
Yeah.
That's a lot of wins. It doesn't sound like a lot, to an unknown viewer, but just subtract, 100 by 16, you're way below 15 at that point.
Yeah. Grand scheme of things, obviously the sample size for Erangel and Miramar obviously much higher. The sample size for Takeo and Rondo a little bit on the lower side, but it's still worth noting. Right?
Definitely. No hot drops to be seen. A few, it wasn't even really fights for vehicles, but could have been, with teams opting to go a bit further down towards the southwest. As we see Luke here get himself looted on up and getting ready for the first TSM rotation, which should be, everything considered, a pretty straightforward rotation towards the north.
Yeah, they get to do it with a little bit more of a pep in their step, too, now after that win and holding on to the top spot in the leaderboard, 28 points. They're feeling pretty comfy, cozy. They can kind of open themselves up to be a little bit more risky.
Oh, yeah.
If they so choose to do so. And we'll see how that plays out. But, yeah, it looks like we are centering up around Terminal. 17 already taking their spot in the middle there. We'll see if they decide to keep that or will they flex out? I don't know. It's a big place to hold.
It definitely is. I would imagine that as the game goes on, they're not going to fully commit to it. But you know what? Now let's listen into Adder and hear what Genji has to say about the first couple of games.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm here with Genji's Adder. Way to bounce back on Circuit 2. I want to know everything about that crazy circle shift on the bridge, on the mainland. So what were the comms like? Tell me everything about it. 젠지 에더 선수 만나보겠습니다. 와, 서킷2 첫 치킨으로 이렇게 문을 열었는데 그 다리 위에 딱 자기장이 떨어졌을 때 좀 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 한번 말씀 좀 해주세요.
일단 좀 처음에는 당황 많이 했었는데 이제 다른 팀들 넘어가는 거 보고 저희도 같이 따라 넘어가겠다. 따라가다가 이제 다리에서 교전이 일어난 걸 보고 판자에 세웠는데 이제 갑자기 토시 선수가 맞다 우리 비상호출 있었다 해서 이제 비상호출을 펼쳐서 이제 넘어가서 어디 하나를 부셔야 된다 정하다가 이제 막 이런 여길 부셔야 된다 저길 부셔야 된다 이런 생각을 하다가 이제 야 그냥 토시가 말하는 거 그냥 아무 말도 하지 말고 부셔 해가지고 이제 주유소에 내려가지고 거길 저희가 먹었던 것 같습니다.
So we were thrown back from the first circle, but you know I think we saw the fights happen out on the bridge. So it was actually Tosi's call to go with the emergency escape. So and we pushed when Tosi made his call. So I think that's how we got our first chicken. All right, congratulations on your first chicken, and we're gonna go back to Tego.
Adder, such a charismatic guy as we get a little Trackmania action here with vehicles hopping on over. But also credit to Bella. That was a long answer to have to try and translate on the fly. And yep, that's how you don't do it, Lynch. Oh, yeah. We get eyes on both. Both the good and the bad shown here. As Lynch will go left, should have gone towards the right. But great insights from Ada to hear more about that chaotic first match of the day.
Yeah, and while that was going on, we saw Luna Galaxy getting a little bit too close to 4 a.m. and unfortunately they're going to lose Posa, so they get to play with 3 going forward here. As we do check in with Tiamba, still trying to make the... Yeah, there it is.
And there you go. Everyone going, Linshu, bro.
Right.
It's this easy. Come on, man.
What are you doing, man?
You're a captain. You got to show us how to do things, not how not to do them.
So you just say I was looking at the map, and then everybody's like, oh. I didn't.
Guys, I was planning on next rotation. Come on, man.
Exactly.
Can't do everything.
Yeah. I was looking at the map. I couldn't be bothered looking at the things right in front of my face.
Now, we talked about TSM just before and talked about how they might have a simple rotation that would rely on 4 a.m. and... Yep, exactly. 4 a.m. making their rotation timings earlier. FaZe have learned the hard lesson of having to go early or you go up against TSM. Seems like God, V, and 4 a.m. missed the memo.
And like we said, TSM, they've got the freedom to do a little bit more of this type of stuff, right? They don't have to worry about trying to play for late game or trying to get points right now. They're sitting comfy. Yeah. So they can stop down and do a little bridge camp. And looks like Halo, very low.
Halo got a kill with 5 damage, and they show the kill steal stats of Spark. I feel like that's kind of rude.
5? Why'd you have to know? Why do you have to put him on blast like that?
It's on screen. I have to talk about it. That's what I'm doing for a living. But it's all good. You know, we give one to Halo. Just let the rest of them come to Spark.
Poor Halo.
Yep, it's... It's always good fun. Always good fun. Beamy looking towards the northeast side. I mean, VP, as of right now, has a real good lockdown in the circle center. I am interested in seeing for how long they're going to up to try and maintain this. Of course, it's going to depend on the circles, but for how long they're going to try and maintain this split, because they have fallen into, I mean, early game casualties in games past, and I think while obviously some of them have been on rotation, some has also come because they have not been able to regroup fast enough when they've had circles come towards him.
Yeah, I mean, look, so far today, I've liked the way the VP has played. They're kind of a victim of circumstance. Oh, we see a flaming glider through the air. Yeah, no, VP. So, ooh, never mind. We got fights going on here. Luna Galaxy going to find Sparking right off the bat. Vinny holding the line here. The door is sealed. And Sparking, ooh, Alo going to find Haven. So Sparking not flushed out. They're not going to be able to flush him out just yet.
Nope, not able to do so. Nate comes around the corner, bounces outside of the wall too. I think Vinny has kind of lost track of what's happening next to him. Smart of him to try and disengage towards the western side now. That is where he has Kraken. Kraken's been hitting really good shots in yesterday's games. And, well, we'll see if he does so here as well. Seems like they will have to try and... Are they going back up to try and get Sparking on his feet? I'm not sure if they're there to commit to it. Oh,
they had to pull off of it. Yeah, they had to pull off of the grenades. But can they get there? Yes, they can. Just in the nick of time. Oh, my goodness. And
-3 avoided.
-3 avoided indeed after you got that big plays from that last game.
I'm only like 300 points behind Paperthin currently, so I feel like it'll happen.
We're not going to talk about how far you are away from first, but yeah, I'm sure it'll be.
We'll get there eventually. Unfortunately, Luna catching some strays here will take casualties once more in the early game again. I mean, came out with, as they said on the desk, if you can get 7 points every game, that's you on through to the next round easily. Yeah, that's what they got in the previous game, with only being 2 available to accumulate points through the mid game. So maybe that's their kryptonite. You can't get points when you're 3 or 4 alive.
Need to see that. Well, nobody anywhere near from the future, and they managed to pick the easy Uber pickup on the south side of this zone. They should have a fairly easy path inside, but pretty much everybody already playing south of the river. So despite the fact that this circle is, I mean, you look at it 100% playable for the most part with the exception of the river, but everybody opting to go south side here. So only about, I would say, maybe 60% of this circle actually in play currently.
Now, what I'm hearing you're saying, Polo.
What's that? Hard shift north? Hey,
I'm just
not
saying,
like we haven't seen it once already. Why not? Let's run it back.
It wouldn't be the first time today that crazy stuff like that has happened. So, Young Chun, I'm looking at you, my friend. Falcons, I'm sure, would be very pleased with that northern shift. And you know what? We have one more bridge up there now by Shipyard, so let's make use of it.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Aurelio, he's got the eye in the sky right now, spotting out Young Chun to see if anything is popping, and currently it is not, in fact, popping in Young Chun.
The bait. And it's an unintentional bait, but I think, Happy is looking in this direction. Does he spot Tanbu? I think he does.
Might have.
Now he hears him too. That's This might be an intentional bait too. It's a little dangerous because Tanbu is hitting some good shots here, but this might actually be set up for Happy to get a free kill. Wait, did he see?
I think
he's running off. He's running off now.
Happy ran away just as.
I feel like the comms right now as I'm walking going, bro, I'm out here risking my life for you. Take a shot. But
you look at Alcarin has got like 2 HP left and somehow survived, even though he was getting sprayed down. Unfortunately, Tanbu just couldn't land that last shot. But the Expendables will get back together, at least 3 back together. Delwyn already in the vehicle, and they're going for a compound. And actually on the move once again, never mind.
99.18 damage done. He had less than a single health on that escape as the circle. Well, it might not go north, but it does go close to the water. And you were talking about lack of, availability in the circle before. If no more teams goes north, this is going to be like phase 4 real estate available.
I mean, if I'm Falcons, I just wait this out.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, you just
That's
sit on that,
reasoning crossing.
Sit on the north side, wait until you actually have to move, and just watch the kill feed pop, because they're definitely going to pop. You see all those vehicles on the move currently. They are about to run into each other, and you've even got the addition of that E-pickup from that duo from Luna Galaxy. Where are they going to decide to go?
Put on your reading glasses, everyone. This one's going to be quick. It's going to be dangerous, too. We see Nate's already coming in as Cloris. It's going to open up, find Alo on the entry. Sparking, going for shots in return as Cloris is down to just 1 health as well. But that's a nice underhand Nate. Over the top, can't quite get it off in time, though. Sparking, able to get the flush in return.
A lot of teams sending it right into terminal right now. TSM and FaZe, and they should have time to reset here, but there you go. Gen G and VP going to run into each other on the riverside here, and so far the trade's going in favor of VP. 2 down as Gen G just has to survive a little bit longer.
We question whether or not VP could group up in time. Beamy just able to get here now, but nice presence and awareness from Nixie, EB and Lukarooks to hold off on the initial approach. They've been able to isolate themselves on the eastern side with Rex still out on the waterfront, able to connect a few shots, but look at this now. Flood and Falcons from the north side of the river doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, they decided not to stay on the north side of the river. They actually came over on the other side, and they have found a lot of real estate to work with here. It's working out pretty nicely for him, as Rex will get spotted by Nixie with that P90. That is a terrifying prospect, as Nixie has just been on point all tournament long, and now you give him the goated gun in the game.
Yep.
Tosi, you got a lot of work cut out for you, my friend.
Definitely does, but if there's a guide to do it, if you can bring back some of that PGS6 magic, maybe you can make at least a little bit of a wave in the water here. We'll have to wait and see. And as you were saying too, Falcons, I'll stand corrected, they crossed on over on the eastern side, but not only that, look at the amount of space they've been able to garner too.
So much space, and yeah, I mean, that's the whole northern side of that, or the whole western or eastern side. I was going to get there eventually. The whole eastern side of that circle pretty much for free.
Yeah.
As Duckmire going to get spotted out by Happy from long range. And that's down as well, and looks like these guys are going to get flushed out. This is all happening on the southeastern side of the circle, on that riverside. Sololzi not anywhere near this. Haisaki will be on the backside, though. He's going to find one as he catches Samoy not looking.
Yep, it's a good return by Cerberus, but 2 casualties taken early on, and once again, it's him has to fall first. Big loss on the side of Cerberus. Haisaki and Sololzi will now have to try and see what they can do outside the circle with the remaining players of FTF right in front of him.
That's driving me absolutely crazy going down early every single time we got my captain. Man, I need you to stay alive a little bit more, man. This was supposed to be the lobby you were going to feast in, but unfortunately that's not going that way. As from the future, they're showing off here a little bit in these last couple of games. We'll see if they can show off a little bit more. as we wait and see where the next circle decides to take us. Everybody very, very close in and around Terminal.
Yep, we talk about the loss of Himas early on the side of Cerberus. Another APAC team that's been taking early game casualties is Expendables. Tanvu alongside Cloris, having a hard time staying alive through the mid game here. This time is no different. Duck Juice, Delwyn down to just them two, as they're sat here in this building with Beamy. Happened off screen, but as things were going so good for Virtus Pro, all of a sudden they're down to just one as well.
You want some more water in your circles? Because we got it. The whole northern half of this thing, every single circle, it feels like, Toby, has been at least 40% unplayable, and it's continuing the trend here. Is we got a number of teams still off to the south that are going to have to make their way in, but again, all those teams that are in Terminal and in and around Terminal, they most likely can be able to stay there, because this is going to have to pull away from water.
As small as Terminal is, that's effectively a city right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting in your select few buildings and you're not moving an inch before you know that this circle is either coming fully to you or shifting away properly, because you do not know what's waiting behind the next door.
Yeah, and now Waibu gets to crash in pretty free and clear as well. They've got 17 just on the northern side, but looks like Tiama's the only one that has an angle on him. Cerberus not wanting to fully commit with the duo, but they'll just play on the outskirts. Meanwhile, from the future, they're in vehicles. They've got to find somewhere to go. They've got a hillside just to the north of Tiamba that's free right now, but I don't know if it's a great spot, considering you got Schwagadui just right down there as well.
That's exactly it. I mean, if FTF, if from the future can, I mean, they're not going to clear out Schwagadui right now, given that the circle's not really going to force them to do a whole lot in that direction, but if they can, that is a nice approach in the ridgeline for them to take, make use of. The thing is, we know this circle is going to come south based on how phase 4 shifts away from water, but I feel like there's a big difference in whether it goes west or east. And here we see the final couple of kills. Reset Toshi had to step up, and he gets himself a double there. The triple make it happens off screen, but what a play!
What a man! He came through in a big way for Genji. Now he is the last player alive, and he has the compound all to himself. But unfortunately for him, Falcon's starting to come over in that direction. But Tosi got that P90 in hand. He's already got 1v3 in the bucket. Why not make it 2? As Falcon's coming in with all 4, actually. He could try to turn things around here, but Falcons, they've got to be very, very cautious about how they approach this. Keep everybody together, try to figure out where this man is.
Just clean sweep the 1v3. He can do so again if you do not give him the respect he so deserves. Little Ghost peeking a bit too far to the southern side there will be found by Weibo, who haven't really gotten a whole lot going so far today. 7 points on the board here in this third match of the day, but they would want to get a lot more going. And if there's a guy that can build momentum on his roster, that is Shen. We've seen it in tournaments past. As soon as he was added to his previous roster, I mean, you add him, all of a sudden, you have DD team just pumping off. 3 games in a row, boom, 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 great performances. Get him happy, get him going. He's a dangerous man.
And you can see the impact that he's having on them. I mean, Weibo, they crash the south side of that compound, and they keep pushing forward. They keep going further north instead of just being happy with what they got. They managed to sneak out Little Ghost because of it. So now they have a complete more control over that half of the compound, and the circle obviously going to go where it's going to go.
Yep.
Where we were pretty sure it was going to go. Rather, Tosi now playing the outside. He's got one knock already. Can he make it more? Falcons, they've got to come at this pretty disciplined, or else they could lose more.
Such a dangerous individual. P90 in hand as well. Has 3 guys on the other side. Connects the headshot, takes little damage in return. Oh, an extra body shot connected on his disengage there. Gets one more down to low HP. Can't quite get in the knock zone. So many of them are down to low as it drops down. Finds one more. Will go down in the end. It was practically impossible to make happen. But look at the health bar. Falcons flood. Barely surviving. Snake is down to 40.
You know, all credit to Tosi, but that gun is a freaking cheat code, man. P90 is absolutely insane, especially in situations like that. And, you know, honestly, you've got the Expendables were on the south side of that road. They saw all this go down, but they never ended up going into it.
Regardless of gun, though, 1v3 clean against VP, practically almost pulling off a 1v4 against Falcons right after. Sure, he's got the best gun, but that is insane. The back-to-back drop shots. Oh, this man, get him going, and Genji's winning tournaments.
Pretty dirty, and they're sitting all right in second place, even though they do go out early this time around. They are looking much better today than they did on day 1.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See the Sonics trying to make their way in. They took their time with this when they were on that southeastern side of Terminal. They're going to wrap around all a little bit more here to see if they can find a way to get in without actually having to fully commit to going through the streets of Terminal, because that is terrifying.
Pain able to swing around the corner. We talked about from the future and whether or not they were going to be able to hold out. Schweige doing, well, initial contact tells us no, as Heavy tries to run on off over the ridgeline, get back to safety, and unfortunately for him, have to leave his teammate down behind as Sonic's now making a play for the ridgeline.
Yeah, they got to go somewhere, and I don't think they have any idea. Oh, these sneaky Cerberus players hiding in the bushes. Haisaki will find H-Win. They'll immediately turn around. They're going to find Tig as well. Shrimzy's going to go down as well. Of all the places that they could have crashed, they crashed right in the middle of a duo from Cerberus that was ready to strike.
What a trap set up here, hiding in the bushes, waiting for them on approach, and as you were saying, bro, they had no idea what was waiting for them.
They had no chance. I mean, Cerberus just sprung that so quickly and efficiently, and look at this. Falcons now, after dealing with Tosi and getting reset, they're trying to make their way a little bit further down the river. They're going to run into Schweigadui. Roth, the point man, very close to him, and look at Vinny.
He's been here for 3 circles.
He's going to be here for even more. He ain't moving.
He's been proed in here for a while. You know what? He got 7 games in the previous game. Let's see if he gets the circle. He's in. That's all that matters. He's in.
He's going to be eating chips.
It ain't TBP, so no one's going to be scouting that anytime soon.
He's going to be snacking.
Yep, he's vibing.
Yeah, he's doing great. Well, while that's all going on, got a number of teams that do have to make their way in from the future. Got some big decisions to make here. Do they want to actually try to get anywhere near the term?
Oh no, Vinny. Don't peek. Don't peek, my friend.
They're right next to him.
Oh, he threw in Molly. Oh, my friend.
He tried to get aggressive with it. Fortunately for him, that wasn't a grenade, so he's going to stay alive. Vinny, no, Trick will take him down. Now from the future, let's see if they got any ideas from that.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? He was so patient in the previous game. He got a little, I'm not going to just sit around for 20 more minutes and do nothing. I want to do something. Well, here he tried, and unfortunately for him, he failed. As Roth lops the flash on over, realizes there's 2 opponents on the other side. Tianchan with a Groza in hand as well. That is a dangerous fight to take. I like the bait, though, from Roth. You can see this. Goes up, throws 1 piece of utility, and now relying on the back line to do the damage from behind.
Yeah, absolutely good defense. That's why, if you're going to be a point man, you have to have that trust and confidence in your teammates. Cover your back just in case they try to push, but you can't get greedy.
Return bait.
Gets greedy on that one.
The return bait. Jervis drove off. Tianchan stayed behind. They said, you fool me, I fooled you right back. And Roth, well, he felt it.
Yeah, he bit on that one, hook, line, and sinker. And that, unfortunately, is probably going to be left behind. Yep, he'll get finished off as From the Future getting pinned down by Tiamba as well. Actually, no, it's Schweigadui. Falcons just going to try to reset. They're trying to see if they can get a position on the side here to maybe get those kills away as Tiamba just continues to work on that high ground that From the Future just abandoned.
Tiamba is playing this one smart. They know that this position ain't going to be viable for much longer as it's going to be in the blue, but let's make use of it for as long as we can. Let's make sure that we can clear out this north side of the circle. Snakers peeks on over instantly. Connects onto 1 flood. We'll find the second, and that's Schweigadui down and out.
They do lose Roth in the process, but that's 5 kills picked up now for Falcons. And they should be able to kind of retreat back to the same place that they just were. You see this beautiful ridgeline that they've got to work with. Even though Tiamba is staring them down, they've got all the room in the world to move around as Beamy will kind of sneak his way out of the blue. He's got New Happy.
They're stacked.
Just jump peeking. Over here, they're jump scouting, essentially. Oh, no. Oh, Beamy, this can't be. The beautiful grenade, he finds 3! Beamy from Virtus Pro will get 3 right off the bat as New Happy is in shambles.
What a surprise! And oh my lord, does this bring up memories of PUBG iconic moments from the past? It wasn't a 4-piece, but Xiao Z, you're now all on your own.
Give them all 4. Go ahead, Beamy. You earned it. Go ahead and try to get him. He's got a lot of vehicles here to play around with, but he has no idea where Shazet is. Doesn't matter. Kurt is going to get him for him, and that opens up a little bit of a doorway here for Beamy because TSM Purdy going to run back to terminal.
Intentional, not in that one, too. Beamy getting the nade underneath the US. They had no idea it was there. Absolutely perfect execution from Beamy, having to take that fight just exactly getting that first hit off and no ammo to spare. You love to see it.
Oh, man, you can't write setups any better than that one, and Beamy delivered in a big, big way. As we see, Trick has got the Panzerfaust ready and waiting just in case Tiamba decides to get a little bit close, but that grenade will take that Panzerfaust right out of the equation.
Yep, crucial that they get that one down. Don't want to have someone with a bazooka in hand. Shoot towards you. Not at this distance. It's pow pow. Okay, I see you, my friend. Double headshot connected. Finds Happy. That's him down, and Tiamba now with a bit of a spot inside the circle to play from.
They've been doing work on this push Tiamba has, because they've been keeping Falcons at bay as well. Now Falcons does get the res back onto Snakers. Flood just kind of keeping them pinned down here as Falcon's going to try to reset, but they've got to find a way to get inside this zone, and now Tiamba's got some hard cover to work with as well.
CC.
Oh, Flood
Flood.
again.
You have to commit to the rest now, and hope it's not even going to happen. CC is going to make sure of that. As Linshu, currently pinned behind a tree, will be able, with the smokes available, to push a bit further forward. But look at this, while that's been going on, Expendables has been able to wrap out from the northern side. Linshu continuing to try and apply pressure. It's actually going to force Falcons to reposition.
Yeah, that's a dirty angle that Linshu had. But, I mean, Falcons has room to maneuver around, so they can't escape this for the time being. But it is going to push them into the duo from the Expendables. You know, I don't think the Expendables are even, okay, Delwyn's looking over in that direction, but he doesn't spot anything there as Beamy's still surviving in the blue off in the distance.
Just saw Beamy get a triple. Like, we got to respect this guy. We can't just start looking the other way.
He's a raid boss, man.
He'll do to us what he did to New Happy Issues. They've been looking to the east for too long. Relo now up close within nade range, and he's going to find Doc Juice immediately.
Nice grenade, and that lands right where it needed to as they know there's one more over here. They spot him out proning in the bush. Yeah, he's going to see him, but it doesn't matter. Delwyn with the quick flick will get the knock on Arello.
Rosa against No West ain't gonna happen as Tiamba now continuing the run on through. They will find Snakers as well. That's Falcons down and out. Nice cleanup here from Tiamba, who will skyrocket up the leaderboard. Look at that, 7th through 13th, just 3 points apart. I know it's early days, but it's down here that these points really matter. Tiamba was sat second to last just a moment ago.
This is the joys of playing in this round and not having a team like Guangdong Freaks eat up the entire, all the points in the lobby, as we see a little bit more parity throughout up and down here as you see Tiamba still looking over in the distance for the Expendable. Oh, our hero has been spotted out by Purdy Curdy. And that'll be it for him, but man, that is a highlight for the ages there for young Beamy.
Definitely. Nice guy. Deserved the praise. Deserved that one right there as well. Circle now swings towards the north again. I mean, I like that the observers are highlighting it. If they can clear out Expendables, they can play around the crates. I don't know what their smoke count is.
How many crates
but everyone's going to have to fight out of the city. That's 1, maybe 2 teams making it out of there alive. Tianba is looking really good here if they can clean sweep Expendables.
And you see none of those teams want to leave the city first, as they would be completely exposed.
Oh yeah, there's nothing to play.
No, there really isn't.
Especially not because you're running uphill out of the city, so you're revealing yourself to the rest of the teams that are still inside.
Yep, they're just hoping that somebody will cross first, but now FaZe slowly making their way through. They pass right by Spaceman and have no idea that they've got a guy right behind them in their midst, as everybody's kind of focusing down on 17 right now. Weibo and FaZe as, okay, TSM's going to try to make a little bit of a push here at least, but that's a good blue zone grenade. That might be it for Xiao Wu.
Jammer pack.
Got the jammer pack. Okay, good stuff for him.
Yep, able to stay alive with only 1 blue zone locked in. Shouldn't be too much of it either. Xiao Bei is going to tank a bit of blue, saying, you know, this is fine. I'll make it happen anyway. Sparking now trying to hold off against 4AM, who's opted to push on out these nades.
Oh, come on. You got to get that in there.
Look at the HP. Second one that was there. Look at the damage come through. Xiao Pian with a triple. Gustav with a double. 5 players down instantly.
Huge stuff, and there you go, the grenade.
Make it 7.
Why not? Let's make it 7 as Tiamba clears up the entire north side, but now 17 has gone down. FaZe now have to turn their full attention over to Weibo as they are right on top of each other. The grenade's coming in. Do they know even where to throw it right now? Okay, he sees them at the very end there. Spaceman has joined the rest of his crew, but Gustav will spot him out.
Blink of an eye, 11 players down, and we're continuously racking up the numbers. James corrects, he thought they had a safe crossing, but shut down by Weibo, who are continuing to rack up points. 1 player knocked, should be able to get him back on their feet, but right now it's Tiamba sat outside here, ready and waiting for them. Shy, what do you do from here? You've been seen, but Mamu with a good nade finds Vex.
While this was happening, 4AM clear cleaned up TSM, but they did it at a big cost. They only have 1 player left alive. So whoever comes out of this fight, hopefully they can keep as many people alive as they can, because they've got a full 4-man squad of Tiamba that's just waiting for them to come down.
Mamo. The fact that he's not used his pants yet is insane. Yep, can't commit to that rest there. Not gonna happen. Go out on the edge of it, see if you can make it. So, Vex tries to crawl to the very end. This is now starting to chunk. Blue hasn't crawled on through just yet. So Gustav might be able to go for the rest, but that second blue zone is gonna deny that opportunity.
Oh, actually, maybe? No. Okay, yeah, no. Gustav, you're on your own on this one, big guy, as grenade will come through, but unfortunately for him, Weibo already on the move. Once again, this could be huge for Weibo, as they have been having a rough start of things, as Xiaopiang going to be the last player alive. 4 a.m. hiding in the smoke cloud, but Tiamba doesn't want to waste any time. They want to get rid of this man.
Xiaopiang just got a triple with the nade. You do not want to be within range of this man. He only gets 1 point off of it, unfortunately for him. But you can see Tiamba fully committed to clearing their side of the circle. They know there's a fight to be had on the other side soon, but they have to take out this solo first.
Tiamba being very, very risky with how they're approaching this one by sending 2 and 2.
Yeah.
They have this thing in the bag and secure. If they don't take any losses, Linshu will go ahead and push right on top of the rock, and there you go, clean it up, as now we are down to our top 3.
12 kills for Tiamba, and they're all out there representing with their points. A phenomenal game, a game we've been waiting to see for a team who really struggled on the first day of Circuit 1. Shen lops a nade on over, will find one as well as Gustav falls. Weibo and Tiamba, 2 teams on the bottom of the leaderboard coming into this game, will try and fight it out, but now in a 4v1. Sai, oh Sai, what can you do? Are you gonna deny? I think that might just be the play here. See if you can rest one and then go down. I'm not sure, but this is gonna be close to impossible.
Oh, and you can hear Tiamba just screaming in the background. They are so pumped for this one. It has been a rough tournament for them so far, but everything fell right for them on this one. And give them the jump shot to finish it off. Linshu, you deserve it. 15-kill win for Tiamba.
The early backfill up on the hillside to go behind FTF to then take out both them and Swaggy is what enabled them. They played this game. They play so good on the edge normally. We just have not seen it recently. But here, a good glimpse into the powerhouse team that Tiamba is.
I mean, this is, like you said, everything just laid out perfectly for them. They never had to worry about their backs. They had never anybody third-partying them from range. They got to just play the game that they want to play, and they played it so well there.
You do not come out as the first seed of China if you aren't capable of making plays happen, and they showed it right there. 4 a.m. Yet another chance, yet another endgame presence, but that's going to be it for Rondo. Let's get back to the desk before we head on over to Rondo.
We've played 3 games, and 2 of the chicken dinners have gone to teams that got knocked out on the first day in Circuit 1. It seems that they learned their lesson, and they're back to not let it happen again. Last time we saw Tiamba, Martin, they had 23 points. T1 had 23 points, and they lost the advance to the next day. It seems like now that is no longer a worry.
No, and Tiamba had 7 points going into this game, right? So they had a huge game here for them to secure themselves. We're halfway through the day, and now they can consider, okay, what are we going to do in our last games? What are we going to do in Miramar? Are we going to push someone out? Are we going to try to do some hot drops? Or, yeah, that's kind of scary for some of the other teams, because Tiamba, once they have this kind of confidence, they're just going to be in a different level, because we know they can frag out.
Absolutely. It seems like they're the kind of team that might be a little more aggressive with this advantage. Gen G got that first win and has felt more like they've been just kind of having a good time since they got it. Whereas I feel like Tiamba is one of those teams that may really try to utilize this to cause a little bit of trouble. So we'll see what happens as they move forward. That was that attack. Oh my gosh. Sonics crashed this ridge and thought everything is fine. No one is shooting at us. and Cerberus is just sitting in two bushes. They were playing like toffees. They were just hiding in a bush, and it worked. They wiped them.
Oh my God, this nade though from BB. Well, two knocks from the nade and one from the gun, but that was just insane. Maximizing, salvaging points for VP there. They really needed it. And honestly, in this situation here, that might make them safe going into the kind of last couple of games of the day here, going into the fourth match.
It's interesting because it is. The mentality for a lot of these teams has just been salvage for these first 3 games, which I think is actually causing a little bit of trouble as they move into the final rounds of these circuits where salvage is no longer the name of the game, right? You have to sort of treat it like you're in a push to the final. So it is, I think, been a little bit challenging for some of these teams to wrap their head around this format, but it is the second of 3 circuits. So I think learning phase is over. That's what we're seeing here with teams like Tiamba, who are finally putting up some bigger numbers. Now, VP has had a pretty good day today. Well, a couple of guys beat me this time around have really been stepping up and making massive individual plays.
Also, even in the game with the bridge, Beamy got like a few extra kills here and there. It's like 3 or 4 kills from him. I think he has 7 or 8 maybe total kills so far today. It's really been looking good for Beamy, and I think he was like a 15 or 16K pick. So yeah, huge for the fantasy pickers out there for sure. But yeah, VP looking good. Obviously looking to get into the kind of next stage, but still also now have an opportunity to kind of look into it. And this is where you kind of have to take a choice. Once you're in that 25 to 30 points mark, then you have to decide, okay, are we going to play for ourselves and try to maximize our games and try to kind of play for that late game? Or are we going to try to mess and push some other teams around on some of the drop spots that they potentially want them for themselves?
Or even for some of these teams that I think struggled at the finals yesterday, maybe even just try the system a little more. Just say, okay, let's really see what works against some of these teams. Because the unique advantage that is kind of existing here is some of our top teams like 17 and stuff have really, because they're here today, you can maybe test something you've wanted to try against them without a lot being on the line because you know that you're sort of over that 23 mark. So I do look forward to seeing kind of how that continues to play out. Another team that walked away with some points there that desperately needed was Weibo. They have been very slow today. They got caught in that FaZe Clan bridge camp, and since then it's been a bit of a kerfuffle for them, but 8 kills and second place, and we're very happy with that.
Yeah, they had 6 going into this game here, so they really needed those points. Again, team that struggled a little bit in Circuit 1, and we know these guys can frag. We know these guys can play really well, right? Sophia is in a situation, well, for Shragadui, Sophia is not Weibo Gaming, that is Shen, I was going to say, is in a situation where he has experience from PGC. It shouldn't be pressure that's coming to them for this situation, right? And I mean, now, with 8 kills, some good placement points, that should be kind of pressure off, and you can kind of relax a little bit.
Maybe Shen can show everyone what he's really got to work with there. TSM, another big game for them as they come out with 6 kills, and then FaZe at 3. FaZe having a pretty good day today, and I won't say it's like... FaZe is fascinating, this new iteration. It's just like they're not walking away with these crazy chicken dinners. They're just grabbing points constantly, setting traps, going out and punching people in the face.
It might be 9th place every single.
Yeah.
You know, that's just what they're aiming for. Just
they
to
want
get
that
as many reps in now.
Get those reps in. I cannot believe that that is true. You never know. All right, let's look at the WWCD team stats here. CC and Linshu coming away with big. Actually, Pau Pau is, wow, the whole team. Okay, who am I talking?
Just going crazy.
They just went bananas. They went, but that's what they needed, right? Especially after what happened last, I keep saying last week, but it was last circuit. They know that you cannot leave it. So, well, you can't leave it to the very end. Do you remember the fight around the rock where literally it came down to, had they looked in the right direction in that split second, and leaving it to there is just not something you want to do. CC108 will come away with our man of the match with 4 kills and 500 damage. You can look at that performance comparison, significantly bigger performance than he has been averaging lately.
Yeah, I'm really looking for, like, for Tiamba, like, I'm really looking forward to see what this can kind of get them for the rest of the time in the circuits, both Circuit 2 and of course also going into Circuit 3, because this is kind of the ignition maybe for them to start this up. 25 points here. They usually and have been having these kind of banger games where they just go out and frag. We know Pau Pau and the boys are really capable of it. We saw Linshu throughout the year really have some insane games throughout PGS2. And yeah, I really like what I'm kind of hoping to see from Tiamba here, because this could definitely be the ignition chance.
We'll keep talking about them in a second, but here's the total leaderboard. Tiamba does move up into 2nd place. Remember, they were struggling prior to this one, and now look at these guys up here happily with 32, TSM at 37, and it does drop down from there. Now, we're 3 games into this. The cutoff was 23 points last time we had a day 1 in a circuit, and pretty much everybody is below that. That said, those who are on the far right, that 13th through 16th position, actually really 10th and down, have to be getting a little bit stressed out right now.
Yeah, I mean, a few more, 17 points, like 12 below, as you said. It's kind of scary, but again, one big game. We have 3 games to see it. Could be any of these. For me, New Happy Esports and Cerberus is the 2 biggest kind of surprises to be this low. Sonic, sure, they had a rough day yesterday too, but still they have to get started. And some unfortunate circumstances happening for here in Cerberus's case, right? A lot of their points just came from this game, right? They're able to frag out and take out Sonics in this situation here with a insane pincer maneuver, 1 on each side, and they're like once one guy starts shooting, then all their focus is there. Then you have Solal to pop off and have kills there too. Like, it's just so unfortunate for them, and this is something that is extremely frustrating. You just need to shake it off, and what's really good is obviously we're going into a different map now. So you can kind of have that mental reset and say, okay, now we're gonna go to Rondo. Let's play our game and focus on what's ahead.
Absolutely, and I think that it will be interesting to see which teams pull that out. And I think the good news for everyone right now, to a certain extent, is that they've been spreading the wealth into those top 3 teams. So everybody's sort of sitting at that 30 means that there is enough teams that have that chase off of one big game. Now, I do want to go back. We talked about Tiama. They got this win. This is a team that I expect good things out of. You know, PGC 23, it was 9th place, right? They added CC 108 at the start of this year. It's been slow for them, I think. Regionally strong. But
maybe they had some crowd control on them.
Right, add a little crowd control and you can step up to the next level. But they're one of those teams, a lot like Luna Galaxy to a certain extent, where like they're regionally strong, but when they get to these internationals, they seem to fall off dramatically. It feels like they're doing a lot better. The question is, with this boost of confidence, with the fact that they just got that win, can they do another one today?
Maybe they'll come Test Track and Nex Factory just for fun.
Just for fun. Everybody wants Test Track, and I want to see who goes to Test Track. Guys, it's time to get into our 4th match of the day. I hope your condo is ready, because I want to get me some Rondo, baby.
Over to Rondo we go, and you know what? Martin wants Test Track, Toffees wants Test Track, and I understand why they want Test Track, because according to our statistics, with this amazing double plane coming in, you have a 25. You have a 25% chance of winning a game if you drop in Test Track or Neox Factory. And I think, you know what, part of the reason that we have this statistic is because
like
A, we've only had so many Rondo games, and B, every time we've had a Rondo game, there's been like 3 teams there. So from the teams that land there, which is half of the teams in the game, it kind of makes sense.
It's always like 17 and Navi, and it's
and they come
like
up
some of the heaviest
victorious
hitters in the lobby.
Because where do the games end, or where did they end in all of our first games in this map? In Test Track.
There you go.
So surprise, surprise, you can come up victorious if you're there. The thing is, now both 17 and 4AM are going to go there together. You have to imagine one of them will come up short.
Got the double plane this time too.
Exactly.
That's going to add a little bit of an element of spice to the early part here. But it looks like everybody's going to be avoiding each other for the most part.
Jadina City.
Jadina City, you think?
City.
Let's do it.
Jadina City.
I want it.
Say it with me, Chad. It's about time.
Yeah, say it with him, Chad.
Escalator endgame.
Oh.
Test Track. Okay, you know what? That's the second best. That's the second best option.
It's about to hop up to 35%, isn't it? Oh,
it might. No. It might. We might see 4AM or 17 get our way with a really good game. The weird thing is, the fact that they're currently sharing this means we won't see that one team pop off because they can't go out, aggro peak and everything. You know what? Oh, even the servers are doing us dirty. Look at how cool this city is with escalators and stuff.
One day.
One day.
One day.
One day. I'd like to do the math on what's rarer. Miramar Island endings or Jadina City endings? Because currently we haven't had one Jadina City ending. Therefore, that's gotta be the rarest one.
Well, currently, I mean the number's a bit more skewed in Miramar's direction, but also, hey guys, if you want to check in on that multi-view, make sure to go over to PUBGESports.com and you can watch the in-game perspective of one of those 6 teams today. Obviously, every day we'll be showing a different set of teams, so make sure you keep an eye on that. Make sure you watch when your favorite team's playing.
Today, it's an advantage if you speak Chinese, because there are
very good advantage
POV streams for the Chinese teams. Maybe you know what? Maybe you don't speak Chinese. You just open all of the POV streams and you learn Chinese.
Hey, there you
Maybe
go.
that's the way you go about it.
Yeah,
if not, then stay here with us and enjoy what could potentially
learn Danish.
But I'm not gonna start casting.
Danglish.
Danglish. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that for a bit. You know what? Sonics, they're having a hard time. Let's listen in, see how they're feeling.
Confidence
confidence level is a little too high coming into the tournament. Other teams, they feel hot coming off of Circuit 1 and 2, so, you know, it's a slow start for us. Traditionally, if we start slow, we finish slow, so it's time to break that curse. I mean, people are well aware that we're capable of winning, so I don't see a reason why we wouldn't get targeted. I'm expecting teams to just absolutely troll us, but I mean, top 16 out of 24 is something we should be able to achieve even against the odds.
Well, he's not wrong. You should be able to achieve it. Unfortunately, they're sitting in 10th place and right on that cusp, so they still got a lot of work to do. I'm sure that's not how they wanted to be sitting here, as Beamy continues to be an absolute menace right now. He was the last player from VP left in this city. The rest of the team has already left. And now Gen G, they're sending it over here to try to get rid of this man, but he is not going down. It looks like he's going to be able to get in the vehicle and get on out and rejoin the rest of the boys.
That's what it took. A flipping Pico. That's when you know, okay, this guy's insane. He's pulling up. He's pulling up way too hard. I got to get out of here while I still can. Smart and Beamy getting 100 damage in. Not only the knock, but also, of course, intel on the team that they have in their nearby vicinity as they make their way closer towards the circle center.
Yeah, they already got a foothold as well.
Yeah.
Got two guys in the inside the compound. Nixon came here to provide a little bit of emotional support for Beamy. He's like, I don't need it.
I don't need it. I'm good.
I'm so good. Well, you get to see a little bit of a recreation of what Tosi did in this last game, which was absolutely filthy and probably illegal in several states. Oh my God.
Oh, that's the one we missed.
That's the one we missed.
Did you get out of the car? Like, no. We all got exploded.
Yeah.
And the last game, I mean, that Taiko match was nades galore. I mean, we must have had at least like 10, 12, maybe even 13 nade kills with the last 20 players alive. That was wild.
Yeah, the explosives today have been on point.
Yeah,
it feels like these guys are absolutely feeling it right now. I would venture to say they're warmed up.
We brought it over from the show match.
Yeah,
explosions. They continue.
That's all we need. Every tournament, we just have a explosives show match and get them going to start things off. But yep, there you go.
Now we've seen a 400 DPI user and an 800, 16.
This man breathes.
He's a flick master.
Yeah, he breathes funny, and the mouse just goes halfway across the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Whatever works for you, and obviously that works real well for him.
Interesting fight coming up here, potentially. I mean, we talked Expendables in the previous match. They've had a hard time today. 4 points on the day.
Not great.
A team who, I mean, yes, they can be somewhat hit or miss, but I feel like with the last couple of tournaments, they have grown. Especially the likes of Cloris, the likes of Tanvu have found a really good dynamic in their 1-2 punch, especially in early game fights. And they had themselves a very, very good Rondo game last time they were here, a couple of days back. So let's see. Let's see if they can make something happen here as they're slowly encroaching on Gen G.
We saw the comparison of performance from Tiamba from day 1 to day 2. Now, can't disregard the fact that pretty much all of that performance from day 2 so far has been in one game.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, you know what? All it takes. You saw one good game from Tiamba. They've been kind of treading water here for the most part, but they had that one big game, and now they're in second place, and they're pretty much shoo-in for tomorrow.
It's best of 6s. The only place where we can jump from 15th to 2nd in one game.
That'll do it.
Yep, that's pretty decent. Ain't gonna complain about that whatsoever. And it's a lot of breathing room for them now to go out and start messing with people that were messing with them coming into the Circuit 1 finals.
Let's see, Gen G.
Gotta respect Tosi.
Yeah, you gotta respect Tosi.
Gotta stay on your toesies.
Gotta, please stop. They are a little bit close to the Expendables on the eastern side. They got TSM on the north, and Luna Galaxy, probably the more pressing concern. They're still in vehicles coming in from the south, so they may get a little bit closer. Oh, Delwyn got that Lynx in hand, so feeling pretty lynxy.
Lynx shotgun. That's like maximum damage per bullet loadout.
Truly.
Ooh, a quick spot of Lucas. Well, that's actually kind of big, because keep in mind, again, Expendables are currently looking to try and do some more damage to Gen G, but the fact that Delwyn just glimpse, I mean, very, very quick spotted the player on the north side. And guys, we might want to turn our attention elsewhere, because while we're trying to third-party some people, we have eyes looking our way too.
Rello trying to scout out a place from the sky for them to call home here. I don't think he saw anything on that first scope in.
Nope.
But they're still snooping around, seeing what they could find. Meanwhile, this is on the very far western edge of this zone. As Schwagadui getting kind of close to FaZe. I don't know if either one is really aware of the other's presence just yet. FaZe still on foot. And you can see one Dorito from Fex looking up in this direction, but nobody else really looking over here yet.
I mean, they're here in the vehicles, and as for right now, I mean, FaZe no hurry to push forward. They're continuing to try and make sure no one's coming in behind them. And I mean, even more so when you know you have opponents close to you on the inside of the circle. If you're forced to take a chaotic fight on the edge, they're going to instantly peek over towards you. So smart on FaZe to slow things down here. Now they're going to hear the vehicles leaving as well. That's going to allow for them to push a bit further forward and scout further inside the circle. But even with that intel, they're still going to look towards the west to make sure that they're playing backs free.
Yeah, and I think that's a lesson that a lot of these teams are learning right now in these lobbies, is that you got to be so very careful about what's behind you. As Tian, he's going to find out the hard way. Sonics will get the drop on him. Kickstart will get that point, and the rest of the SGD boys will have to keep on moving.
Yep, one player down. One player down, and SGD, there's no point in them trying to turn around here and make something happen.
Well, they are only two of them. The pain isn't even with them.
Exactly,
right
exactly. He repped further towards the southern side. Him has a few parting shots towards the south, as he's going to reveal to Sonics that he is where he currently is. As now we see the top 5 kills here. 9 on the side of Beamy. Sparking still sat in first place at a solid 10 with 1,200 damage done so far.
Good Shen showing up today. Yeah, it's been a nice day for Shen. 8 kills. We still got 3 more to play. Still got a lot of PUBG left on the table before we decide who that top 12 will be.
What?
To go to tomorrow. As look at that.
A test track circle?
Test track.
What? Never have I ever. Falcons were well aware of this, of course, staying on the northern side. Flood far towards the northwest. He's going to now have to try and see if he can regroup with his teammates as Cerberus trying to make sure no one's getting past them. Issue is they're missing crucial shots, so FaZe will be able to run the gauntlet towards Test Track itself.
And they got a nice little line to run down this roadside. Tiama getting over there again, but it still might be a little bit too late. We got an E pickup in, but nobody taking it. I think that was from TSM, so that's just going to fly across the sky. Cerberus still just putting bullets into the roofs of the vehicles of FaZe.
Yep, Vex will be able to make it through as well. It's always dangerous being the last guy in rotation. All of a sudden, all the eyes go on you, but he's actually going to be the one to go in with least to make that
Jeans
0 damage done. Yeah, exactly. James, first one to make the move. Just take it down low, but all of them are going to be able to get there. They will stay out on the western edge of Test Track itself and stay in a position from where they will be able to hold out other teams making their way towards the facility.
Seen teams play this bridge spot before, and it is pretty spooky.
Yep.
It's not great, and to have to take it this early feels a little scary, as well as when you got so many teams still on that western side.
It comes with a risk for sure, but I like the idea of them setting up here now, and then hopefully once other teams come and approach. Oh, that's a good nade. Spatesman with the nade coming through, finds the double on approach as well. FTF not aware of what was going to happen before they were all hitting the ground.
He beamed him.
You hear Shen in the back as well.
Shen, why are you stealing that man's kill, man? Yeah, he's letting him know.
Boy.
You can see him screaming there as FTF. It's all down to Akarin, as we have now just seen back-to-back games, Toby, with a 3-piece off of 1 grenade.
3, 2. Oh, nope, he's turning. He realized. Okay. He realized this was not the direction to go in. But again, this actually goes back to what I was saying just before with FaZe's position. If they can sit here and just keep everyone else at bay, and should the circles keep going into Neox, they're going to play backs free again, similar to what we saw just before in their approach to the game from the use and the position as Barbo. Getting a little close to danger here as well. Posa, full control of that gap tower.
And the rest of Gen G is gone too, so Barbo, the last player left alive for his squad. We've got 2 solos already, and we're only 12 minutes in. As you check in with Virtus Pro, they know that SGD is around here somewhere, and they're just playing around these little hillsides, waiting for somebody to make a mistake.
Yep, they're gonna linger. Gonna sit around. They've heard the vehicles from Schweigedui, and with, I mean, where they're currently set, hoping to dear life that somehow this circle will not go Neox factory, they might as well sit around for a bit.
Oh no!
Sparpo bolt action in hand. Has no clue what's waiting for him on the other side of this hill.
What you see with them granny glasses? You see everything.
He does.
See the future.
He does.
Hopefully, unfortunately, he couldn't see the present when
He
the
sees
rest
a
of his
rock, then
team
he's
got
gonna prone.
murked. But yeah, that looks like a great rock.
Oh no, he gets shot. Oh, what did you say?
It's not a great rock
what
anymore.
What did you say?
I lied. The rock is a lie.
Ooh, okay. Southern shift, maybe. Just maybe we're going out of Neox proper. Makes sense again for VP to opt to stay where they were. Issue is now they're going to have more company coming. You'd imagine all the way up to Weibo really is looking to go down towards the south. Again, the X marks the spot on the western side there for Cerberus. A big fight could happen there between Cerberus and Tiamba, and then look for Weibo to up to try and third party.
Yeah, I got to see how quickly TSM gets back together here.
Yeah.
As, I mean, they're on the move, but they're not really pulling back, and I'm assuming Falcons must have spotted something. As I mean, they've left Rello off to the top, maybe swapping out cars, but that might actually give TSM enough time to get everybody back together. As you see Shrimzy will dispatch of Shen, but not going to be able to get the flush, as Barpo will get finished off by Gustav. The rock was not good enough.
Not the place to be. The one rock within 300-meter range was not the place to prone.
Unfort.
Now, this knock onto Shen might not matter too much in the grand scheme of things for Sonics, but for Weibo in terms of how they can approach the next circle. Issue is that it allows for Sonics to try and wrap around. I like this approach. Issue is it might be too late because they've already gotten the res up.
It might be too late, but then I mean, you have the additional factor of FaZe just in a perfect position to kind of gatekeep a little bit, and then Tiamba as well. So Sonics, they're kind of running right into the teeth of the gauntlet again, and so far they will stay alive.
Where do you stop?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? They're trying to send it into something. It looks like they're just going to run right in the middle of the Tiamba split. Okay. But H-Win will open things up. He's going to find the knock on a CC-108.
Who shall open us? Shrimzy there to find Pow as well. That is exactly what they needed. In the midst of the chaos, they keep their peripheral vision at 100%. And able to spot these people waiting for them to get out of the cars and instantly shut them down. They were very quick to fall in the previous game against just the duo of Cerberus. This time around, though, not quite the case. They stay alive with all four and are now on the move again.
That was a very high-risk play.
Oh, definitely.
That was very well executed in the end there by Sonics. They end up getting away with that one, and they'll find a little bit of a spot here to play. This is just on the inside of the zone. And Tiamba, they have to deal with Weibo. The seat swap from ZYY will find 770.
Sonic's going to come up here and join this party as well. Now H-Win able to peek on over. Keep in mind, FaZe on the east side of this fight as well. This nade could be good. Second one should get him down as the first one does, and yes, it will. That's going to be Mamu knocked high, completely out of it. And good thing for Sonics is they've yet to take any casualties off of this. So FaZe not too eager to push, but now I say that too soon. Himas finds one, Shen finds another, Shen finds a second.
Look at this, James getting involved. He's way out there. He's going to find Weibo. That's them going out. Now Sonics, they've lost one. Will FaZe, actually two down it looks like. So FaZe full commit here, or do they keep going with the circle as the zone has pulled away? It's actually just down to Shrimzy.
Exactly, this is the issue, right? So many knocks on the outside here. What do you go for? James committing to the blue. The single player from the team opting to commit to the issue is he's caught on the backside of it, but this nade under the car. Oh! Doesn't get Shrimzy all the way down, but damage done to him. So even if it's just phase 4, Blue would have to imagine that he falls, and indeed he does. Fex able to find him.
They got a couple of those points stolen away from him, though, as Ducknai managed to sneak his way all the way up here and third party those away. But now FaZe, they are on the clock. They know exactly where those shots came from. Ducknai going to have to do a little self-defense as the rest of the Cerberus boys still looking over here. But again, all this going on outside his zone, Toby. They've got to figure this out before they start making their way in, though.
Even if you clean out here against Cerberus and make your rotation in from the western side, there's nothing to play from in this area of the map. VP sat here ready and waiting. Luna should be as well. But Luna has a whole other fight on their hands now with New Happy opting to engage on this one, but it's going to be 4 AM from behind to find the openers. Nan falls.
All right, Cerberus was able to disengage, and FaZe was able to disengage as well, but they were getting third party by 17. Meanwhile, New Happy, they are hiding in the smokes for as long as they can against the onslaught from Luna Galaxy, but look at that flood with the angle from range is going to provide some support as well. We'll drop that smoke down to keep himself alive.
So exposed, and the reason that Falcons is able to play like this is because Expendables and TSM are kind of holding each other at bay. If there was a peak coming in from the eastern edge, you couldn't just roam around the way that Falcons currently do. They're able to do so because neither team out east are really willing to take the first shots in that fight. Only
problem for Falcons is that they're taking fights from all directions right now. They are in the center of the circle. They are completely surrounded. You can see them taking shots at New Happy, at Luna. They managed to kill off the last player from FTF. Now they're taking shots towards TSM. Looks like TSM's going to turn their attention over towards the Expendables, though, as 4 a.m. they find their way out of the factory and into the north side of this zone.
Exactly. Now the fight is going to happen on multiple sides of the circle. Expendables up against TSM, 17 against FaZe as well. Northwest burning, east side is as well. As Xiaobei lops blue zone nade on over, trying to corral these players on top of each other to maybe land a prime nade onto a FaZe target.
Yes, no, he's going a little bit too far, though, unfortunately for them. And now they've got to get on this quickly because Cerberus is on the move once again. As FaZe just doing a great job of working around in the smoke cloud and smoke wall. As they keep those happy feet going, that knock onto Xiaobei might open up a time for them to escape here.
They're trying to get away. I saw Little Ghost start to drive off. I didn't know if it was just to try and reposition or what it was, but nope, he's going to have to forfeit this one. Get out of there alive if you can. Hope that FaZe is going to be too occupied now with Cerberus fighting in their side. A few parting shots here from Corexi as he's trying to make his way to safety, but there is the Cerberus pressure we were waiting for.
Yeah, FaZe just got locked up too long on this edge of zone fight. They wanted to get away from it. They didn't want to have to get locked into it, but unfortunately for them, the other teams did not feel the same. As Feck's actually going to push right into 17's spot here, and Little Ghost is going to get that knock, it looks like. So down to just James, as Cerberus still kind of third parting onto 17 as well. As Falcons, they've got the middle of the zone, but man, everybody is going to be just looking down onto them.
There's a good reason there's only them there, because they have really a whole lot to play around.
Wide open field.
You know what? Falcons have done what they've had to in this particular situation. They've fended off. They've made sure not to allow for anyone to push on towards them, forcing all these fights to now take place on the edge of the circle. This nade should get Ming Ming down. It will indeed, and that's going to be all of New Happy eliminated.
4 a.m. showing up once again here as Bobo going to get a lot of those kills. They continue to climb up their leaderboard. 4 kills already for 4 a.m. But now TSM starting to creep around on their backside, so they've got to be quick here. James is going to get spotted out by Xiaowu, so that'll be it for FaZe going out in 10th place.
With all these fights happening now further towards the circle, that's actually allowing for 17 to fully reset. Now, they lost one completely. Xiaobei couldn't get up earlier, but they've gotten 3 back on their feet, having had 2 knocks just before. Sushu being able to get both of them up could be huge because they're playing in from behind. They have Luna and 4 a.m. in front of them. Let's see what they can do here.
Luna a little bit spread out here. They've got to worry about multiple angles as 17
they are
shooting down onto Cerberus. But Luna Galaxy is just on the other side of the hill waiting. You can see them on your mini map here.
VP, nice flank around the western side to go up and do some damage. They were getting bored
with
Strike doing down on the southern side, but the fact that they're able to keep 2 on the southern side, look at this angle. There is nowhere for Cerberus to play this from safe. Good thing is they have Luna Galaxy there to help out a bit, so Shushu suppressed. Falls down on his feet, should be able to get the rest here, EP. That's, I mean, I know you're a big guy with a long arm, but that's a hell of a throw, my man. I don't think there's any point in trying to make that happen.
It's pretty far. It's pretty far. I don't know if he'll get that one. Xiaowu from 17 looks like he's just going to retreat into the blue and probably deny that point. As 4 a.m. they're in trouble now as TSM has decided to put them under their microscope. The grenades will come in. They'll at least return from 4 a.m. But oh my God, Alo with that dragon off is just absolutely filthy. HSM only 50 HP left. Doesn't matter. Alo is going to find him as well as TSM will clean up that northeastern side.
TSM accustomed to winning games on Rondo, and this one could be a pretty one of that too, as they're sitting now with a lot of space on that northeastern side of the circle. It's Kraken alongside Vinny peeks on over and shuts down Cerberus.
Go Luna Galaxy 4 alive, and now they've got control over the northwest. TSM, Sparking took a knock, but it looks like they'll get him back on his feet. So you got the northwest owned by Luna, northeast by TSM, southwest owned by VP. And you got a 3-man of Schweigadui that's in the very far south.
Yeah.
But that circle's going to donut right on top of that wide open field once again. Falcons It's going to be tough, man.
The fact that all teams but one is still alive off of how chaotic this game just was is insane to me. I know it's the teams that were in the inside of the circle playing defense out, but usually one always gives way. Usually one always falls on the approach of multiple teams coming in from the edge, and that opens up the chaos in the middle of the circle. But this time around, all the defenders, all the guards on the inside of the circle were able to stand strong.
Here's where you got to hope that you got some of those deployable covers ready to drop, because this
it's open.
This ending is about as open as it's going to get. As AC Swagadu is trying to use that hard cover for as long as they can, but they are outside of the zone currently. They're going to have to reposition once more. Meanwhile, Luna Galaxy and TSM on that north side starting to creep over towards each other and maybe get involved.
They know exactly where they have. Yep, it was just a matter of time before someone will get the off-angle paint. First one to fall. Swagadu is remaining 2 players outside the circle. Make it just 1. Just 1 left alive. Mings, what can you do with a smoke and a hay bale to work with?
Haven't really gotten a chance to talk about them too much just yet on that southeastern side. The Expendables still 4 up. Falcons Flood will lead it in. Snakers will follow it up. That'll be 2 down for TSM as Luna Galaxy coming over there at the perfect time as well. Schweidegui will get finished off as Luna Galaxy trying to take advantage of this opening that Falcons have provided them.
Oh, TSM wanted to flank around, thought they had an easy fight against Luna. Little did they know they were running straight into the open arms of Falcons. Again, great defense on their part, but now TSM and Downs just sparking. Maybe Purdy can crawl into the smoke, but even then, being able to stay alive through this, damn near impossible.
I mean, that's big from Falcons to be able to leave that little shack that they had to go ahead and try to go in and capitalize off of this third party. Is Sparking will find another one. Kraken going to go down. He's going to get flushed out as well, and that's 2 more points picked up by TSM. 7 kills so far as they cement their hold on the first place.
Yep, it's going to be a hard push into the circle, but a little bit of help has been given though. Expendables alongside VP taking shots towards the north, maybe allowing for him to push forward, go unnoticed. The issue is, as you can see here, Falcons well aware that there's still a TSM player alive and kicking on this side of the circle. And considering how much they were willing to do yesterday to take out TSM, you would be surprised if you don't find it here. And indeed they do. Snakers takes out Sparking.
Go as quick as you like, but unfortunately, yeah, you can see that. I mean, they're taking shots from the Expendables. Nobody. I've been looking at this map stream for the last couple of minutes. I don't think anybody has taken a shot towards the Expendables. They are got just so much room to work around on that southeastern side as Luna Galaxy not going down easy. Good utility coming in from Falcons, but it's not finding the mark.
The only reason it remains that way is because of how much space they were able to take early. They spread out so thin. Just 4 pearls on a string, able to maintain a lot of control. Now they get the benefit of the circle too. They've been waiting for that shift for half a game, as them and VP now sat with full circle control. The thing is, I mean, observers are saying that you should flank around the southern side of your VP. I don't think you go anywhere south before you know what's happening on the north. I like the fact that Local Rooks is playing contain, not going to push, but to try and make sure that Expendables don't look to make a southern play.
Yeah, I think all eyes got to be pointed north right now to see if you can try to clean up whatever's coming out of there before you start looking over the other side of the map. As Snakers will find Vinny. Falcons on the move, trying to clean them out, but Posa, he's going to find 1, he's going to find 2. Posa staying alive, 7 kills now for Luna.
Might be able to get the rest here as well. I love the idea of the bait. Again, Vinny solo up on the hilltop and kind of baiting in 2 of the Falcons players. They left Posa unnoticed down on the ridge line. A little late on approach, but good thing for him is that help was coming in from the side. So no flush comes through. They stay up alive as 2.
All right, Roth still alive for the Falcons in that last bit of hard cover inside the circle. But you can see the Expendables, VP, they are just all eyes looking over in that direction. They both are aware that the other is there, but everybody just wants to clean out whatever's coming out of the north first before they start paying attention to each other. Vinny in that vehicle, Posa. It looks like they got as far as they're going to be able to get.
It's all about claiming what little cover you have to work with now. Keep in mind, there's still 1 more circle left to be shifted. So even if Expendables is sat with good circle control right now, if this one swings northwest, it's going to be a run in the open for them too. Luna still outside. VP with just 1 player and the foot of Beamy inside the circle as Rob able to find the first one, shuts down Posa.
Nicely done by Roth. You'll find both of them. And that'll collect a couple more points here for Falcons as they continue to climb up the leaderboard here. And he'll be
He's inside the circle.
He's going to be the pebble in the shoe of both of these teams. Now, they can't fully commit to pushing without having to be concerned about that last player in that hard cover that could peek them at any moment.
Now look at the map feed here, or just the mini-map in the bottom right corner. First off, they all look towards Roth and they go, wait, if they're looking towards Roth, we're looking towards Roth, we gotta look back instantly. You saw the immediate swing of 3 players going, guys, we both commit one guy to looking at Roth, the rest look the other way. Nice little sneaky play here. There's util to work with 4 expendables, but the same thing can be said for VP. Neither of the 2 teams have really been within nade range of opponents through the majority of this game. 1 nade for Delwyn, 1 for Cloris. What can you make happen with the 2?
Cloris, a heck of a game for him so far. 658 damage and 4 kills. And he is playing point man here for the Expendables. They're a little bit closer towards circle center. All the good that that's going to do them, we'll see. But VP doing a really good job of kind of spread out, and yet you can see 13 rounds for Ibby in that QBU. That's not a lot.
No, exactly. 27 for Nixie there as well, I believe it was. Or was it Lucarux? I'm not quite sure. But again, they've been taking fights at a distance. They've been shooting at everything they possibly could, but because they haven't been close to the corpses of the fallen opponents, they have not been able to get any loot back up. Crawling in one direction is Expendables, crawling in the other is Beamy, as Nixie will find himself 1 more point, and EB goes down to 5 bullets left.
All right, I feel like Beamy is the play here. Like,
you have to think so.
If Beamy can be that sneaky boy,
he was before,
and he has proven it so far. And nobody even looking in his direction. All it will take is that first knock.
Doom, doom. Doom,
it's like watching it. It is. It's a shark in the water here, and yet, oh, he's got no idea.
And there he falls, Doc Juice first of all, but now you got to make advantage of your surprise. He found 1, goes down in return, but what can you now make happen on the side of VP? Nothing. Tan Vu shuts down EB as soon as he peeks over.
Oh, they couldn't capitalize off of the surprise factor of Beamy. And big shots coming out from the Expendables, but it is a 2v2 right now. Nixie is still close to Ibby, might be able to go for the res, but the Expendables not allowing them the time here. Clory's doing everything he can, and they'll find the knock on a Lucarux. It's all down to just Nixie.
Nixie trying to make something happen. If there's a guy on the side of that team that could do something, it would be him. But look at this. He's been with a red gun for a while now. I'm not sure he has any ammo, and in fact, he does not. Tried to go for the rest, tried to get some ammo, but it's not meant to be. And Expendables come out on top.
Wow. I mean, we talked about the Expendables. I think going into this match, they might have had 4 points overall.
They were in the bottom.
They had nothing.
They were in the bottom, and they're going to skyrocket their way into the top 6.
It has been tough sledding all day long for that squad, but they managed to come through and collect in the most wide open of field endings you're going to see. VP, I mean, they had a shot at it. If Beamy would have been able to get 2 knocks off of that, that would have been absolutely huge. But the Expendables did a hell of a job taking care of him as quickly as they did.
Exactly. The fact that they're able to instantly swing and take him down in return is insane, because none of them expected a player to come creeping out around the ridge line there. Insane plays coming through as we'll go back to the desk and let them break down that crazy Rondo game we just witnessed here.
The Expendables come away with a chicken dinner, and it was almost not, as Beanie, the sneaky snake, tried to play the spoil sport, but it wasn't to be. Now, we talked a little while ago, Martin, about the Expendables and how they're so good in gunfights, but they don't seem to be able to close out these games. That was a tough hold, and they managed to do it. Not a lot of cover out there.
You know what? There are 4 guys alive doing it, and that's really what's crucial for them, right? Set up this. Once they can kind of rest and chill and not really think too much about what's happening behind them, they can focus on the full front. That's exactly what happens. Also, we have to remember, the shift kind of came in. The shift that mattered came to them.
True.
And they took full advantage of that. I really love what I'm seeing here. Also, some crazy pull-ups, some drive-bys. A little bit rough on that northern side of the circle because that southern shift really forced so many other teams to kind of fight each other. We saw it multiple times here. Cerberus, Weibo, FaZe, Sonics, all fighting each other on that north side, northwestern side. It's just so hard for these teams to try to get in. And then you had some other teams like Luna, some of these teams that had really good cover that was able to really take advantage of that. But yeah, that northern side and that shift away from Testrek and Neo's faction was so rough for some of these northern teams because they expected that circle to be up there. It is extremely normal here that we see these northern circles. That southern shift is rare, and it's really rare that we see it happen just like that.
4 games, and this is the second time we've seen a shift of a circle that we expected. Everyone expected to go somewhere else, move quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, both of those times, it caused total chaos. That's that fight where we saw team after team after team on the north, just like we saw in that first game there today. So it is one of those things. Sometimes it pays to have a few extra options open. Now, what I loved about the end of this match, though, Beamy gets very sneaky, smartly so. They're watching Roth. He spent so much time crawling around to that stab position, got the knock, but what I liked from Expendables is they weren't sticking to hard cover. They knew that they had such a broad position they had to hold. They had guys out there just lying in the grass. They were willing to sort of step away from the traditional spots that Beamy expected them to be, and that's what saved their game.
Yeah, I really like that. Honestly, that's such a good point. Honestly, in this situation here, for how everything kind of worked out, it's such a classic Beamy move, first of all. He's super aware, super clever with kind of these situations here, but also that opening, because they didn't have that terrain, Expendables had everything. They had the center, they had the control, they had the cover. Something like that had to happen. And the build-up for that was like 30 or 40 seconds of crawling, right?
Tons.
And that's just, the timing was just perfect for it. So if any opportunity had to be anything like that, it would have been an opening like that. But yeah, if he had the knock, if Beamy got 2 there, they would have won.
And you saw Beamy got the first knock and he immediately checked every single tree because he's like, it's got to be where he is. So it was very nice for them to be thinking outside the box. Yeah, you've got to think outside the box if you're going to walk away with these wins. The Expendables needed the points here today. They're going to get 9 kills off the back of that one. Falcon's going to get 7. Luna, oh wow, look at that. 2, 3, 4. That's America's. Feels nice after yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, it's like it's only the Expendables stopping anyone in the lobby from making American great again.
Good job, Expendables. So Expendables did play that game very well, and I think they were in the bottom 4 when we went into this one.
They were last place with 4 points.
Last place with 4 points. So this is yet another match where a team that was barely functioning or able to put points together now is going to be up near the middle to the top of the leaderboard.
I think what our phrase is going to be for the most in like the part here in the circuit is going to be, they did it when they needed the most.
Yeah.
Because there's so many teams here. When it's only 6 games, everything single matter. Like every single win, every single big game matters. And this one here for them to get, first of all, Glorious on my fantasy team, that's huge for 5 kills. But still, and a win, of course. But still, in this case here, having 4 kills going in, or 4 points total going into this, and for them to win this, I mean, it's a few more points and they're fine. And we're going now to a more stable map, so they actually have a bit more of a chill situation instead of being kind of pressured, because if they did not win this game, Miramar, because we have 2 maps, is this map that other teams are going to be hot dropping because they know exactly where the teams are going to be playing, where they're going to be dropping, and it's likely where we're going to see the drops coming in.
Now he is on your team, he's on my team, he's on a lot of your teams out there. Clories is going to go ahead and pick up that man of the match with 5 kills. Good for him. But I think, you know, we touched on it a little bit the first day, and James also talked about this idea that it feels a little bit like it's winner win and chicken dinner plus friends, right? Like, if you win your 6, you get to go to the next day.
Is this a new fast food chain we own?
Yeah, chicken dinner plus friends. Welcome to the circuit. But it is. If you win one of the chicken dinners, you essentially are punching your ticket to the next round of the circuit.
Right.
And then everyone else who sort of had to salvage all day and take these crazy fights, there's 6 of them get to come along with you. It's a pretty fascinating build-up. But what that does also mean is that really you can't mentally let go, because if you are a team on the bottom, all you have to do is pop off and get 1 good game, catch a nice circle, and then capitalize on it, right? I don't believe in the whole catching thing all the time, but you win when the stats are in your favor, right? And it's like that's what TE did, and they did a great job there.
Yeah, if you don't take advantage and capitalizing on those circuits that come to you, then that's really the game. But TSM, yeah, 47, 15 points ahead of 2nd place. That's quite impressive. Really liking what I'm seeing from TSM today here. Everything else, though, is really, we come down to, we have 2 games. We're extremely close from 6th place down to 13th. We're talking a 6 points difference, right? And even with 2 games to go, any team right now, double digits with a win, you're safe. You're into that top 12, and you're not going to have to worry at all. Some teams a little bit surprised. The Cerberus only being 17 points right now. Again, we talked about it when we started the day. We talked about how long does it take to wake up a 3-headed dog, right? Jeez. And I was like, it's gonna take 12. Yeah. 12 games. And now here we're 10 deep. Let's see if it's gonna be 12 or 11 or 12.
Apparently they found whatever the flute was to make that dog fall asleep, but Cerberus needs to wake up because this is one of those teams that has been honestly in this crazy upward trajectory for the last couple of years, and is in a position where I think a lot of us have talked about the future of PUBG Esports. If they don't win this year, they're on their way to being PGC champions. And then to see them struggle in 2 circuits in a row is deeply shocking.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to what Sparking said to him as during a content film in PGS, and he said, no Tycoon, no party.
No Tycoon. Oh, man. And, you know, they had just beaten that narrative of no Tycoon, no party. Yeah. And here we find ourselves starting it again. Well, we're going to start our last 2 matches on the Dusty Dunes in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at PGC.
Else but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Fantastic. You know, I love Sandhawk and I love explosions. Taego would be my #1 map, and the reason for that is because all of the buildings are like packed tight next to each other, so you could like blow a hole and then like run through them. I think that would be pretty cool.
快乐吧，快乐为主，主要是炸东西。
건물이 파괴된다는 건 좀 배틀그라운드라면서 신박한 컨텐츠인 것 같은데 만약에 파괴가 된다면 저는 개인적으로 일단 투척물이 굉장히 중요해질 것 같고 그다음에 좀 깜짝깜짝 많이 놀랄 것 같습니다.
สายบึมบ้านครับ
Someone I love to see play who isn't playing today. I think we're gonna go with Fex. Big muscles, big strong guy. He could tear apart Sandhawk in a heartbeat.
Who do I think is gonna be the king of destruction? I'm gonna put it on Tiggleton. I think he's gonna be memeing. I think he's gonna be trying to explode and destroy everything he can find.
Feels good to be the first winner of the Sandhawk destruction. Easy peasy.
就是还是挺有趣，然后很新颖的吧。然后我也觉得就是 PUBG 就应该有更多一样像这样的更新吧，这样会玩的就是种类会多一点，让玩家。
It's a face-off between these two boys.
You, buddy, take it away.
Against James, goes on forward, gets him, and James back-to-back winner goes for Gustav immediately after.
Unbelievable, James.
Gustav.
Oh, he read it wrong.
C4 in the circle center.
idea where it is. And
Oh,
Belmont
no.
will get spotted by Gustav.
He gets Glories and he
Oh
wins
no!
it.
Look at Tig!
Oh, the reactions.
Any words about the second game? I mean, I gave James the win. He needs the back. What can I say? I'm stacked already, so I didn't really need the money.
B1, who will win? Batulin's had the cover. It's gone now. Him and down in Batulin.
I think that it was very fun to play Destruction. It creates some very interesting situations. Basically, you change the houses because you distract them. So I think I enjoyed that. I think you should try this more just because it's fun to break all the buildings, to find some C4, sticky bombs. It's really fun.
Go, you can take the chicken throne once again. Took it back. All right. That's right. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I will take it.
Two matches left to play here on day one of Circuit 2 as we head on over to Miramar in just a short moment. Things are heating up, and if you aren't warm enough already, get yourself a set of Okupa hand warmers and you will not freeze any time soon. We won't either because Kendi ain't around. We're headed on over to the heat that is Miramar.
And they're going to bring the heat. They better bring the heat because there's only 2 games left to decide who is going to be in the bottom 4 on the leaderboard. We'll get to sit around and wait until Series 3 to come back to try to get points.
I love the fact that we're now starting to see some of the teams that were at the bottom getting wins in. We saw Tianba in the beginning, we saw Expendable just now. A win maybe from New Happy, maybe we see Shwaikidui or FTF get a good game in. Then we're coming into a final match where the likes of 7, maybe even 8 teams are fighting to not end in the bottom 4.
I mean, I got to tell you, there's a lot of teams on the wrong half of the leaderboard right now that I would never in a million years have suspected of being there.
True.
But that's where we're at right now. The one team that's actually feasting right now is those young lads from TSM.
And you like to see it. Again, it's been up and down performances, but we know they're a momentum-heavy team, and once they get things going, they yell loud about it, and they do so here as well. Tiamba, another team that we saw on Takeo a game and a half ago, able to pull off a win there. And then the OH17, I mean, they're faring pretty decently, but it's not been flashy.
It's sitting in 9th place right now, yeah.
Exactly. It's, I mean, while it's enough in a, I mean, top 12 goes through, of course, I think 17 sat 9th, as you're saying, and technically with a bad game here, maybe could fall into the bottom 4. They want to get something going coming into that final game.
They sure would, and there's another team that would like to make sure that they have everything locked down, but we are ready to head over into those dusty dunes of Miramar. And, well, we know what that means, Toby. We get to see another win rate percentage based off a drop spot. I know you're excited about that.
You know what? I did it the last 4 times. You get to, or 3 times, make that. You get to present it this time around, Paul. So teach me, tell me about these win rates that we're going to see on our screen. And my guess is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're going to the play. Well, look, all I'm going to say is
win rate.
If you want to find success on Miramar, just drop Minas Generales. That's all you got to do, 13.2%.
Why are we hot dropping Picado? Just go Minas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have thought 10% of the team win rate for teams that drop in Picado when the teams that drop in Picado are some of the biggest teams in the world?
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? And then look at that Power Grid. 10.5%. Who drops Power Grid, Toby?
Yeah, pretty decent teams.
Pretty decent team.
We know we got a little team with a little brain symbol up there that likes to go towards Power Grid. Yes, there is a reason that centered locations are as hard fought for as they are, because usually they can, if you're a good enough team, bring some pretty good results with them.
Wow.
Yep, surprise, surprise. And because we had win rates on our screen, we didn't even mention the playing path. Very, very hard southeastern, almost as hard southeastern as you can get. When Monte is practically out of reach, you know it's going to be tricky. But Circle, of course, to follow in this direction. And now look on your screens. You have players from both TSM and 4AM trying to make landfall as Sparking. Bold action in hand, iron sides.
Please.
Not going to happen. Unfortunately.
Maybe next time. Well, 4AM.
They're hunting.
Yeah, 4AM.
Watch out, my friend.
A little close to the sun, but yeah, like I think Falcons. They also have that high ground Minas Generales loot spot.
Double checking, triple checking.
Yep. Luke would absolutely love to be able to just free and clear go and push this, but unfortunately can't do it. Yeah.
And doesn't have a vest.
No helmet, no vest. That's going to put a brakes on that real quick.
Keep looting. Get away from there. Get to safety. And I think Purdy just picked him up.
Well, I think, you know what, I mean, I think TSM, I mean, at this point, they're secure, right? For
oh, yeah, easy.
So, but the other thing, I mean, there's not really a reason to go hunt down 4AM. Like, they're pretty secure as well. So, I mean, at 4AM, we're on the cusp, maybe. It might be worth just selling out and going and hunting them down just to make sure you can free up a little space around your drop spots. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, look at 4AM. I mean, they're in fifth, 28 points. I doubt they're in danger.
I mean, we say that, but then we look at how close it actually is. 13th place all the way. Make that 15th, actually. 15th all the way up to 6th is 10 points.
It's close.
If the right teams, if somehow TSM, Tiamba, Falcons, VP all have terrible games here and the bottom really racks up, we're going into a very, very interesting final game. I kind of want to see that happen. I want it all to come down to the final match, but we'll see if that's going to be.
I mean, I feel like it's going to be that way regardless.
I hope so.
Right?
I hope so.
Look how it's all very, very close. It's all very tight, and
yeah.
I mean, just based off of the last two games we saw two games that were below, or two teams that were below the cut line get wins and push themselves up. So
we're calling it now. New Happy wins this game. FTF Swaggeroo second place and third.
Easy.
Make it happen, PUBG. I can see on my script here that that's what's going to happen, and now let's listen if Lin Shu agrees with me on that take.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm back with Tiamba Esports' Lin Shu, and congratulations on that take. That was amazing. That was your game. So I want to ask, you bounced back from Circuit 1. What changed for you?
首先恭喜你们，你们从第一轮回来以后就开始一飞冲天了，对你们来说有什么变化吗？
也没什么变化吧，就是按照自己的打。之前可能是因为一我们比较慢热，二就是被其他队伍针对了吧。但今天找到自己的节奏，就可以打得很舒服。
So we didn't change very much really, and we felt that in Circuit 1 we were targeted and we got into our tempo a little slowly. But today we find our tempo and everything went smooth for us.
Yeah, Tiamba is back. All right, best of luck to you for the remaining Miramars, and we'll go back to the game. Bye-bye. 再见.
A lot of success for them right there. Maybe FTF might be in some trouble here. As Sonics, they saw the parachute go up. They get a position. They're going to spray him down. They're going to find Happy. And that is a point that they very much could use. If they could get another one, that would be just icing on the cake. But they'll just have to deal. They'll have to live with their one. Look at that. Tig.
Yeah.
First kill.
There you go. Infinite percentage better than yesterday. And you know what? I mean, not only that, I will because he's a nice guy and they've actually fared pretty decently for the majority of today. So you know what? It's better today. Love to see it. Always nice to see someone be able to turn a not so good day into a better day. Roth, same, smiling, yelling at you, coming off of the players' lounge, talking to the coach, coming into this game, going, Paro, I told you, we got this, we got this. He was all smiles as they got back and got ready for this game. So nice for him to get some damage in on side two, fully aware, of course, of where he's currently positioned as we see the Panzerfaust damage top 3, and it's got a lot of Falcons on it.
I was like, man, I don't know why you're yelling at me. I didn't say you didn't have it. But you know what? Hey, if that's what it takes to get you hyped up, let's go, bud.
It's gonna throw punches at Poro and makes you happy.
I'll take all the credit for getting you all hyped up and ready for it. But Falcons, yeah, sitting in 3rd place, 30 points. They should be fine for tomorrow. But I know that they would love to be able to keep going here and keep building off of the successes they've had so far today.
Definitely. We get a bit of a replay here. See Tick with the 4x spray, making it look easy. Nice lead above the target. That's the danger. Once you see that first bullet connect, you go, oh no. He's got to zero it in. This is going to be dangerous. He's just going to hold down the trigger, keep on connecting, and that's exactly what happened there. Honestly, for FTF, lucky they only lost 1.
And you know, if Happy's anything like me, anytime we get shot at the E pickups, I'm like, why me? All four of us are right here. Why is every single bullet hitting me specifically? But oh well, that's a question for another day.
True. For a team that really couldn't afford losing players early now as well, especially considering the fact that they just got another player knocked by Weibo up towards the eastern side of Truck Stop. This is FTF in trouble, trying to get the safety. Purdy
no!
As well. Look at that, Spaceman dialed in again on this Weibo team. I think everyone has their eyes on Shen in usual fashion, but Spaceman is making a name for himself with the performance he's showing up here.
Sorry, our car is still in the vehicle. They put his knocked body in the back of the bus, and the bus just took off and his dead body's.
He's not dead, Poro.
And
he's
they don't
still
know.
There. No,
they
he's
have
alive.
no idea.
Now, Trick 1v4s, they... Oh, no mind.
Oh, never mind.
No. I had a good story in the making there, but Spaceman had to do me dirty.
Can you just imagine our cars just
Trick
lying dead
gets
in the
to
back
run out of the compound, come over, drive off.
My rescuer has just gotten killed out of the vehicle.
Guys, the car isn't moving. What's going on? Yep, no one responds. Unfortunate. In the meantime, what was a initial hunt onto 4 AM by TSM has gone the other way, as we now see Trick. Can you pull off magic against 4 guys on the answer? Well, first one falls. That Spaceman down. Does get the clutch on him as well. Huge. I mean, again, grand scheme of things, a 1-point game is terrible, but the fact that he's able to get that 1 point could be the difference maker in whether or not they qualify for tomorrow's game.
It feels real bad, actually, losing that one player. But
Weibo in particular, I mean, they have, that's you. As someone who always expects the best when we see the best play, I hate to see it when in a 4v1. Yes, you can get 1 player knocked, 2 players knocked, hell, even get 3 players knocked, but you cannot allow for them to get flushes. Especially, I mean, after we had the buff to getting knocked, where all of a sudden you become immortal for a bullet or 2. Before that, it was more, I suppose, accepted because the guy just holds down the trigger and gets the flush. But with how it's been changed, you don't want to see it happening. You don't want to see God be caught out in the middle of the open there either. That's Xiaopian able to trade in return.
Two teams of the, well, TSM's sitting at the top of the lobby. They got all day to deal with this. They could care less. And unfortunately for them, Xiaopian going to be a big man with it. 2, but Bobo going to go down as Sparking.
Good nade.
Showing off in a big way. That could be a good nade. It's going to fall just a little bit short, though.
He was behind another set of papers. I thought he was on this one. Sparking connects a double headshot. We know he's a mechanical player, but we always love to see it when they're able to pull off performances like that. Instantly spun around the side of the hay bale, gets a double headshot connected, and that's now 3 points gone the way of TSM.
He said, "That's all you got. Bring more. You need more people. Come get me." He'll secure those points for himself. Yep, that's Xiaopian too far away, really, to do anything about this. Sparking, and now, okay, we'll get the dust storm to make sure that everybody can get away scot-free.
Now, it seems to me like it's only FTF that kind of didn't get the memo of what I was setting up earlier, because the fact that 1st and 3rd are falling out early, I mean, you'd imagine, of this game, especially with the circle shifting to where it does now, if Schweigedue and New can get something going, we are closing in on a very, very even mid-pack coming into the final game.
You're not wrong. They've got a lot of work left to do, and looks like Sparking's just going to sit here and wait. He's expecting Xiaopian to come in here. He's just going to listen for those footsteps.
Yep. Xiaopian is going to do the same. It's a battle of patience.
It's a 1v1 chess match between 2 big-time fraggers. And Xiaopian is just taking his time with it.
Yep.
They can afford to do this too, because I mean, despite the fact that the blue zone's coming in, both of them are secure for tomorrow.
They have earned the right to chill.
Exactly, exactly. This is really just about respect.
Keep in mind, of course, they both got. Oh well, I should say because they're both going to be playing tomorrow, and they both do like to land up and around these areas. It's
oh no! Don't do it with the Panzer.
Xiaopian double headshot or death is what we're working with now.
Sparking trying to get the full.
You know what I kind of want?
He wants the whole collection.
You know what I want? I want to see Sparking hit him, but intentionally have his back to a wall so they go down together. That'd be the perfect finish to this fight, which we for some reason are still looking at.
Hey, there's nothing else going on across the map right now, guys.
Yeah, there are definitely some important rotations happening, but let's. Xiaopian.
Okay.
The cat and mouse. The cat and mouse continues. Now it's a rooftop battle.
The cat and mouse is more fun. That's what I'm going to go with. Xiaopian as that high ground. I think he's expecting Sparking to be up there.
Maybe. Sees him.
Oh, yeah. Nicely done.
4 a.m.
Yeah, let him know. Let him know.
You got it. The mouse flicking in his hands, just shaking the entire table. Oh, they knew. Yep. Do it a bit more. How long are you willing to stay around here? We won't quite see. Trick is all there in the meantime. Able to get the opening, to get the flush as well. Yeah, and there he is in the top left corner. Frustrations from Spaceman going, guys, we were all there. How in the world did he get that flush for free?
Well, sometimes just in the wrong spot.
Yep.
Fortunately, as we are down to 51 alive, 12 minutes in.
Do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, do be.
Yep, when the top gets to just roam around and have fun with it, we'll leave it to the bottom teams to try and catch up. And what you've missed while we were looking at the cat and mouse race on the northern side of Hacienda is that all these teams have made their way down towards Cantera. And one team that I want to highlight right now is we see Gen G rotate towards the north. It's actually Cerberus. Haisaki is still on the far western side, and now this wouldn't really have been a case before had it not been because zip lines were in our thing. He can effectively zip line all the way over towards his teammates in the west side of Minas.
Right?
Why wouldn't he? There's no one
if he
there.
does and Zakraken lights him up,
that's just
nobody will ever use a zip line.
I feel like you should be immune on zip lines. Immune to damage and zip lines. That's just unfair. But speaking of Luna Galaxy, I mean, you're making a good point in mentioning Zakraken here. Look at the split that Luna currently has.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so much control on the western side. They're making damn sure that no one is pushing in from behind them. Issue is, Haisaki kind of is.
Everything. And VP actually just sent up an emergency pickup on that eastern side, but Weibo is right behind them, so he is going to take it. Let's go.
Don't get shut.
Come on.
Zakraken, look away. Circle is south. You should go south. Oh, what?
Oh,
he's really asking for it.
He really kind of is, isn't he?
He's really asking for the observers. Highlighting NH Esports, currently dead last. Sat Circle Center, 3 teams around the crater. Oh, he saw him too. But Kraken is leaving. Makes perfect sense. There's much more to play for. Luna currently at 19 points, and Cerberus down in 17. Neither of these two teams are anywhere safe.
VP took it.
Up that bottom 4.
VP took the E pickup.
Where do you?
Weibo wasn't looking. Are they just going to go right in the container?
I feel like that's what they do, but now they've scouted. They have to see cars. They have to have seen cars, but they're dropping on it anyway. There's going to be a hot drop between between Virtus Pro and 17 Gaming in the making, and it could only go one way, really, and that's exactly this. Xiao Wu finds Nixie early. The people are landing, but they're down to low HP already, as Sushu falls down as well.
Good eyes on the part of 17, and they're going to find okay, Beamy. Going to strike back here a little bit. Gets the knock and the flush onto Suju as Little Ghost will come up here and try to finish off what's left of him. The Molotov might be enough. If he hits him, yeah, it will get him. So we'll go ahead and secure those 2. But the shots from Abisa will find Little Ghost as well. So 17, despite the fact that they had the lion's edge of the kills in the beginning of this thing, VP kind of turning around on him a little bit.
And again, this is a very center prime location. Again, should the circles keep going this way, I'm kind of surprised that none of the teams on the outskirts, on the rim of this crater, are looking into this fight. We can see New Happy on the southern side. They were initially going to look up. The thing is, they have so many teams on their south side that as soon as they push us up towards the ridgeline, they get shot in the back.
Yeah. Man, going for the rim this early, though, I mean, that's...
It's dangerous, no doubt.
It's a pretty tough job.
No doubt.
But we'll see. I mean, you see a number of teams that are just kind of playing around the edge of it right now. But
yeah.
So they got a free path up to that rim, just in case they do decide to go up there. But for right now, it looks like they're just going to hold out everything that's coming in. Champion, the last player alive, 4 a.m. Somehow, some way, with 5 HP remaining, staying alive.
You know what? He went for the how many teams can I get shot by before making it in here. And I think the number ended up around 5.
Another one.
EB gets another one. Ends up being taken out by the Sornoff, but the damage has already been done. Now for 17 Gaming as well, 26 points should be safe. So while it's of course annoying, they want to get the most out of every game they play, they should be all right.
I mean, that's 4 kills they definitely wanted, but they were in a fantastic position until the hot drop came in, so now it's down to Chapier.
Also, it leaves us in a fun spot where the entirety of Cantera is currently taken by 1 player. Not really a whole lot to do about it. James spots Xiaopian in the open, falls down, nice effort, but 4am will fall in 13.
That's another kill that FaZe could very much use. They're going to get a little bit close to Falcons now, too. But they've got to pull back just a little bit. James has to stop down to heal, and not everybody is there at the current moment, so Corexy trying to go in for the low angle. They're only a 3-piece here, FaZe. They got to be real careful about how they approach this fight.
Yep, Cerberus is coming up in that direction now as well. If they run straight into one another, Cerberus might catch FaZe in a split. Corexy is isolated on the southern side. You can see Fex and James running up towards the north, but they might not even notice Corexy at all. These smokes could be a huge bait to potentially end up with a downfall of Cerberus, but nope, they think better of it. They ignore the smokes, the signs of fights in the nearby vicinity, and push forward.
They're finding a pretty decent path here to avoid shots for the most part, but Chapier will find Hisaki, so that'll be him going down and flushed out. So another point picked up by 17. Meanwhile, Sonics, they're going to find Duck By as they start to get a little bit more active here on the western edge of Cantera.
Cerberus in trouble, and for Sonics, it's huge points coming in. Not only do you get yourself further away from the bottom 4, but you try and make sure that the teams behind you do not get a chance to climb. So massive. For Sonics, we're now set at 22 as we see the new circle pop out towards the eastern side of Cantera. And FaZe, you can see here too, the observers marking it, have to make up their mind. Do we want to push through, or do we just try and wrap around on the eastern edge? I think the smart play is to go east, and that's what they're planning on doing too.
Yeah, they do. And meanwhile, New Happy looks like they're content to just bunker down as Sololzi will get taken down by Shrimzy. But that should be a fairly easy res, as got him right as he was getting into the building. So it's good news for Cerberus, bad news for Sonics, but they have to start thinking about how they want to get into this next zone as well.
Exactly. They've done the damage they could. They parked the vehicles as awkwardly as they could, as they now try and see, do we go through, do we go south around? South around comes with a lot of danger involved, though, as there's multiple teams still sat down there. Teams that are only now making moves. Tianba, Luna Galaxy, and Gen G all on top of each other.
Tianba just light up Luna Galaxy as they get a little bit close to the roadside there, as the Kraken and Posa will get taken out. I believe that is down to just Haven and Vinny. They'll stay alive for the time being, but Gen G, they've got some problems to deal with of their own, as Tianba has just set up a firing line for free, as Sonics will finish off Cerberus inside Cantera Crater.
Sonics stay alive. They lose Shrimzy, maybe one more in the fight. No, it's just going to be him, as Luna Galaxy is taken care of. Now it's Gen G on the run, try to make their way north. Linshu able to dodge and weave, avoid Bapo, get out of his vehicle, get shots fired, but cannot connect a single one.
Ooh, get back away from that. You don't want to go down there. It's a nice grenade. Could be just in time. What a shot there from Linshu. Gets him with the fadeaway. But Gen G, they've still got players alive on this roadside, but Linshu will do work from there as well.
Once they get the ridge line locked down, I loved the idea that Bapo was trying to get around the side, get the off angle, force them off the hill, because they knew that up on that road itself, they are so exposed. Once they get full control of it, once they get Bapo down, it's practically impossible for Gen G to make anything happen. And now Tianba can try and reset, but they know Rex is still up. Rex is not to be taken for granted.
Absolutely not. But that was... Man, that was just an absolute firing line set up by Tianba on that roadside. Unfortunately for the Luna Galaxy and Gen G, they just ran into it completely unawares. Meanwhile, Rex just going to have to heal through a little bit more blue here. And well, I don't know what else.
First aids.
Yeah,
Viping.
He's got plenty of time. But Tianba, I mean, they could just sit this out.
He is dead. The thing is for Tianba, I mean, they really want to be focusing inward right now. They know that there's a circle still to be moved towards. They have New Happy in the compound. They have Schweigedui, who's currently getting peppered by Falcons with Luna Galaxy right behind them. Like, they want to get down here and third party this, but they can't engage on this right now because they're all forced to wait for Rex to make a move.
I swear, man, I can't believe we're already getting started with the shenanigans in these final 2 games. 27 alive here, and it's only phase 5. But these guys have gotten active early and often. And we see Payne get flushed out by Flood as Falcons have 4 deep in the compound off to the northeastern side. At Schweigedui, they've still got some room to play around here.
I feel like they're spending more time ducking and dodging than they are shooting back at their opponents because they're getting shot at from 4 different angles. Can't really assess where these shots coming in from with constant bullets flying past their ears. And Tianba, I love the fact that they're now making moves. They saw 2 players down in Schweigedui. They have to think circle first. We deal with Rex if he comes from behind. We just allocate. Like, that's what you can do when you're still 4 up. You allocate 1 to hold an eye behind. The rest push forward. There's so much more to be won in this game as the nade is right on the feet of Lin Shu.
Oh, that's huge for them. That opens up a little bit of a doorway here for Tian to try to make his way up there and see if he can take out somebody else, but Nan is going to steal the kill away. That is huge for SGD as they are trying to claw their way out of 15th place. All their points are getting stolen away.
Wow, Jianchan knocks his former teammate, and then Nan steals his former teammate's knock away from his other former teammate. That's,
hate to see it.
That's a Chinese sandwich of former Tianba members that just had to go that way. Rex makes a run for it, but I'm sorry, mate, your days are counted. Down goes Gen G.
Give a 7-piece for Tianba here. Hey, maybe all it took was that one big 15-kill win to right the ship. We'll see.
True.
But they come in tomorrow, but they're going to be starting off again at 0 points. So they got to do it 2 days in a row. We'll
Correct.
see what happens.
Been left behind with Fex and Jeems still further forward, and you can see Sonics again. I mean, they're playing the same game as Tianba was just before. Yes, we want to deal with the solo, but we also have to play the circle. We're moving in on the edge. We're leaving Correction with no chances of getting any one of us down.
Yeah, gotta go. You're still 3 up. 6 kills go a long way to securing your spot into tomorrow. But I'd like to get a few more just to be sure. And especially, I mean, you got New Happy with 3 up, and SGD, they're still kicking.
Yeah, kicking at least for a little while longer. They're, again, I mean, open to a lot of angles, but they've been able to mitigate quite a few of them. My eyes are really on New Happy here. They have to move with the next circle shift, but how much can you make happen before that has to happen? Tanwu, in the meantime, solo player in the fields down low, has Delwyn and Duckjuice up towards the northeast, but they haven't been able to regroup on the southern side. So he's just sat here on his own, effectively with open lines of sight on everyone else as they come into the circle.
Well, he was just taking shots at Shen, so he's already secured a foothold here. Let's see if Delwyn and Duckjuice will come and join him eventually now that the circle has pulled away from the Falcons compound, but they have their eyes firmly set on FaZe. See where they decide to go, but yet you got a lot of action here on this western edge that's going to have to pick up here very shortly. Sonic's starting to make their way into New Happy.
The bottleneck has only been slimming with these shifts continuing to go towards the east, and now Sonic's New Happy, Tianba, and potentially Schweigedui as well are going to be brawling it out on that western side for a spot inside this 6th circle. Yes, they desperately do, but Tig with the double headshot connected early on. This could not go any worse for New Happy.
Absolutely nasty shot from Tig there, but the skill will get stolen away. Doesn't really matter here for Sonics. It really is just more of a two-man squad here for New Happy. They've got to try to find something. Meanwhile, Schweigedui, they've got Tianba creeping down on them. They're going to go out in 9th place, so their miracle run will have to wait till next game.
And this is dangerous for New Happy. The fact that that fight comes to an end as fast as it does allows for Tianba now to push up towards the north to continue the sandwich of New Happy. AC falls, FaZe fall in the end there as well, and there goes New Happy too. 8 points and 16th place is where they're going to be sat coming into the final game.
Oh, man. You see that 13th through 16th. There's some big names in there. Cerberus, I would think, being one of the biggest, as they've got a lot of work left to do. But Falcons, they've got to clean up what's left of the expendables here. Now they've got Tanbu in the field. So despite the fact that these 2 have been knocked and will flush out, the expendables still in this.
Still curious why they opted to leave 2 players up here. I'm not sure if they thought they were going to be too exposed trying to drive through the field. Obviously, it's scary, but we knew that there were too many fights happening on the edge that no one would really get an angle on them. So they go down 2 players. It's just Tanbu left alive as he finds one on Flood at a distance.
Tanbu is It's 2 knocked here for Falcons, 3 knocked for the Falcons.
Solos!
As the solos are making their presence felt. Haven trying to get involved as well. He's still alive for Luna Galaxy, and they could use those points to secure that spot on 12th.
It really hasn't been a pretty day for Luna, but they're scraping by solo performances. It was Vinny in the past. We've seen it from Poser too, and now it's Haven's turn to make magic happen. Solo player alive, grinding placement points as hard as he can.
All right, who's going to take this one home? Tiamba, they've got 3 up, but everybody's kind of beaten and bruised. You got 4 solos out there, the triple from Tiamba and a duo from Sonics. They've got Roth pinned down, but everybody's got to move once again, as Shen is the only one inside the zone currently.
If 4 solos play down low, the teams of 2 or 3 have to make their way down.
Those arrows are trying to tell me.
I think the arrows are trying to tell Shen, you got opponents
Shen,
everywhere.
You got to kill Tanvu. That
go
might be
360 turret mode or be in trouble.
There you go.
He's going to be exposed to some angles for sure, as Roth will be found against Sonics. Not too eager to go into these open fields either.
Well,
He's pulling up at Haven.
Okay. Does he know that Haven is there? Yeah.
You know what?
He has to.
And they know that Luna is in the bottom of the leaderboard too. That nade! Oh, not close enough.
Just a little bit short. Gonna go. Oh, he's got the deployable cover.
But he's grinding a lot of blue with it.
He sure is, but he's staying alive, and that's really what matters here. Is Tanvu will continue to throw utility back behind him.
I like this idea because not only does he, of course, try to take out Haven and get another placement point by himself, but he also isolates himself from the fight happening on the north. He could easily be a target because of it. Now H-Twin falling, will fall to blue as well. Tanvu, these smokes are going to fade in a second. Tick, going to deny the points here too. Not want to give anything over, I suppose, to Luna because everyone else is in already.
Yeah, denying. I think they were basically pinned down by Tiamba and Haven. Yeah. He's going to spot out. Sees him. The spray comes through. Big damage comes through, and it's not going to be enough. Tanvu has that deployable shield to stay alive.
The woo from the crowd. Oh, the crowd. The player up on the hill. He comes in as Tanvu. As you said, I mean, the combo of the car and the deployable just too hard to hit.
Man, this has been a wacky game number 5. I can only imagine what game number 6 has in store for us as we see yet another 13-kill performance from Tiamba. Can they make it another 15-kill performance? That's what the win they got on Tego. Yep. Could they double up?
From not even being able to make it out of bottom 4 on day 1 of the tournament to now playing with flying colors. Tiamba making it look easy, and this was not an easy run into the circle for them from being up on the roadside, having to fend off against both MG, to then brawl it in, but Tanvu got more in the tank.
1v1v1 for the win here. Solos. Let's go, baby. Tiamba now all of a sudden just down to Pow Pow. Tanvu has that low side. He's engaged in the 1v1. That's going to open up a little bit of room here for Shen to leave that compound that he was at and try to sneak up behind Pow Pow while he's not looking.
9 bandages, doesn't opt to go for his med kit, which he has 1 of 2, but no helmet. Within this range, 1 shot to the dome and you're down. Shen, in the meantime, full level 3 gear, got plenty of util to work with too. You have, I feel like you've got to put the odds in his favor here, especially considering the fact that he doesn't really have to engage in anything before this fight between these two is done.
Well, the only thing that we can say is Pow Pow is the only one in the zone right now.
When is the last time we've had 3 solos play for the win?
It's been a long time. But
and in an open circle like this, too?
Yeah. Hey, Shen's the only one with util.
Yeah.
And he's got a vehicle as well, so he's going to try to get in there and get a better position as Tanvu will spot out Pow Pow, and now it's just a 1v1.
Oh!
And Shen wastes no time securing the victory for Weibo.
From frustration in the early game at the loss of Spaceman in a loss they should have never had, to turning it around and coming out victorious here in match number 5 of Circuit 2's day 1. Weibo Gaming come away with a weird win in the end of this one.
They don't get much weirder than that. I mean, you saw, it's been forever since we've had 3 solos scrapping it out for the win, but Tiamba has to be sitting there wondering, I mean, what happened there? We had 3v1v1v1, and all of a sudden, all of it is down to Pow Pow.
Halfway through the day, all these 3 teams were still down the bottom of the leaderboard, but they've all climbed their way towards the top, and now with 3 solos representing, they made a great great showing here in the second to final match of the day.
Yeah, all it takes is that one big game to get the snowball rolling, and apparently this snowball is rolling quite well for these lads. Meanwhile, we've got the other side of the leaderboard to keep an eye on as Luna Galaxy is barely holding on to that 12th place spot. One game remaining to decide who will be going on to day 2 of Series 2.
Made for this. I was made for this. Tell them I was made for this. I was made for this. Tell them I was made for this. I was made for this. Tell the people I was made for this. I was made for this. Couldn't have picked a better man for the job. It's my time and I ain't nothing. So if you and your homies ready for the show, there's nothing left to be said. Just get ready and let's go.
Lessons were learned on day 1 of Circuit 1 last week, because for another match, a team that just barely made the cutoff last week comes through and does it when it matters most. Weibo gets that win, and they did it in a fascinating way where it ended up in a 1v1v1, and I didn't think that Shen was going to win that for a while there, Martin, but he sure pulled it out.
Yeah, it's a classic for him, right? These clutch moments, we've seen it, done it before. Remember back to PGC 2022 in Dubai, and right, this guy just has this amazing gift and fracking power, and he pulls it off here. I'm just sad that Kalaris has him on his fantasy team.
Yeah, Kalaris is probably not sad about that.
No, he was cheering.
You had a bad one. The last game you had was a good one. So
yeah, but Fagen got 3 kills here, so it's fine.
Both in the top 100, dominating the world, so it is what it is.
That's how it goes.
Congratulations.
Yeah. But overall, though, this again, and I said it before, right? It's when they need it the most.
Yes.
It's just going to be the catchphrase for this tournament here, right? Because that one game that turns your single digit or 10 points day into plus 30 that makes you go into the next circuit day is literally just what it is, right? And it's been crazy that these teams that, you know, some of them that's been knocked out before, some of them that's been in kind of the bottom, those are the teams that are getting it right now. It's yeah, I think it kind of comes back around to the more games and the more days that you're able to play, that's actually going to have a huge impact. Once you get to the grand finals, potentially you could have played up towards of 9 days. Yeah. That's a huge amount of preparation going into a 3-day final.
I mean, it's been a long time that we've been playing this, and there's been this constant conversation where there have been plenty of formats where we say, hey man, it's a benefit to get past and not to go to work, right? Like,
right.
And in normal life, sure, having a day off is wonderful, not having to go into work, but for these guys, going into work is something to look forward to. That's what makes them sharper for the next stage. So I do think a lot of these teams who are spending so much time playing are going to excel here, and it has been proven by the play here today. Now, end of that match, we saw a couple other things. We saw Expendables go in very deep. Tiamba had, I think, an advantage there with 3 up. I don't really... What happened? I mean, I feel like that 3-1-1 should have really gone Tiamba's way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when everyone else realizes that if we don't kill Tiamba, they're going to win. And that's really what it comes down to, right? Like, you have to band together to maximize your points, and then it becomes like these 2 positions that shouldn't be aiming, everyone shouldn't be focused on you at the same time. Then it's like it's everyone against you, and then you have to kind of get through that, and it just doesn't happen.
The enemy of my enemy is truly my friend.
That is exactly what it was. But 13 kills for Tiamba still puts them in overall most points for this game here for the 5th match. The penultimate game.
Penultimate match. And they get some good points. Weebu's going to get 7, and that's going to actually probably guarantee that they advance until tomorrow. Expendables also going to have a great game there. And then the Sonics, despite losing Shrimzy early, which hurts my heart, walks away with 9 kills and should be pretty comfortable advancing to tomorrow off the back of that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not too worried about the Sonics at this point here.
Well, I'm not worried about them here. I'm more worried about the long game.
No, we're coming back. Like, they're getting another day to play.
But PGCs traditionally.
Ah, yes, the curse breakers.
Yeah, not great. But, you know, we'll see. If they got that EWC in their pocket, we'll see what happens as we move forward here. Big game, though. Again, congratulations to Tiamba coming out with that victory. I think much needed in sort of momentum pushing them. I mean, not victory, getting the most points out of this game, I think, ultimately. That momentum will continue to push them forward. Weibo also going to have another one. And tomorrow, remember, the teams, 4 of the bottom teams are going to get eliminated here, and we bring in the next 4 qualifiers tomorrow, and the game will continue to push forward. But no points for PGC's Grand Finals will be accrued until the 3rd day of the circuit. So even if you have a bad day here and you just barely eke it through, it doesn't mean it's over for you. Let's look at those stats from the winning team. Shen, you talked about him, Martin. He has such clutch potential, and I'm sure having full tier 3s going into that fight gave him a little extra clutch confidence.
Yeah, and 8x as well, like he's banging out. But That was a case of when the car started driving and they didn't focus on him. It's like, okay, he's got it. He's putting himself into the best spot possible. 3 gear, 8x. There's no way he's losing that. And he's just slamming them. So good to see here for Weibo that they're able to do that. And for Shen to get an MVP here, that's huge. 5 kills, almost 500 damage.
Yeah, so good for him. He's going to walk away with that MVP, and I think he nailed it on the head. He's pushing him with that car, and I don't think either of them really wanted to be the one to go ahead and give away position and be the engager, and that allowed him to take the win. Well done there, and like I said, they worked together to stop Tiamba from taking the victory. Ultimately, he was set up, he had what he needed, he had his gear healthy, and that's how you get those wins, right? It's about, I think my favorite Fuzzface quote of all time is that the best players, the best teams win when they're not supposed to win.
Yeah.
And that's what makes a great team. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, as Tiamba will be up in first place because of the fact that they got so many gosh darn kills in that match. And it does just be like that sometimes. Expendable Sonics, Falcons, 17. A lot of our teams that we saw on the bottom continuing to show up here at the top of these boards.
Yeah, it's rare you hear something coherent from Fuzz, but yeah, that's definitely true for this. But also our overall leaderboard, that actually puts a tie on TSM and Tiamba. Yeah, that's really good for them. Weibo jumping into third with that game again.
Huge.
It is really close in our central game, like in our mid-pack, right? 23 points all the way up to 37. It's only 13 points difference, but it's a huge gap. But our bottom is kind of trying to, or starting to solidify them a little bit. I would say maybe Cerberus still with one good game, they could still push up. There's 3 teams tied on 23. So for them, for Luna, FaZe, and Gen G, they have to get more points than their direct competitor in this. FaZe has to get more than Gen G and Luna, and so forth, right? And because if, from the future, Shakadui, New Happy, or Cerberus, they get a decent game or a win or double-digit kills, they will be that next team that's going to get pushed down here. But it's looking pretty solidified at this point here.
Yeah.
Just a little bit sad for Cerberus. Remember, they had 5 points or so from, well, 5 kills from the game where they took Sonics out, and
just still nothing.
Just 13 more points in those other 4 games that's rough.
Well, I mean, 1 placement point is shocking, right?
That is insane.
The kill count is respectable. At the end of the day, they got 17 kills, but they're just not completing, moving the entire team into the late game. It seems like they're just so used to being so overpowered that they're just too much hubris.
They have 1 less kill than the Expendables, and the Expendables are 5th because they have that many placement points, right? So it really comes down to no consistency and no positioning in the top 8 so far. 1 more game to go, and we could come in and we can come back and say after a 6th game it comes down to him as popping off 6-7 kills. We've seen him do it before, right? And then it's like, oh, here we are. They're turned on now. Let's see what they do tomorrow.
Right, well, let's see if they activate, because they are in the danger zone. For those of you at home who are watching as we head into our last match of the day, a quick reminder that if you're on the bottom 4, you're done. First circuit 2, you got to sit and watch while everybody else goes.
2 more days.
2 days to watch while everyone else tries to earn points to the grand final.
And for Cerberus, that would mean in 6 days of play, they would have played only 2.
Exactly.
That is insane.
And they're a team that warms up, right? So they're a team that needs to have those reps in on them. Now, I will remind everybody there, Luna Galaxy, FaZe Clan, and Gen G are all sitting at 23 points, so they will be competing with each other to not be last, because you have to assume if you're one of those 3 teams, Cerberus could have a pop-off. You never write them off for those 3 higher-up teams. So if you're those 3 teams, is there anything specific or special that you do to make sure that the other 2 don't pass you? It seems risky.
No, this is insane kill-free tracking that needs to happen, right?
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they are super aware of where every single team of them, like their direct competitor, are, to make sure that they can either third-party them or count to see how many more points they do so they can maximize towards the end.
All right, you got to maximize, because we're coming to the end not only of that game, but of the day. Day 1 here on Circuit 2. It's time to find out. Last match of the day. Let's head over in just a second to our casting duo. It's going to be Porosaurus and Toby taking us home.
One game remains, but 2 questions remain. Who now is gonna hot drop Cerberus? Who now is gonna go for New Happy? 2 teams that we know on the right day can be heavy hitters, and 2 teams that are already safe can easily go down and try and eliminate from Circuit 2.
If there was any time to do it, now would be it. I mean, they are right up against it, and I can think of a lot of teams that would love to see a Circuit 2 grand final, not including Cerberus.
Yeah.
Let's see, 17. They're going over to Picado. Cerberus right above them. I think they're going Power Grid. TSM, maybe? They're going to San Martin. Okay, I guess we have a much more kind lobby, Toby, than I was anticipating.
I had 2 questions. Both of them were answered with, stop talking to me.
Yeah.
You clearly don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is what it is. In the meantime, as we look down towards the southeastern side, Virtus Pro grabbing some vehicles. A bit entangled with Gen G down here, though. Could potentially lead to some shenaniganry here in the early game. As
shenaniganry.
This plane is arguably the safest we've had, but the circle to follow, not quite so.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Well, Ibby is very much separated from the rest of the boys, but it looks like Gen G, they're mostly concerned with getting into vehicles and getting on the move and finding themselves a spot to play in this southern zone. And there's a lot of spots to play inside that southern zone currently.
Looking towards the east side where Gen G currently is. I always like to think of that as one of the biggest funnels on all of Miramar, because you have the water out towards the east, you have Los Leones to the west, 2 areas you don't really want to go through unless it falls to. And with how many teams are currently set towards obviously the north of Los Leones, but also to the east of, look for that area down there. The likes of VP could set up shop right on where Gen G currently find themselves and just wait for teams to come towards him and try and shut them all down on approach.
And on the other hand, you got Gen G is definitely one of those teams. I mean, we got a three-way tie for the cut line at the moment with
close.
3 teams at 23. Cerberus obviously the highest with 13. They're 5 points out of this, but they have obviously not been having a fantastic day so far today.
I'm going to throw you a curveball.
Okay.
Right here, right now, instant answer. You ready?
Yeah.
Who ends in 13th?
Yeah. Who? Wait.
You can't just drag it out like that. Who ends in 13th? Go.
Who ends in 13th?
Go.
Gen G.
Gen G. I'm calling Luna.
Okay.
I think Cerberus makes it.
Luna's inside zone right now. Gen G's inside zone too.
Yeah. It's a gut call. It's a gut call.
Neither of us say FaZe, who's 20 miles outside of the zone.
They will pick up to Resort. It's fine. They're good. They're fine. But you know what? You know who's not fine? Is New Happy. And I guess, in all things considered, they could not ask for a better circle, because not only is it an easy rotation out of Los Leones, but the plane path also means that we don't have all those hard commit teams in Puerto down towards the southern shoreline that get access to it instantly. Now, Gen G is here now, but they've only just started looting. They were spending time up there earlier on, but now let's listen into TSM and hear their thoughts on this day that's gone great for them. I stand corrected. It was a highlight. In the meantime, what we missed, as we heard the guns running from TSM, Expendables found themselves VP. So while I thought it was going to be VP to set up camps, it seems like it's gone the other way. And Duck Juice is going to find the first kill of the game.
I'm always going to root for the
You want to see
what it is. I always want to see it. Unfortunately,
regardless of what team you support, whenever you see Bolton, then you go hit it. Hit that shot. Hit that shot.
I just want to see it come back. Alas, it is too hard to flush your kill, flush your knocks.
True.
Sniper. So
true.
That is the primary reason why we don't see it get too much comp love, just in case anybody was wondering. But hope springs eternal, Toby.
Yeah, true. That is true. E-pickup has been put into effect. It's Schweike Dewey all the way up in Campo Militar to the far, far north, who've set it up earlier. Makes sense, of course. They want to be down around the circle edge by the time the next circle pops. But you know what? We can talk all day, but let's listen in. Just watch a highlight from
No way. No! And they are fighting for it fiercely. It's a weird mental thing of because we have forests available, we expect there to be more cover. Lucarux now going for one, finds the double.
Deployable cover, or the foldable shield, I should say, is actually the GOAT right now. Really doing a lot of work here for Lucarux.
You know what's more awkward than hearing your own voice sometimes?
What's that?
It's throwing to yourself.
Hey, at least you got the highlight.
Yeah, true. A little highlight package, a little James casting involved there as well. As VP, well, they lose one, and of course are very safe coming into tomorrow's games. They have managed to regroup on that southeast side of Los Leones.
They're fine. We didn't get to see any early game 4v4 battles like we did last time with TSM at 4 a.m., but everybody's crashing into those south of Los Leones' compounds. So we'll see if anybody runs anywhere close to each other. I got to say, New Happy, it has just been a brutal tournament for them so far. If they could get one of those good games like Tiamba got and start getting that snowball rolling in the right direction, that'd be a good thing for the former world champions.
Definitely. Definitely. Right now, the cutoff is 14 points ahead of them. And given how few placement points they have, they'd have to imagine that they have to break that tie in order to make it up there on top. But I mean, from where they're currently positioned, yes, it's dead center, but it's those warehouses. I feel like usually they do not come with a lot of early to mid-game kills, unless if you get shifted out on the edge early on and kind of brawl your way through. Issue for New Happy is, while in the past they've been amazing on the edge, arguably one of the best teams in the world at doing so, in tournaments in the recent past, they have really been struggling to get anything going when it's come to those up-close fighting situations.
Yeah, I mean, right now, so far, I think they've gotten 0 placement points on the day. So I think at this point, it's
not a lot.
Can you try to get into the late game? And it's been tough. It's been tough. I mean, hey, Cerberus has only gotten 1 placement point on the day, I believe. So it's been tough sledding for all our teams in the bottom half of the leaderboard so far, as we see everybody just making their way in.
Yeah, and of course for those of you guys watching, going, but hey Toby, hey Poro, also hi to you, but more importantly, 10th, 11th, 12th, all set at 23. How do we determine who is in 10th and who's in 12th? It's whoever has the most placement points.
Well, there you go.
Tiebreakers, number 1 is placement points.
Now you know. Now you know. Well, VP, their duo that has made their way out of Los Leones is starting to get a little bit active, getting a little bit close to Gen G. Now they've left Lucarux inside Los Leones still, so we'll see if that tempers their aggression at all here. But like you said, they're pretty safe at this point, so they can kind of do whatever they want.
You know what? This to me seemed very targeted. They landed on top of one another early on the eastern side. They, land and loot in and around, kind of get entangled oftentimes on Miramar. Why not try and boot out a team so you get 2 Miramars on your own on the eastern side?
Yeah.
And they have been very, very, seemingly intentionally kind of running the track or running the footsteps of Gen G thus far.
All is fair in love and war, and there's no love lost here between VP and Gen G. We see Weibo trying to slowly make their way down on the coastline. They should have a pretty free passageway into it, as there's pretty much nobody on the coast until you get to Schweigadui, who is taking the E-pickup in to the south side of Resort.
Plenty of space. Plenty of space to maneuver. Curious to see if Schweigadui has vehicles to work with, as now Sonics, they heard vehicles from Cerberus early on, I believe, and are now making their way up to try and see if they can get some points off of it. They are very safe, but Cerberus, not quite the case.
They're very split.
They have nades out now, too. They know exactly where they have them.
Yeah, they must have seen them or had some kind of inkling of what was going on here, and the nades are coming out, and they're going to start flying. Hopefully, MS is on the move. He's going to get knocked pretty low, but not enough to get him down just yet as the utility continues to fly in.
Yep, and we talked about targeted efforts, targeted fights. I feel like Sonics is very well aware that this is Cerberus maneuvering in from the western side. Issue is Sonics, while they're safe in making it through to tomorrow, for this game, if they want to come out victorious, they have face up north. They'll hear these shots sooner rather than later. They could potentially look to go down and get a peek in this direction too.
That was actually excellent work by Sololzi there.
Oh, yes.
From range, just taking a few shots over in their general direction for Sonics to pull back down. And as a result, Sonics will just get on the move once again. So Mass should be safe, and the rest of Cerberus should be able to get back together, and they have to now find a way.
Yep.
Make their way inside this next zone. Where are you going to play?
Oftentimes we credit people for how good they are at engaging in fights. I oftentimes like to give arguably even more credit for the teams that are good at disengaging, getting out of situations like that. The issue is they're running from one fight straight, potentially into another. They're going straight into the open arms of FaZe, but they're going to catch Gustav in a vehicle. Not sure if he's going to be ready for the fight, but FaZe now has an opportunity to go hunting.
They sure do. Well, TSM was making their way through. Okay, now we cut back to that Cerberus versus FaZe. Gustav caught on his own. Corexy gets out of the vehicle. Let's see if he will find a spray down onto somebody. Himas will go the low side. That might have actually saved his life there.
Yeah.
As the rest of the boys, looks like FaZe still trying to. Oh no, Duckmai getting a little bit close there, but Corexy will just hop on in and get on out.
Considering that my quick math gets us at around 200 bullets spent on that rotation, the fact that no one got taken out and almost no one got hit is actually kind of impressive to me. But Cerberus are far from safe. They're going into a second run at FaZe.
It just feels like the whole world is against Cerberus right now, as FaZe is kind of chasing them down a little bit as they try to make their way into the western side of Los Leones, but Cerberus does manage to get into some compounds here as we check in with Schweidegui, just trading shots back and forth with From the Future. Both of these teams below the cut line, but they could, I mean, a big 4v4 battle could prove huge.
Yep, definitely could. We saw the knock coming in there as well. Sagi health's gone down. Jeems now on the run on forward. Do they know? Do they realize that there's one this close? Jeems has in past been called the Nate God. Doesn't need it this time around. Finds Stockmai as well as Cerberus falls to 2. Now it's still, and I say only, while only 5 points can be a tall order, even more so when you only a duo left alive. Still doable for Himas and his teammate, but with Himas, he wants to get away from there alive, and for now, his issue is now FaZe knows that it's Cerberus they're hunting.
Oh man, going for that revive might have been, might have been the bad call there. Unfortunately, you gotta realize the situation that they are just hunting you down, and there's going to be a number of teams in the lobby right now that are in a position to do that. They are secure with their spot, so they can kind of do whatever they want to here. As you see, 4 angry men will get the one knock onto ZYY. That is a big wide split from Weibo, so that is not a man that is going to be revived anytime soon. Yep, there you go. Point into 4AM's bag.
You know what? Last game, Weibo lost a player at the 8-minute mark, that is. They came out with a win anyway. So maybe that's their recipe for success. We'll see if the circles keep going east, if they get the reward of that being a player down early on. As we see Xiaopian's in-game settings here, 400 DPI. I feel like that's where a lot of players that are only crazy people like Beamy that goes up to 16.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's about 1,200 shy of where Beamy is. One day, different strokes for different folks, right? TSM, they've got themselves a nice little spot towards the center of the circle, just on the north side of Resort, as we wait and see where the next zone will decide to take us. As we're already down to 60 alive. Yeah, I say already down. I feel like we were down way more than that last game.
It's actually kind of terrifying. The more I think about that FaZe pull up onto Cerberus, or the hunt anyway, had Cerberus somehow turned that around and won it, as we see the new circle pop, and gotten 4 kills off of it, they would have thrown FaZe in the bottom of the tie and Cerberus ahead of all of them. There was a world where they threw their qualification in hunting Cerberus, but fortunately for them and for FaZe fans out there, that was not the case. So FaZe, for now, able to separate themselves from the 23-point cutoff, as they're looking good in their western rotation. Like the observers are drawing it up here. Should be good to go to the west, depending on what Sonic's opts to do.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, and it pays off that time for FaZe. As you said, getting a little bit close to Sonics here, and you got a duo there that can spray down both of them. They'll find Vex, but they won't be able to get the knock. It's going to do a lot of damage to the vehicle, and now Corexy, I think, has stopped down. It might be taking shots in return, but no, looks like they're just going to go ahead and cut their loss and get on out of there.
Yep. Now, most teams were already inside this circle as it popped, so it's very limited who really has to make rotations.
True.
An interesting one that I want to keep track of, though, is Falcons. They're coming in on the hard eastern side. They're really the only team that got hard shifted away from. And they, instead of backfilling Weibo, they know they're down there somewhere, they're opting to go through Los Leones. Now, this could be the catalyst that really pops off this FaZe and Sonic situation if they opt to go all the way west on this, because normally you'd go, there's got to be space over there. Everyone's wrapped south, everyone's coming to the east, but because of the Cerberus slowdown on FaZe, because of FaZe now slowing down by Sonics, Falcons could be running into a very awkward 3-way in the blue fight just 30 seconds from now.
Butterfly flaps its wings in Los Leones, and all of a sudden Falcons are going to find their rotation path that should have been clear completely occupied here, but remains to be seen here. It looks like FaZe has gotten on the move once again. Sonics Still taking shots at him, just ahead, and it looks like Falcons might be cutting it a little bit more directly south after getting through the city, so should be safe.
They're hearing the shots now. They saw the flare gun weapon come down from the sky. Going, guys, I think there's people down there. Let's just avoid it. It's just they're now going to be running into 17. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. Falcons already set up in 5th place. For 17, a lot of stars would have to align for them not to qualify at 27, but theoretically, they could fall.
They definitely can't afford to go out with no kills, no points early on here.
You want to be safe.
That's the one thing they cannot do here is Falcons still trying to make their way across this road. And Sonics, now that they don't have to pay attention to FaZe, they can turn their full attention over to Falcons, but it looks like the angles are just not going to be there for them. So good pathway here. Oh, never mind. I speak too soon. Ross going to go down as FaZe getting right into the middle of Tiamba, and they're going to lose Gustav. They're going to lose James.
What a spray down from 7. Able to get the double on approach too. Very, very good shots coming in. CC finds Vex as well. It's just Corexy left alive. The young Finn peeks on over. Doesn't care that Nate's flying towards him. Has to go back to reload though, and it's going to give him enough time. CC falls. Can they get the flush as well again? Crucial points to be found here as Pow Pow comes peeking on over, spots him on the backside and will take him down. So 27 is where FaZe falls. Will that be enough though to make sure that they're out of the bottom 8? Or bottom 4 make that.
Jeez, that was about as clutch as you like from Pow Pow, making sure that he goes out there. Tiamba took a lot of damage in return for that, and Sonic's coming over at the perfect time, and they're going to find him as Tiamba will go down, and Sonics will collect those 2.
Tick able to hit some beefy
and look
shots
at the zone they get now too for that.
Rewarded. ZB goes for a shot now. They allow the initial player through. Taking shots off a bit too late on that one though, as 4 AM will live to see another team to have to try and drive their way through. New Heavy on their rotation now as well. Everyone trying to make their way down towards this southwest hard shift.
Will 17 suffering some losses here. They try to make their way past Falcons. They're going to find Suju immediately and almost get Xiaopei as well. Lil Ghost and Xiaowu still on the north side trying to make their way down in as New Happy AZ finds a double.
Out of Lustly owners, 4 AM has just managed to brawl their way through the middle down towards the circle center as Ming Ming is able to get the flush on Torello again. New Happy needs a banger of a game in order to get up there post 12th place. Nan falls should. I'd rather go to hopefully. He's resible, but not quite the case. Beamy locks him down.
Yeah, they sent 2 out there to try to take advantage of Falcons while they're in the dip, but they left 2 behind. Didn't see Beamy, the sneakiest player in PUBG here today, has managed to snake another one away. And now New Happy down to 3.
Now, important to mention, of course, that New Happy failed to make Circuit 1 finals too, so they got 0 points in that one. If they fail this one as well, not only do they have to make Circuit 3 finals, they also need one of the best 6 games in their life in order to catch up to the people that by then would have accumulated a lot more points.
You don't want to have to deal with it, that's for sure. You would prefer to be able to try to collect a few more as Delwyn is just dropping mortars on top of them. Meanwhile, Cerber is still alive. They still got the duo on that northern side, but a lot of fighting going in on this southeastern side between Weibo and the Expendables will be the ones that clean them up, as Tanvu should be resible.
Yeah, you'd hope so for him. It's only phase, I mean, say only it is phase 4, but I think he's got a jammer pack working for him, so we'll see if he gets back on his feet. In the meantime, TSM wanting some points off of that down low, but the issue is they have Gen G towards their north, so they can't really fully commit to look down towards the south side.
Okay, big fights, important fights going on right now across the map here. Tanvu will get flushed out, so that'll be the Expendables down to 3. TSM still trying to make their way inside the zone, but on that north side, you see New Happy.
Yep.
You see Cerberus still in the blue. I think that's 17 taking shots at Sololzi. If they go out, that is it for them. They are done. They still at least have a little bit of a shot right now, but they have a lot of work left to do.
It's definitely looking slim at this point. You have all of Falcons now engaging in this battle too. They're getting forced off by 17 into the clutter that is the fight on the eastern side. Maybe their points to be stole by Cerberus, but Sololzi is going to be the first one to fall. Will get flushed as well. They're down to just 1 player left alive.
Himas
in the blue.
Shots from the blue. Got the shots on the Flood, but Flood will get him low enough to where he goes down to the blue, and Cerberus will not be here for the Series 2 final.
Won't make it to the finals. Big loss for the Vietnamese fans out there. Will not see their former PGS champion team make it through to Circuit 2 finals.
As they said on the desk, that is only 2 days of play for Cerberus so far. And unfortunately, they came in a little bit cold, and they're paying the price for it now. Meanwhile, Luna Galaxy, they have 4 up in a compound in dead center circle. So even if Cerberus had managed to make their way through, it'd have been tough sledding. To make it over that that bump for Luna.
Now the race ain't done just yet. Striker doing 4 up. From the future, exact same situation. As I say, though, Chinatown falls to blue. Falcons fall out as well, but their work is done here. They've done what they had to. 5th place is where they find themselves. They'll be happily going into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely. Is now from the future. It looks like they've spotted out Schwagadui on that southern side, trying to make their way in. So SGD will have to drop those smokes down and hope that they stay alive long enough for FTF to lose track of them. Oh, they got a vehicle at least. That's something.
Worst case scenario too for the for the excitement of this match. The fact that they've got the two teams fighting for qualification, both potentially fighting one another. Not quite the case though. As Striker, as you said, is able to get that vehicle out and rolling out of the warehouse. Get up on the western side of this ridge line. They have space to make it to the west. Issue is that space is open fields, and there ain't a whole lot of space inside the circle that's really playable.
Yeah, it isn't. They got, I mean, if nothing else, they got time to stop down and heal up before making their way in. As we see, TSM will go down, but they are very comfortable. Second place finish for them overall here is 4 AM. Trying to get things going in the right direction here.
4 AM able to get the double. Godfrey peeking on over, finding one. Xiaopian with the other. Taking down their countrymen in 17, who are having a hell of a lot of trouble dealing with both 4 AM, Luna from a distance, and now Sonic's peeking ever so much closer towards Little Ghost.
I gotta tell you, man, like 17, they should be fine. They're gonna go down in 9th, but they're good for making it to tomorrow. Yeah, they have not looked that good.
Nope.
They have really not looked that good. So hopefully tomorrow they can bring a little bit more of that spice to the table and get themselves righted, because it has been a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, in order for this leaderboard to get really changed up, we need Striker, we need from the future to go out and start shaking this game table. It's looking unlikely, especially with the fact that they're sat next to each other right now. You have to imagine that eventually they're going to have to fight one another, so only one could make it through. But even that would have to come at a clean sweep. And now look at the circle going straight back towards Luna's compound. Striker an FTF. It's where our eyes are going to be right now, but it's looking very, very grim.
Yeah, it's all really bad. I mean, FTF, I like sending 2 out there. I mean, they know they had SGD kind of pinned down, and that's a good spray, but you got to get the knock, and you can't let Pain flip it on you like that, Happy. What are you doing, buddy?
Not only does Happy whiff shots you never should have, but to be able to realize what's going on, spin around him with 1 HP, peek back, get the double headshot as well. Great reaction from Pain to just stay calm through all of that.
Absolutely filthy from Pain. He will go down to Trick in the end, though, and the grenade will finish him off, his own grenade, really, as Jervis and Mings now the last 2 players left alive for Schwagadui, and they're going to try to survive a little bit longer. Jervis in vehicle, but 4 AM, they have come out here. They want to feast.
Yep, they definitely do. Seems to get some more off of it. Vinny, though, is going to be the one to find Godfrey at a distance. Bobo now in trouble as well. They wanted to get FTF down, but in doing so, they're leaving themselves exposed to Luna Galaxy. Bobo, though, lops an 8 on over and finds Jervis.
Only 1 left up now for SGD, and it's Mings. He's got a little bit of some cover to play around here as Jervis gets stolen away by Vinny. Luca Rux now finding some shots into 4 AM as well. So you got VP on that north side. I think Xiaopian, the last player left alive for 4 AM. FTF, meanwhile, they've got 3 up. And they've got a little bit of a pathway. Actually, do you wrap all 4 up? I don't know.
Do you go north side of the road on this? You know that 4 AM and VP were fighting just before. They're still staying on the ridge line, now getting mortared as well to make matters worse. Luna Galaxy, they've flexed out. Haven really wants to go peek what's happening on the other side of that hill.
He does.
Okay, that's when you think twice about peeking again. When you peek over and get instantly headshot.
The insta headshot from Ibby will force them back down once again. But gotta say, Luna, they're getting ants in their pants. They're starting to get kind of expand away from this compound a little bit. But it's gonna pay off. Is it gonna find the knock on a trick? Meanwhile, Mings will steal that one away. So it's another point for SGD, but it might be, I don't think it's gonna be anywhere near enough. Yeah, they're still 8 points behind from FaZe. So this might be just a battle for who finishes 13th.
A truce between the two could have made this one more exciting, but now it's going to be on the sole survivor of Schweigedui. Mings, you've made things happen before, but you find yourself with your back against the blue and only a broke down truck for cover. All of Luna's eyes on you, my friend. How, oh how do you get 6 more points here? That's a start. Headshot connected.
Not too bad.
Let's keep the hope. Let's keep the hype alive. Let's keep the hope up.
Best thing I can
There's the run
here.
He's dead.
Never mind. All right, hype is done. We are over.
Show match again.
There we go.
Let's
we are all set. You can see your top 12 that are moving on to tomorrow. And as unfortunately Schweigedui from the future, Cerberus and New Happy will be sitting out and waiting until Series 3 begins. Right now, we've got a game to decide here. Luna Galaxy, they've got the compound. Gen G has 4 up, and they've got some high ground to work with here. And then you've got the 2 solos, Lucarux and Xiaopian.
And of course, in the grand scheme of things, what happens here on the leaderboard might not matter, but for Luna Galaxy, you said it too, they've been shaky in this tournament. If they can finish off day 1 of Circuit 2 with a win, and not just that, but a pretty good one at that, come out here and really grab the win for themselves, that could boast a lot of momentum their way coming into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely. This new, more aggressive play style coming out of Luna Galaxy has paid off pretty well, as in terms of at least making it in the top 12. Now we get to see if they can win a game with it. And they have gotten a lot of circle love with this one for sure, but
you get those every now and again.
You got to win the games that you get the circle love too.
For sure. For sure you do. Same thing for Gen G. I mean, Gen G finished dead last in Circuit 1 finals. For them to also be able to come out here and get something going is huge. Haven cleaning up the solos on the western side, or the northern side of the board, I should say. Finding Xiaopian, finding Lucarux as well. It's going to leave us in a 4v3 for now, unless it's a crack could potentially get back on his feet.
They might be able to get a crack, but Adder just going to send it right into the compound. Unfortunately, Haven has the perfect angle for that, and he is going to clean that player up. As now the rest of Gen G has decided to crash as well. Tosi going to come in from the north side as everybody's very, very low here. They're not letting Luna get the res onto this fallen man here.
Exactly. They want to take them down while they're still 3 up, but they're coming at a lot of damage towards themselves too. Adder down, Babo down slow HP as well, will get the first aid off. Tosi, I love this position. He has a nice line of sight towards the compound down below. It's very limited.
Luna back up to 4.
Can wrap around. They do get the res on up, which is huge. Gives them the numbers advantage.
They're actually going to get Adder up too. Are you
They have the building.
Okay. Well, we're going to get back up to a 4v4 here very shortly, it feels like. But, Vinny has spotted out Tosi. Tosi had that really good position, but he can't get knocked here or he is donezo.
Tosi.
Look at Haven as a Kraken.
Yep. They're rapping. They know they have him again. Go for the isolated play. I love this setup. Again, it's Luna's proactivity. It's the fact that they read it and instantly make a play based on the info that they have available.
Really smart stuff. You can't go down to him. There you go. Haven will twist on him, and 9 HP remaining. But now Gen G, they've got 3 in the compound. But now Luna Galaxy, they have control over pretty much everything else.
This nade could be golden.
Oh my
Bounces
goodness.
just a bit too far. Vinny down to low HP, forced off the roof now altogether. As shots come through from a distance too. They too now, Gen G that is, want to clear out the solo. Try to isolate these flank players. Both of these two teams doing a phenomenal job at exactly that, as Vinny gets busy with the gasoline. But my friend, that's not where he intended for that one to land.
I mean, Luna, if they can get Posa, or Vinny rather, out of this position and get him up to the north, they could have that high ground and they could have sight over everything. The center of the circle, the center dot is going to be outside of this compound. So if they can get everybody up there, it'd be huge.
I don't even necessarily mind the fact that he's down there still. He just had to stay alive through that initial push, and he did. The issue now is Babo hitting big shots on to Posa, make that, as Vinny still on the roof. He's gone to the other side of the building, and now he has a perfect lockdown position on anyone that comes out on the bottom of that.
Slow things down just a little bit. Very fortunate that tree is right where it needed to be at the right time. As Luna Galaxy maybe getting a little bit too Pressure here. Okay,
One
nice
more
knock on a Barpo. That's going to even things up here just a bit.
Oh, Vinny is down as well. We couldn't see it because we can't see the kill feed with this camera view. So it's Haven, it's a Kraken up against the two down below. They should be able to get the rest, but the final blue is closing, and they will get Barpo back on his feet. So it's a 3v2, but they have two caught inside the middle. Haven is running for it. Caught in the open. Was able to flick on one, but Adder instantly trades him.
Haven, all he had to do was hold on while the res was coming through, but he got a little bit aggressive. That it doesn't matter. Posa back on his feet, so it's a full 2v2. But Gen G has the ridge line to work with. Kraken and Posa now, they have to figure out where these guys are, and they got to do it quickly. But nice spray from Rex will take down Kraken, and it's all down to Posa.
Posa on his own, going for the wraparound. What can you do in a 1v2 here?
Okay, Adder, the 1v1. No, Posa will win it, and now it's a 1v1. Posa, can he get the reload off in time? Can he figure out where this last player is? Rex, we've seen him pull off some miracle plays so far today, but Posa, he's got some stuff left in his bag as well.
No helmet to work with on the side of Posa. Rex down to one helmet, but a 3 Westwood will have to tank those bullets in the chest. Goes for the vault on up to the roof.
Ground.
What can he see from here?
Okay, but Posa has to be able to read this. Is he going to see this flashbang coming through from Rex? He's just going to go for the boost for the time being. Rex is going to see him as he jumps down, so he has an idea where he is.
Goes up, goes to the guy on this 3v1.
Blue zone.
Try to get it. Blue is going to take Rex down to under half HP. Advantage in the side of Posa, but again, not a whole lot to work with. Creeps so much further forward, and Posa will come out victorious in the final match of the day. A nail biter all the way down to the finish between these two teams.
That was some high-level stuff right there. Posa just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately for Rex, I think he just ate too much damage from that blue zone and just put him behind the 8 ball before he even got in the fight.
I love the constant change of positions in this fight too. Great awareness on both teams and isolating solo players, figuring out where is the star, where is the dot, where the game is, and how do we put ourselves in the best position to come out victorious in this game.
You know, it felt like Luna had the priority on that, and they knew it. They were playing it so well, but Gen G just getting the huge knocks at the perfect time, and in the end, both of those teams taking it down to a 1v1, absolutely huge. Well, that's going to do it for day number 1, but let's get us set up for day number 2 of Circuit 2.
It's a stellar performance from Luna Galaxy as they come away with a win in the last match of the day. Sure, they were already qualified for tomorrow, but nothing says confidence boost like getting that chicken dinner.
Nah, that's crazy. Honestly, that situation for them was just perfect, right? And honestly, here, for how everything worked out, the biggest surprise is just Cerberus not making it, right? And that is just out of this world quick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because that's not a team that it should happen to at all. And I think what you brought up right before that game of if this happens to them, they'll have played 2 days out of 6.
Yeah.
And how do they possibly kind of recover from that, especially with the numbers they got in the first weekend? I mean, but that was the problem. You have to win early, especially if you're a favorite team, because people are gunning for you. I was walking through the stadium on the way back to the desk, and I passed Falcons and saw Trevor going, job done. We did exactly what we wanted to.
Right.
And he's already put their stamp on Fishing Camp for the drop spot.
Exactly. It's perfect.
That's what you do. That's the danger of this format. If you cannot start fast, you are going to get smashed every single time. And that's what we saw from Cerberus, which a massive shock. But it's been a lot of shocks we've seen so far. I mean, even in the last round, teams that we expected to show up to get into the final day didn't make it there. So a lot of upsets here at PGC 2024. And I think some of that is, it seems like some of our teams are coming in a little bit rusty after PGS. Maybe they took a little bit of time off and are regretting that now.
Yeah, there's multiple things to it, obviously, that once you have, we're playing a 6-game day. Once you have, you know, your 25, 30 points, and you have 2 or 3 games remaining, or even 4, you can mess with a lot of other teams. And yeah, that's just really horrendous to play against. But you're a team to watch here, Luna. managed to get a 20-pointer that actually going to put them in a really fantastic spot for the day, and I hope that confidence is going to be going into tomorrow too for them.
You know, I guess I haven't been wrong just in the fact that they have been enjoyable to watch at this event. When you see them in a fight, it ends up being exciting. No matter what happens. And now they're finally starting to close out some matches. Now, I will say there's a caveat to that. It was match 6 on circuit day 1. A lot of those teams were qualified. When Cerberus went down early, I think a lot of the teams, it almost seemed like started to push sends, maybe try a few things they were thinking about doing. But it had a sense of, okay, we all made it. You know, and so it just kind of came down to who has that circle at the end. But the gunfight was still a ton of fun to watch. I thought Gen G might be able to bookend their day here, but Luna just, you know, they gave Posa the 2 1v1s and he came away.
Yeah, they're super happy there. Good to see from Luna.
All right, well, we're gonna go up to the stage real quick to check in with Bella as she catches up with some of our players.
Thank you guys. It's me on the stage for our post-match interviews. And for our first interview, I'll be joined by Weibo Gaming's Shen and our lovely translator, Christian. Hi, guys. Great way and day for Weibo here at Circuit 2. So what are your thoughts on your performance today, Shen?
今天是微博 Gaming 开了一个非常好的好头，对于我们第2个巡回赛来说，那你对今天这个比赛会有这个表现有什么样的想法吗？
也是改变了一下打法吧，因为就是前几天站位还是有点问题的，然后今天就放开打，就是以干架为主。
We changed the strategy of our playing because in the previous games our positions there were some mistakes about our positions, so we changed our ways of playing, and the result was very rewarding.
Right, and you popped off on that Miramar. That final 1v1 against Pao Pao and Tanvu was amazing. So I want to hear from you. What was going through your mind at that last fight?
在 Miramar 的最后那个部分，那个1v1 你和泡泡和天福那个表现真是太棒了。我想请问你在最后那个部分脑子里想的是什么呢？
当时也有队友在给我报信息，就是天霸倒人了，就倒2个了，然后我也是看了一眼，就是自己的载具还是能开的，然后就是也没想到自己这么准，给他秒了。
So my teammates were giving me information that 2 other players of Tianba were already lost, and so I made my preparation and I got my position, and I didn't expect to kill the other player with such a excellent performance.
Oh yeah, you really did pop off and you made a lot of your fans happy. So you said you changed your strategy coming into Circuit 2. So what is it that you want to bring into tomorrow as we get to day 2 of Circuit 2?
对，所以你刚才提到就是今天换了打法嘛，那么你在接下来比赛当中想要怎么样去继续保持今天这样一个状态呢
？Is it a secret?
是秘密吗？
也不是吧，就是就每个人该做好自己的事情就好了吧，就是不要重复第1、第2天那种情况就好了。
It's not a secret. I think just everyone should do his job, and we would not repeat how we played in the first and second days.
All right, best of luck to you for tomorrow as well. 恭喜恭喜 Shen. All right, thank you for the interview. And our next interview, I'll be joined by Tianba Esports' Pao Pao, and our translator Christian is going to stay with me. Come on board, Pao Pao. 恭喜恭喜. Hello. What a marvelous day you had coming in as number 1 of day 1 of Circuit 2. So what do you think is it that did the magic today?
今天你们的表现实在是太精彩了，然后也作为第1结束了今天这样的一个比赛，是开了一个好头。那么你们觉得你们今天表现的怎么样？是什么地方做对了？
队内气氛吧，然后主要是相信队友。
I think the atmosphere in our team was very good.
So I want to ask, you know, Circuit 1 didn't go in your way. You didn't play as many matches as you wished. So do you think it was just the atmosphere that changed while you were prepping for Circuit 2?
因为在就是前面的比赛当中，你们的表现可能没有这么好。那么今天主要就是队内气氛变好了，然后就有了这么好的一个表现吗？
差不多吧，因为 可能找回了之前我们在自己联赛的感觉吧。
I think so. We just picked back our feelings when we were in the Chinese league, in the PCL league. So we returned to what we originally were.
Yeah, and you know, Fierce Tiamba really popped off today, and I'm sure your fans were very happy with today's results. So maybe a message to your fans to end the day.
天霸今天的确是这个表现得一飞冲天啊。那么有什么想要对粉丝们分享的内容吗？
感谢粉丝们的支持吧，我们会回来的。
Thank you for your support, and we will return to our previous positions.
All right, thank you, Pao Pao. 谢谢. I will see you all tomorrow, and that is all from me here. So, Toffees and Avenger, take it away. Bye.
I like that coming from Pao Pao.
I caught the throw.
You caught the throw. Nicely done. It's one of those things. It seems like it's come up. I like that he's saying everything was sort of returned back to what we know works. When we got here with Circuit 1.
Same mental state.
Yeah, go back to what we know works at PEL. And I like that idea. The opposite of that, you know, Weibo was like, you know, they went way better than we expected. And he gave credit to his entire team. But let's be honest, that really felt like it was the Shen show today. He was playing out of his mind, and he showed everybody here what he was working with.
Honestly, I think he's one of the top 2 performers today, coming into most kills, damage, and so forth. So I was really impressed with what Shen was. And again, it's a guy that we've been talking about since his spectacular performances at PGC 2022, of course. And it's good to see him kind of return to that. But then again, they are a new team, and they're another team that can really benefit from, and anyone can, of course, but they're a team that really will benefit from playing more games here together at such a stage here, such a LAN stage. But yeah, the top 4 teams in that last match here, Luna being able to kind of jump into. Gen.G is a huge one for him, also being able to get some points here. Big surprise for me, obviously, today is that we see 2 of the same teams that got knocked out in day 1 of Circuit 1 is also knocked out in day 1 of Circuit 2.
Right.
So that's kind of a little bit scary, and you would have to have a really big day in Circuit 3 finals.
Right.
To actually have a chance to go to the grand finals of PGC 24.
It's extremely scary for them. For teams that are sort of like Cerberus, where they have caught a bad break here, it's great news, right? If you've got a couple of teams that are sort of repetitiously finding themselves in the bottom, it's less that you have to beat to make that grand final. Let's take a look at the WWCD team stats from that last match. Luna Galaxy decided to wait for a little late, but they went off big time. And Haven having an amazing day, or game, I should say. 5 kills, tons of damage. I think pretty obviously going to be the man of the match there.
Oh, yeah.
But it does feel a little bit like Luna Galaxy came into this event with I don't want to say a totally different strategy, but definitely a more willing to fight and sort of just hold and wait to see what happens mentality that I'm used to having from them.
Yeah, if they didn't have this like fantastic game here, if it was just a 0-pointer, they would actually have been 13th, just above that cutoff line, right? So they really need this, and I think they can take a lot of things away for kind of how they're able to play, and also being in that good mental state. Okay, we actually did pretty good here. I think they're going to end up in 3rd place overall for the day, which is really impressive here for them. But yeah, this is the team summary of today here for Circuit 2. Tiamba has just been popping off, and what a turnaround for them to come from not going out of the day 1 in Circuit 1 to actually dominating and winning here at our Circuit 2 day 1.
I mean, whatever change they made to get that attitude right, I hope they stick with it. And that's the kind of thing that's scary about a team like Tiamba, Pao Pao in particular, that once they start to feel good and they start to move up, they're going to do great. Also, Total Damage, 4AM, another team, didn't make it out of day 1, the first circuit, and here they're the top damage dealers. So really the teams, and I think this is what it comes down to, who have played the most games are performing. There's no world where you can scrim and train for PGC with the caliber of teams who are actually in the lobby. It's just regionally impossible. So to have those times to really fine-tune some things is proving to really work in these teams' favors. VP coming out with some big numbers as well.
That's good.
I've been very impressed. But again, we saw this from VP in the last circuit.
Yeah.
They fell off on day 2.
Yeah, and yeah, 4M was day 2 as well, so they actually survived day 1.
Thank you.
Here, 20 points, of course, for the leaderboard of Luna. Huge for them to come into that. Gen.G, another kind of good game for them. You were hoping for them to kind of close the book?
I love a good bookend.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. Honestly, for me, though, Expendables, we talked a bit about them having the highest average survival time. When we started the day, I was like, I want them to stay together. I want them to play as a form, and we saw that multiple times throughout the day, and they actually succeeded quite well with that. So I'm happy to see that. I hope they can kind of push that. And going into tomorrow, they really need that. Leaderboard for today, though, Toffees, take it away.
Good for them. Tiamba ends up taking first place off the back of that game, 54 points as they continue to move up. TSM at 50. Luna Galaxy jumps all the way up to 3rd from 13th, as you brought up, off of 1 game. So that really is the lesson to take away from these leaderboards, is all it takes is 1. Keep getting those points, because when you do get your hitter, you're going to go to the top of that leaderboard. And over on the bottom, we're going to see our host team, Schweigadui, is going to be knocked out from the future. Cerberus Esports shockingly ending in 15th, and New Happy, another storied organization with such a deep history at PGC specifically, goes out in 16th place. Okay. Are they cooked? Do they come back? Is this a Circuit 3 chance for them?
They have 27 points in Circuit 1 finals if they do well in Circuit 3. And honestly, if this is going to spark anything, it's going to be, guys, we are grinding the next days in the practice PC, in the practice room as much as we can. And then we're going to try it again here in Circuit 3, day 3. There's going to be a small day off, though, so it's quite a long time for them to kind of reset mentally maybe a little bit and then actually just get some game time in. So a little bit surprised to see them down there, to be honest. Yeah, New Happy is just sad 2 times in a row for them to go out first. And yeah, Schweigadui, of course, it's unfortunate. It's from the future also being punched out here. They went out in day 2 in Circuit 1. Now here they go out in day 1. They have not been able to improve.
All right, come back tomorrow, because we start day 2 of Circuit 2. BB Team, Twisted Minds, Kwandong Freaks, who were absolutely terrors in the last Circuit phase, are joining, and Day Trade.
You know what? Tomorrow is going to be amazing on Fantasy.
Yes.
There's going to be some insane teams available with those 4 teams coming in there. There's a Thanadol in there. There's some example of, there's the BP team that probably haven't been price adjusted. We're talking $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 for them. And of course, Freaks with your Saloop superstar that's been able to top frag 2 days in Circuit 1 for day 1 and day 2 for him.
I think the moral of the story is I look forward to falling farther behind when it comes to Fantasy tomorrow. But those are the teams that will be taking the field, so make sure that you are here, because we are kicking off on the Dusty Dunes, wrapping up in the grassy pasture with our wild cards in between. It is going to be a wild day of PUBG, because we saw it at the end of this one. Cerberus was targeted. There are a lot of big name teams that people would prefer not to see in the circuit final that will be in the field of play tomorrow. So that does mean that if they don't make moves in the first 3 games, they could get shot.
Yeah, and with this, it's the exact same setup, the exact same way that we're playing. Going into a wrangle with that's going to be some fun times.
It is going to be an awful lot of fun. So make sure you guys are here, because I think as the circuit system progresses, the chaos value of that circuit system will also progress. As the teams have sort of started to understand, okay, if I make moves early, I can dominate, get drops that I want later, and sort of force teams out of what may be the most important grand final in a very long time.
You have 2 options with that, right? There is the, okay, we have enough points, we can now mess with other teams, or we need to practice, we need to win as many games, we need to see what we can actually do, what is our maximum potential, because that's the kind of style that you want to play for the grand finals.
Now, if you want to get your maximum potential, I want you to check out one of our main PUBG Esports sponsor. That is OP.GG, who can truly overpower your game. I also want to thank Tropicana Gardens Mall, our official venue partner for this event, has made all of this that you see around us possible. And TT Racing, the chairs that keep you comfortable when you need to be focused on the game, not feeling it, if you know what I mean. Also, a big shout out to Ukupa, who has made these incredible hand warmers. The players are all using them up and down and all over the place, and I can guarantee you I'll be using them after this when I get out of the 90-degree weather. Right now, not so much, but when I'm back in Indiana and it's freezing, you bet your butt I will. And finally, Nvidia Icon lights right here. You can get a hand on those yourself, put them in your room, make your game just that much better. All right, that is it for day 1 of the circuit. Do you have any final thoughts? What are you taking away from watching all of this?
Today, crazy day. Circles crazy, teams, how they play crazy, but it's falling a little bit, and teams are feeling out the meta a little bit more. They're adjusting to how crazy this format is, and going into tomorrow with the power teams that we're going to be seeing, I'm going to expect a little bit more kind of usual, what we are kind of expecting for our big teams. It should fall into a little bit more that what we used to see from our favorites.
Absolutely. And some of those teams that are coming in tomorrow looked a little bit rusty in the final.
Sure.
Do you think that, and again, today we saw our Sonics struggling. We saw a couple of our 17 struggling. How long, the time is obviously over in terms of this event, but how long do you think it takes for these guys to shake it off?
So it really comes down to your mental state, if you're able to kind of shake those bad games off, right? Because it's more about the reps. Are they able to survive, top 12 every time and you get more circle finals, then you're going to be fine. But by circuit 3, day 1, day 2, I really want to see those teams kind of play the same style that they're going to be playing in the grand final, because otherwise that meta shift from the last day of the circuit 3 finals going into the grand finals is going to be so vastly different that if you're not adapting fast enough, you're simply not going to win the event.
Do you think that actually helps some teams that maybe would have been hunted otherwise because people aren't interested in hunting them because they want to stick to their game plan?
I think it makes it extremely difficult for the teams that are, the 3, 4, 5, 10 teams or whatever that are, playing for the win, and then there's 8 teams dying out, and we're standing in the middle of the game, phase 4, phase 5, and there's not enough teams pressuring each other. There's not enough teams taking space or compounds, and it's just a kind of inflated way of playing, because that's not how the grand final is going to be looking.
All right, well, we're going to find out more tomorrow. Day 2 is on the way. On behalf of all of us here, our entire talent team, everyone at Crafton, everyone here who's been watching, and all the players, thank you for spending your evening with us. We'll see you tomorrow, and until we do, play more PUBG.
Hundreds of enemies.